Good morning and welcome to Bauhaus Radio. It's Tuesday, the 16th of November. It's 8:30 in the morning, and we have a full day coming up on the second day of this new European Bauhaus conference, Life in the New European Bauhaus, and our slogan is Sustainable, Beautiful, and Together. All different elements of what the new European Bauhaus is going to be is already, because it's very much a reality. And my first guest this morning on Bauhaus Radio at 8:30, and I'm grateful for him for coming in so early, is Jean-Claude Mercier from DG Environment. Welcome to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. So obviously the LIFE program has a very strong environmental component. Can you give me some background in terms of your involvement in it?
Well, my involvement, in fact, I joined DG Environment in 2017. At that time, and it's something great, I would say, in the Commission, we decided that we need to have some rotation of heads of units. Because we said, okay, it's great what you do, but you need to see something else. And in a way, it's great because what we are doing here today, and for the 3 days, that's exactly it. To say, okay, you may be an expert in one sector, but it's good that you can cooperate with others. So that was, I would say, my first relation with the LIFE program in 2017.
Well, strange things happen in live radio, but I think we're okay for now. Okay. So it was 2017. So you came from a different DG, yes. Or you were elsewhere?
Yeah. Within? No, in fact, I joined the Commission long ago, say in the last century, in the last millennium. In fact, I would say it was in 1990. So you can see, so I have a long experience. But I was first working, I would say, for the Ministry of Transport. Mm-hmm. And then I joined the Commission in the, I would say, energy first sector, and then energy and transport sector. And then I joined environment. And in fact, I think all this, I would say, makes, a consistent, work, because what we heard, especially yesterday, we heard about energy, we heard about transport as well, and we'll hear more, and about environment.
Indeed, and none of those different themes and sectors can be divorced from each other. I mean, they're all part of one and the same. From a policy perspective, you must have noticed over your career in the Commission that these have become much more integrated. I mean, is that how you'd see it?
Yeah. It was more integrated. In fact, I started, for instance, to take the example of energy. I started with energy in 1990, as I said, long ago, and then to simplify, around 2000, then it was decided that energy and transport will be grouped together, because there are synergies, of course, with that. And then finally, they were just, I would say, separated again due to, I would say, the development of each of them. That's it. But we all cooperate together. And for instance, what is great for me, and especially with the new LIFE program, is that now we integrated what we call the clean energy transition, I would say, sub-program. And when doing that, in fact, I can start again working with my former colleagues. So it's great, in fact, and that's where you see we are all here to cooperate together, because you leave colleagues for some years and then suddenly you see them again from another perspective, and that's great. And it's easier because then for the cooperation is better, because you know people, and you know the sector as well, so you understand better how it works.
In a sense, you're applying circular economy principles to Commission human resources.
Yes. in a way, that's it. But again, that's exactly what we need, because especially, I would say, for environment, I would say it's valid for all sectors, but for environment, because we want, I would say, environment really, I would say, to be spread over all I would say, the program, all the area, all over, I would say, the economy. And for this, one of the best ways is that when you have colleagues involved in the environment, then after some time they go somewhere else, they cooperate with the people, and then they can come back after that. But that for me is the best way to cooperate.
So it's a kind of mainstreaming of environmental policy.
Yeah.
In that sense, the policy-making process, you must have seen change a lot over the years as well, because of course the Parliament has really grown in political prominence, but also in terms of as a co-legislator, right?
Yeah, yes. Well, in fact, it has evolved, but I would say, from what I've understood, in the sense that I was not involved, I'd say, long ago in life, but we always had a very strong support for the Parliament. And for the negotiation of the present program, which has just been adopted last year, well, in fact, this year, in fact, finally, because we had all this, I would say, delays, but it's not a problem. What we need is to achieve something. But all along the process, we had a very strong support from the Parliament on this, in all the discussions we had. Of course, as you always have, you have discussion because in the details you prefer this option or that option. But basically, everyone was really very supportive to life. And this because for years and years, it has proved to, I would say, implement activities on the ground.
You're all on the same page, obviously. So going back to this point of mainstreaming environmental policy, having it spill over, in your words, across all sectors, that would presumably enhance the importance of making impact assessments. I mean, is this a lot of what DG Environment is doing these days? Because, you know, the more that environmental policy becomes prominent in all sectors, the more people want to know, well, what effect is it going to be having on livelihoods, on industries, and on jobs? Yes. You know, how do you cope with that? How do you manage that?
In fact, first of all, I would say, basically, legally speaking, I would say, because we spoke about the Parliament, legally speaking, it's foreseen in the life regulation that we have to use some specific indicators in order to show how we can deliver. And this is very important, especially for the Commission, because what we want to do is to ensure that when we have programs, when we spend money, we spend public money, at the end, we are, we can demonstrate what we have used money for and that we deliver. So this, we are working on it. Then for this, of course, we have, first of all, we have some basic, simple, criteria that you can use, and that's what we use, for instance, for CO2 emissions. Now we are working as well on biodiversity impact, and it's put in the regulation, but not only for life. And we are working on it, and beginning of next year, I would say, at least in the first part of next year, we will organize, a seminar with the Parliament on, the impact of life on biodiversity. Just to show, again, it's not so easy, just to be totally clear, it's not easy to show exactly what are the impact on, for instance, biodiversity, on jobs and so on. Why? Because when you have an activity which is mainstreaming, at the end, it's not so easy to say it's me who did the job. Yeah. Because the others, they cooperate as well. Yeah. And that's why here, and what we see, when you see all the sectors working together, then it's different, because we are not in competition. We're just saying, okay, no, we want to cooperate, we want to achieve this. Yeah. So all this, we provide, and we will continue to work in order to show, to citizens that we deliver. On top, of course, of the direct results of the project.
Just take us through the process of the launch, the conception of the new European Bauhaus concept, because obviously the original concept is a century old and has become... it remains prominent in architectural and design circles. This seems to be a slightly broader concept in the sense that it brings in aspects of how we live our lives and not just where physically we are. Is that how you see it?
Yes, in fact, I think it's great to use this word of Bauhaus, because for people, you need them, to make a link with something, rather simple, some definition they have in mind. And here, when you refer to the Bauhaus, you say, okay, I understand the concept. The concept is to work all together, different, areas in order to achieve something. And here, in fact, with the Bauhaus, that's exactly it, but, transposed to the Green Deal. So we said, okay, we want to do all this, and for that, we want to work all together. But as already said during the conference, and we will continue to demonstrate it, in fact, we did it partly already. And the Bauhaus, what I find it great is that not only we are doing it and we'll continue, but then we put a name on it. And we say, look, really, we are working all together. And in a way, you don't have to hide, if you're an architect, to come to work with us, or if you're an artist. Now we say, okay, no, you are invited to the table, and we're happy that we have you with us.
So it's an interdisciplinary concept, and in a sense that follows very much, by the sound of it, the way that your career has gone in the environmental sector, because you see more and more, as you say, the sense of working together, of disciplines coming together, because you can't design a building in isolation.
That's it. Yeah. In fact, for me, I would say we have all to work together. But what is, of course, one of the challenge with this Bauhaus concept, maybe is all this aesthetic aspect. In the sense that I would say it's clear when you have a building, if you speak about energy efficiency, of course it's great for everyone. It's great, I would say, because you want to have, I would say, material investment which is, I would say, affordable for people. It will help, I would say, the one left behind. So all this is great. But what we need really is to incorporate this type of elements, which we have already some time, but which we have to insist more on it. But it is really needed if we want some nice, I would say, evolution of all these buildings, the future, and of the area globally.
So beauty, in essence. I mean, because obviously Europe has a centuries-long history of public buildings. You just have to go to the Grand Place and see the Guildhall there. But this seems to be saying we can, we don't have to just have historical monuments in our towns and cities. How do you feel the policy-making process has gone? I mean, take us through this, because you had the announcement, I think, September 2020 by the Commission President, and I think the communication was launched in September this year.
Yeah.
So what does the communication set out to do as far as you understand it?
Well, again, the communication is here to, to show that, first of all, we have already delivered, that we continue to have, this really strong message that we want to cooperate. We have many, activities, and we want, as well, to have concrete elements. And for instance, in the communication, if you look at the annex, but it's already important, you will find this conference. You will find it. Yeah. So it means that they want, on the one hand, to have, a communication with the main principle to give a perspective, a vision, but at the same time to show that we really concretely deliver, because in order to deliver, we need concrete action, and we need, of course, the budget to be allocated. We need activities. We need people doing, something on the ground.
Well, this is an interesting point, because, the idea of a conference like this, we've brought together so many fascinating life projects. And although New European Bauhaus is this great overarching concept, you see in a conference like this that actually the work is already being done. A lot of the work is already being done, right? It's already being driven from the ground up.
Yes, on the one hand, it's true. On the other hand, in fact, we need this type of conference, and we need this type of initiative like the Bauhaus, in order that people on the ground, when they do all this, and they are very proud of it, and you can see you have to stop them to speak, because they are so passionate, and it's great as well. But it's great because then they will see they are doing something, sometimes small, but all this cooperate to the same results. And when you put this together, you have, for instance, my colleague mentioned yesterday the number of fly projects you can see. You can go on the website and find them. Mm-hmm. You have around, 6,000 now projects. So you can see with all this you can create great achievement. So it's important that they feel, part of a community. Yeah. And for instance, for some type of fly project, but it's more what we call, in the past we call them integrated projects. So it's bigger project at the level of, more or less, to simplify, regions. One of the big achievement of them is already not only the result of it, of course, because it's to implement, to apply policies, but it's already the fact that you have, dozens of institutions locally who work together. And sometimes it's not so easy. But of course, they are working the same project, so they cooperate together. And after 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, the result you have is, on the one hand, on the ground, but on the fact that they have cooperated together. And as we are doing it together, to be able to say we are a member of the same team, in fact.
So that's one of the lessons you've drawn from the LIFE program in your particular field. What other lessons, what other particular added value makes you, gives you pleasure in coming into work in the morning, and because it is a community, really, isn't it, of life people. You look back to the earliest days, and you see projects that have succeeded, projects that have developed, and projects that have an afterlife, as in the jargon. What are your feelings, having been involved in the LIFE program, about that added value?
Well, in fact, in a way, I could reply by saying it's a lot of frustration, but in the positive sense, in the sense that when I speak with a colleague or with, I would say, with stakeholders, I always say frustration because when I come every morning in my office, I see a couple of files, some emails, whatsoever, and then you see a reference to a project, and then you start looking at it because sometimes you don't know all of them, and then you say, wait, but I would like to have time to go there, to see them,
yes.
or at least not even to see them, but to read the full detail, to see the result of it. So this is why, this is what is motivated in a way, because say, my goodness, they are doing so great things, so great. And again, they are so passionate. I was discussing again yesterday during the break with one person who presented a project, and really we have to stop because that conference starts again. But that was really passionate. That you have again very concrete elements done. You see what it is, and as you mentioned as well regarding the afterlife. So not only you have a project that delivers, but in addition, you know that the objective is to continue elsewhere.
Yes.
And it's not because and it's not what I think very important with this type of subsidy is that the project doesn't stop at the end when you make the final payment. Because normally you say, okay, I made the final payment and that's it. Thank you. Bye bye. Yeah. No, it continues because the people they want to continue, and even with LIFE, we go after some years in order to check what is the result of it after some time, because that's what we really want to achieve. It's not just to be clear, not to spend just the money, but to be sure that we spend it for results and results in the long term.
So in a sense, LIFE is a catalyst for, you mentioned also authorities working together, because even in the same country, you might not necessarily see authorities or different government departments working together. Do you feel that LIFE can act in this way to catalyse work?
Yes, I would say we see it rather often. Of course, I don't say they fight against the other, but I mean, it's not that. It's the fact that at their level, they all have, and it's great, but they all have their own, I would say, objectives. And they are to be sure that they deliver on it. And then when we try to work all together, we say, okay, you want to deliver on this, we want to deliver on that, but we have to see how we can deliver on both. And this is what is very, very important. And as you say, for instance, regarding the catalytic aspect, we have, for instance, a great project, I would say, which in a way can be linked as well with this, because it's regarding, I would say, air pollution and supporting citizens. We have in Poland a great LIFE project, integrated project, where we facilitate, I would say, the development of further legislation, and then with structural funds, we have the support in order to replace the boilers. So again, very concrete actions. Yeah. LIFE doesn't pay for all this, but LIFE prepares the ground, and then the people, they are happy to use other funds to act, and then we deliver all together.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's important to stress that there is an element of European funding, but there's a lot of co-financing. It's not simply giving money to people, it's putting in place the framework and some startup funding that other authorities match, correct? Yes.
In fact, here that's some, I would say, discussion of frustration you may have sometimes, because in fact, it's true, and especially, I would say, in the area of, say, nature, we have to ask for some co-financing. Of course, with the legislation, of course, the co-financing can be, I would say, bigger if it's a specific project on nature and biodiversity, but it's true that the beneficiaries have to bring something. But in a way, it's needed in order to be sure that they are really coming with a very concrete project. Because if you would cover everything, then you don't know. No. You are not sure that the beneficiary just doesn't do the job because you pay for it, that's it. But if they do it, and again, when the beneficiaries, they say, okay, but we have to find some money, we tell them as well, okay, we understand. First of all, again, it's public money, so we have to ensure we deliver, we spend it correctly. But in addition, if really it's a project, and it's important when you present a project, if it's a project, you believe in it, you want to achieve it, in fact, the fact that you have to find some additional funds should not be so much of a constraint in the sense that you no need to do it. For instance, if you take a local authority, they want to, I would say, work on this area, urban area, or this forest, whatever. So, in fact, they want it, and they have to see, I would say, the other way around, the support that they get as, okay, we need to do this, we don't know how to find the money, here we have a support. So it helps. So again, just to see it the other way, to see that we are here to support them, but of course, we cannot cover, I would say, all the costs necessarily.
No, sure. Well, Jean-Claude, thank you for coming on Bauhaus Radio this morning. It's been great to have you on, and thank you for getting up so early too. Well, maybe it's not so early for you. It's a bit early for me, I mean, but I'd like to have you maybe back on tomorrow lunchtime just to round off the conference, because you have this strategic overview of the whole issue, and it would be great to get your feedback as we conclude the conference tomorrow lunchtime. But thank you for coming on, and we look forward to hearing from you again, and I hope you have a beneficial day. Today we're talking a lot about energy efficiency and the importance of that and how it marries the new European Bauhaus. So thank you for coming on. Our next guest, if I can ask him to come into the studio here at... Thank you. To come into the studio at New European Bauhaus, upstairs in the event lounge, this very Bauhausy building, is Andras Toth, and he's kindly also agreed to come in and do the early shift, for which I'm most grateful, because to be honest, I didn't have an awful lot of volunteers. Are you an early riser normally, Andras?
Yes, I am.
I guess the commission is. It's good to have you on. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Andras, just explain a little bit about your professional interest as a commission official in this particular conference, and where are you coming at it from?
Yes. So, well, thank you for the opportunity. And I'm from DG Klima, so Director General for Climate Action of the European Commission, and in that I work in a very special unit which is on adaptation. So basically, in DG Klima, we are first of all trying to fight climate change and trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and that's the mitigation work, as we call it. Whereas there is also the other aspect, which since the Paris Agreement in principle has the same importance, and that's the adaptation part, whereas we recognize that regardless of what we do, how ambitious we can be in terms of climate action, there will be, and there is already ongoing, some level of climate change, and we need to prepare for that. And so it's by no means saying that we are giving up on ambition in climate action. That is also needed, but it would be also foolish to say that we are not aware and we just ignore the already happening consequences. So this is essentially the scope of the work in the unit, and it basically covers all sectors. So we have an adaptation strategy in the EU. We already had it in 2013. That was the first version of the strategy. And then in 2021, in February this year, a new strategy was adopted, taking into account developments. Also, we did not have an international angle in the previous strategy. We now have it. And this strategy basically sets out a roadmap at least for the next 10 years towards moving the European Union towards a state where we could be as climate resilient as possible by 2050. So the strategy covers really all sectors. We are working with basically almost all director generals in the Commission when it comes to sectors. Our primary partners are DG Environment, DG Energy, DG Move, DG Regio. So all those DGs that work on the ground in the different sectors to get funding to projects, to set rules for energy efficiency or environmental matters, because in all of these policy areas there is scope for mainstreaming the idea of climate adaptation. Basically, whenever we have someone thinking about policy in the future, we need that person to take into account that policy may have to operate in a different setting already next year or 5
really
years or
quickly,
10 years.
Really, yeah.
I mean, who would have foreseen the summer floods in Belgium just in May this year? And now you look at the discourse in Wallonia about how spatial planning should happen. It is completely changed. This, it is recognized that these summer floods actually happen because of climate change, and at least partly the intensity of the floods was exacerbated by the changing climate. This, among all the sectors that we cover, we also have buildings, basically under the umbrella of infrastructure. We consider that buildings are also a kind of infrastructure. They are part of our built environment, but they occupy a specific role in there. In the next financial period, the Commission will have again funding for infrastructure projects. And already in the past financial period, 2014-2020, we had rules which said that whenever there were major projects, so really big projects, big infrastructure projects, there had to be a preliminary exercise which consisted of checking how climate-proof those projects were. And that climate proofing meant looking at both angles, both mitigation and adaptation. So there had to be a vulnerability and risk assessment when it comes to climate, and appropriate preventive measures were supposed to be taken. Now, in the next financial period, this obligation extends now basically to any project which is above 5 million euros. That's something which will also affect some bigger building projects. So it's not necessarily not the individual buildings of private citizens, obviously, but whenever there is a bigger building project, a program launched for renovation in a specific area, which can be geographically well localized, or a larger public building, that there would be, if there is EU funding, a mandatory exercise which would consist of checking how the building will be affected in that specific place.
Climate proofing, as you
climate proofing, yes. So that's, I think, the most concrete tool we have now for buildings. But we are also working together with other services on specific pieces of EU legislation which cover buildings. So, and as it happens, there are now two such pieces of legislation currently under review, which are the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive and the Construction Products Regulation. So both of them are being revised by the Commission. I cannot yet speak of concrete outcomes of this revision.
Well, you have to wait for the Parliament first, of course.
We have to wait for the Commission proposal first.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we haven't even got that far yet. Okay.
No, we haven't gotten that far yet. But we are in discussion with the other services to see, because there's a commitment in the adaptation strategy of February that when these revisions happen, the Commission will consider how to include climate adaptation aspects. So that's going on now, I would say. So it doesn't mean that we would change the scope of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, obviously not. But what we want to achieve is that whenever there is a renovation happening in a building, that there is at least some thought given to how the building will be affected. And here, maybe we've been talking quite abstractly until now, but if the ways in which a building can be affected by events that are influenced by climate change are quite diverse. You might not even think. So I was mentioning the summer floods. So you could be thinking that you are in an area which is not vulnerable to floods because it hasn't happened in the last 200 years. Well, it can happen. So I think the member states will need to take, I think, another look at their flood risk hazard maps, because obviously such maps exist. Yeah. But it's an exercise which happens every 5 or 6 years, and such events, like the floods in Belgium, will have to be taken into account. But what the citizens individually can do about their buildings is taking some if they consider that they could be affected, that they can put vulnerable electronic equipment that for a smart building is essential, not in the basement where it can be flooded easily, but further up. Or when there are openings at street level, like cellar windows, which are really at the level of the street, and the water can just pour in. They could install something to prevent that water from pouring in. Like, okay, it's obviously a trade-off because you then get less light in the cellar if you put something hard there. So there are some trade-offs to consider as well. But there are some simple measures which are not that costly that could be considered. Also, it's quite tricky when it comes to solar panels, for example. I have seen some horrible pictures of wonderful solar panels installed on roofs and completely destroyed by a hailstorm. And hailstorms are also a phenomenon whose dependence on climate change is not yet completely proven, but we do hear recently about hailstorms which have huge, fist-sized pieces of ice falling on and destroying equipment. Well, the solar panels are not immune either to this threat. And there are some areas where, for instance, near the Alps, where the local weather phenomena are such that hailstorms are more frequent. And there again, there are some measures which can be taken for solar panels, like using more resistant materials, or even I heard of solutions which consist of changing the angle of the solar panel, so that when the storm comes, the ice is not hitting.
They can adjust maybe automatically.
Yeah, I haven't seen this in operation, but I've heard that this exists. So these are just a few concrete examples on how the building could be adapted to climate change. On the other hand, we also do recognize that there is a big challenge on the mitigation side, that we need to basically by 2030 reduce by 54% the direct CO2 emissions from buildings, which is an enormous challenge. But on the other hand, we also want to make sure that a considerable part of this investment is not lost in a few years after the investment because of climate disasters.
Well, when you say, on the mitigation side, about reducing emissions, I mean, there are different types of emissions from buildings in a sense, aren't there? Because there are emissions from energy use within buildings to keep them cool or to keep them warm. There are enormous energy emissions from producing construction products, and this is interesting that you mentioned the Construction Products Directive. I'd like to go into that a bit because there are elements of mitigation and adaptation here, aren't there, in terms of using construction products to build more sustainable buildings. You can't really say how the legislation is developing because it hasn't been published yet. But clearly, there is a push underway in the member states, isn't there, and at EU institutional level, to look at more durable, less polluting building materials and to recycle those from buildings that are taken down. Can you go into that a little bit more?
Well, it's not something that we deal with in our unit. I don't have a deep knowledge of the subject, but that doesn't matter anyway because this is indeed a discussion which is ongoing in the Commission. What I can say is that the issue is on the table. So I participate in inter-service group meetings where I hear my colleagues from the other climate units and from DG Environment raising this issue. But on the other hand, I worked in DG Energy also in the past, like 6 years ago. I was in the unit on product energy efficiency. So we were dealing with the energy label. So I have some knowledge of how difficult it is to convey complex information to the consumers. Well, I think, of course, there are two tools to handle this carbon emissions from the life cycle of the building. One of them is to put a legislative cap on it somehow. I don't know how you would actually do that and say that
you can't use that. Or you can only use so much of that.
Yes, and when you design a building, this is the total that you can do, and I don't think that will be workable as a first step. It would be maybe sometime in the future. I don't know, but I think there has to be a software approach from the start. There has to be information about it first. So first we need to create that information because it is not necessarily available. And we need to convey that information in an understandable manner to those who make decisions. And sometimes the decision makers are quite non-professional people, simple plain building owners who have maybe can understand a D label on an energy performance certificate for a building, but when it comes to whole life cycle emissions, I don't know how that could be conveyed in a simple way for taking proper decisions.
It's a challenge, isn't it?
Yes, and on the other hand, I don't think that diluting the energy performance label itself would be desirable. That's my personal view, because then you would perhaps lose the force of acting on direct emissions from the building. I think from the product legislation process, I know that there are a number of labels that can show how sustainable a product is, but there is a limit on the number of information that you can expect a consumer to digest.
Yeah. I was interested to see, forgive me if I'm intruding into areas that are not your specific area of expertise, but in the Green Deal and the announcement of the Social Climate Fund to help people to adapt to what will be probably increased energy costs, at least in the early stages of this process, and to, for example, install heat pumps and to make their homes and buildings more energy efficient. I'm also interested in how your unit and your DG has been focusing on the new European Bauhaus. Can you explain a little bit about that? I mean, how you're interacting with the concept, because it's a broad concept. It's a lifestyle concept in essence. It's a vision. And so I'm keen to know, how are different elements of the Commission fitting into this vision?
Yes. Well, to reply to your first question on the social fund, it's a challenge how to get to this 54% reduction of CO2 emissions by 2030, and we cannot. We cannot do it only using the public buildings, so we need to reach out to the population, and I think it's rather an opportunity to actually solve the energy poverty problems that are out there, and which in the current situation they are sometimes logged into situations of market failure, of simple difficulty of accessing the right information for people, and now so this whole social fund issue, climate social fund idea or proposal is coming from the recognition that in case the emission trading system is extended to buildings and transport, as the Commission is proposing it, the higher costs of the energy used in the buildings will be paid in the end by the users,
the consumers,
and the consumers. So the building owners and the tenants, also quite importantly, who don't have the decision-making power of improving their building because it belongs to
someone else.
So the idea there would be to set aside money from the emission trading revenues and not a small amount, but like something like 144 billion euros was mentioned in the proposal for the entire EU, which would be available for member states to help specifically those parts of the population who are locked into situations like the tenants, or are suffering from energy poverty or poverty in general, and they cannot afford a building renovation, in the first phase to simply counterbalance temporarily these higher costs that this ETS, extended ETS system would bring, and in a second phase help them renovate their buildings so that the energy costs will be lowered not by lowering the energy prices, but by using less energy,
making them more efficient.
Making them more efficient, which is the entire idea. So it's basically a win-win situation. It's just that what we need is that the member states also perceive this opportunity, and they also rally to the idea and try to sell to their population as the idea, and they don't use it for the contrary, which is to boost Euroscepticism in their countries, by saying that the Commission is trying to make you pay for the climate transition. So yeah, I think that's as much as I can say about this topic. And then our relationship to the new European Bauhaus. So we have there's a central coordination in the Commission managed by the Joint Research Center, and they have set up an inter-service group, and we are all participating in the meetings of this inter-service group. All the DGs who have some policies which have to do with buildings. So institutionally, this is managed quite well. On the other hand, I must say that it was also an initiative which was set up at record speed, and I think it was a challenge to contribute to the extent that I think we would have wanted to. So, for instance, when it comes to climate adaptation, I wish that it was more prominent in the communication material. I think it's there. I think people know that it's there, but if you try to look for information on climate adaptation in the new European Bauhaus material, you don't necessarily find it right away. So this, I think, we will work to change
to make it more prominent.
To make it more prominent, but I think it's part of the concept of a sustainable building. A building is not sustainable if it can be destroyed the next year.
By a flood, or
So
Tell me about the LIFE program and adaptation, because there are LIFE projects. The LIFE program focuses on climate increasingly, both mitigation and adaptation. Do you have some interaction with LIFE yourself on a regular basis in terms of project design, conception, suggestions, and setting out policy priorities for DG Climate and LIFE?
Absolutely. We are in constant. We have a policy officer in the unit who follows the LIFE program, and whenever there is a call for proposals put together, or a work program for a longer period, we are always consulted. And it's a very welcome development that adaptation is getting essentially the same attention, also budget-wise, as mitigation. And there are even calls. I was just checking the calls for 2021, the ones that close on the 30th of November. Mm-hmm. And in the adaptation part, there is one which mentions buildings specifically. So increasing the climate resilience of infrastructure and buildings is something like that. And we have had in the past some projects which were quite interesting. There was one which was about developing materials, a roof design. A roof tile design, which allows the circulation of air in the attic part of. These are not flat roof buildings, which have a kind of an attic, and those buildings. It's a win-win situation both for mitigation and adaptation, because it helps cool the building. So it reduces the need for air conditioning, and it also helps it prepare for increasing temperatures in cities. So that was an example of a quite concrete project, quite specific project, which focused on adaptation of buildings. And indeed, when it comes to the project selection, our views are, although we are not making decisions, that's not in our unit, but we are consulted when there is a short list of projects. We can provide our views, which ones are the most fitting with our current policy objectives.
Sure.
Strategically. Yeah.
In terms of developing those policy objectives, thinking about the LIFE program, it's very driven from the ground up. How do you shape policy when, you don't have to convince people really anymore of climate change and the need to both mitigate and adapt? A lot is coming from the ground up. So there's a balance to be struck, I guess, between what we can do, from a regulatory, legislative point of view, and what people are already doing and leading the way towards that. Do you see that, or there is the need, obviously, for a framework, but there is also a great deal of goodwill that LIFE is an example of, that going on at the ground level, right?
Yes. Well, the Commission launched another initiative which actually targets the level of citizens. So it's the European Climate Pact. Now, this is coming disturbingly close to the very recent Glasgow Climate Pact. So, but we had the copyright first. So while the Glasgow Climate Pact is about an international agreement on trying to reduce emission reduction in general from the countries, the European Climate Pact is more like a pact of the citizens to work towards mitigating and also adapting to climate change. Both angles are present there. So it's basically it's not really an instrument. It's not the Commission is providing support to that, but we are trying to set up a network of climate ambassadors who basically anyone can apply to become a climate ambassador, who will then spread I would say the news and the information about the problem and the possible solutions around themselves. And this is basically it started for good this year, so it would be too early to talk about real results or I think it would be time to evaluate this maybe next year or the year after. So we are pretty much still in the recruitment phase, but it's an attempt to it's a sign that we recognize that action is needed at all levels. Individual action is just as important as political action, and my personal message is that and this is also part of the Climate Pact, by the way, of the toolbox that we are making available, is that people should talk to their politicians. Because it's really the politicians are in a democracy are driven by essentially by popular wish, and if the popular wish is not sufficiently pointing to the right direction for making true progress towards climate action, then they are not going to take the right decisions, and the international negotiations as well will not come to very ambitious results. So this level, working at all levels, therefore, is necessary, and the Commission is doing it via the Climate Pact and the strategies and the legislation that we have in place.
I want to ask you one last question before we get Claire Taylor up here for 5 or 10 minutes before the session starts. You mentioned a very important word, evaluation. Can you take me through the way that you as DG Klima work to evaluate the measures that you propose, the assessments that you do, the extent, the rigor that you put into that process to make sure that the measures that you're putting forward are fit for purpose?
Well, there has been in the past, I would say 15 years. I've been in the Commission for 16 years, and I have observed a true progress in this sense. So when I arrived in 2005, the impact assessment was quite a new instrument, and we were. I remember that people saw it as a burden compared to the previous times when you could put together a policy based on a few consultations and,
yes.
and yeah. But that's the impact assessment that precedes the policy cycle. I mean, not precedes, but is the start of a new policy nowadays. So now the impact assessment is without question a compulsory tool. Not all the time. So, for instance, when it comes to the EU adaptation strategy, it was not compulsory. But we, as a unit, decided that we actually want to go through this. Because it brings the rigor, the critical mindset that is necessary to come to to go through a proper assessment and come to the right conclusions for the strategy. Now, the evaluation that is another part of the policy cycle which got increasing attention, I think in parallel to the impact assessment. And we have now a so-called better regulation framework, a better regulation accompanied by a better regulation toolbox, which is something like a 250-page document which I don't know 40 or 50 chapters or tools that address every imaginable aspect of the evaluation, and that you are supposed to apply in a common through a common methodology. We are given trainings for this. We have to go. It's a 2-day quite intense training that people who are dealing with policy have to take, but I think it was also extremely useful because it is again at the end of a policy cycle when you are looking at results. It gives you access to all the methodologies that are useful for assessing that policy. And for the adaptation strategy, it actually happened that in 2018 we evaluated the previous one. That was a 2-year process, which ended up with a staff working document with a look at how the member states are doing. So that we had a scoreboard basically for each member state, how well they have established a policy framework for adaptation. We were essentially looking more at the existence of a policy framework, that is a proper strategy, whether it existed in all sectors, whether it was well implemented, whether it was monitored. So it wasn't really looking at at quantitative results, because for adaptation it is a challenge to quantify when a result is achieved, That we are still working on it, because it's much more difficult than for mitigation, where you have numerical targets already. That evaluation cycle ended in 2018, and it's only after that we started to draft the new strategy based on the outcome of the evaluation. But still, there was also an impact assessment to see if we do these things, what they will result in. So I think on the adaptation front, I think we are really taking it very seriously to underpin the strategies and with the right amount of analysis. And interestingly, I would point out, and this is something that I haven't mentioned yet, and it's quite important, that the climate law, which was adopted in the summer, contains also an adaptation article and provisions for the member states and the Commission to apply. So in the past, the adaptation strategies were voluntary. We did manage to convince all the member states to have adaptation strategies, but now it's already enshrined in law. But the Commission also has additional obligations. We have to, whenever a Commission proposal is put on the table, we need to assess, basically do a vulnerability and risk assessment, and see in the impact assessment that we do for that Commission proposal how the climate change would affect the implementation of the legislation. And that will be included in the better regulation package. So it will apply across the Commission.
One ultra last question, I promise, but you mentioned something really interesting, which was in the 2013 adaptation strategy, you didn't have in your words, an international angle, but subsequently you've developed one. Can you just go into that a little bit more in terms of what you mean by that and why an international angle is important?
I think in 2013, the adaptation challenge was regarded mostly as a domestic challenge. And the Paris Agreement didn't exist yet. I think that agreement was really a game changer. Because it elevated also in the international field the adaptation question to the same level of importance as the mitigation question. So in a way we had to respond to that in the 2021 strategy. But it doesn't mean that there were no international activities ongoing before. But what we were doing is now basically included in the strategy with the and it's actually working with developing countries on providing adaptation finance to them. And there were some decisions taken at the Glasgow conference also to increase that amount. And also looking at quite an important aspect, and it's also relevant for the domestic policies, and I'm very glad that it actually is now part of it, is looking at spillover effects. So how developments in other parts of the world, I mean, in terms of climate change impacts, can affect the EU. So I'm talking about supply chains, about transport issues.
Could be agriculture.
Agriculture or even migration. So mass migration induced by climate. So we have now an angle in the strategy which shows that we will pay increasing attention to this. In the future, and also in the domestic policies, we will have to consider these external threats.
Well, Andres, thank you very much for coming on. You've been a star, and of course, if you ever fancy moving service, I'm sure the spokesperson service of the Commission would be very glad to have you, because you've given us an absolutely thorough overview of what has been a very fascinating discussion and topic, and I hope you get as much out of your attendance here today as all the other participants seem to be doing too. So thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you very much.
Well, you're listening to Bauhaus Radio. It's 9:25. We're going to start our first session of the morning shortly. And just to go through that, we're going to be talking fundamentally today about energy efficiency, the use of sustainable materials in buildings, and also promoting sustainable transport. There are many different aspects to topics such as this. Some of the questions that we'll be looking at on energy performance in buildings are renovation in ways that align energy, climate and circular economy requirements with the concept of the new European Bauhaus that we're discussing in this week's conference. Also, historical buildings, which is a key issue in many European towns and cities where buildings are protected, and we don't want to tear them down, but we want to make them more efficient and usable for people. Also, how positive energy buildings, communities, and the concept of prosumers, as it's known, can contribute to the decarbonisation of energy needs in buildings. And if you want to know what a prosumer is, well, then you'll need to tune in to this morning's session, which our moderators, Philip and Jackie, are getting ready to, warming up their voices, no doubt, getting ready to lead. And then the session 2 from midday European time to 1:30 will focus on the circular economy, which is a key issue for the LIFE programme. More and more projects, both for LIFE and in fact also the Horizon Europe programme, are focusing on the circular economy. And really your mind would be blown if you had a whole list of the various projects that are underway across Europe, from across industry, ceramics, carpet production, leather. It's truly astonishing the way that the circular economy projects are advancing, and of course part of that is circular economy in construction and buildings too, given that the construction waste stream is such a prominent waste stream in the European Union. And then after lunch, we'll come back for a third session on sustainable cities and districts, which will be a fascinating discussion too, because it kind of brings everything together in terms of what we've been discussing, what we'll be discussing today, and on the new European Bauhaus. That will cover things from the heat island effect district heating and road lighting, sustainable mobility initiatives, accessibility, affordability, how to replicate and to scale up. So that will be pretty much it for the day. There'll be a brief discussion at the end with Agnieszka Romanovic, who's the Deputy Head of Unit at Cinia, and I'm looking forward to actually speaking to Agnieszka a little bit later on. So for now, that's it from the first session of Bauhaus Radio. We're coming up to 9:29, and the session in the main conference venue is about to start. Enjoy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome back on behalf of the European Commission to day 2 of our hybrid conference on beautiful, sustainable, together. Life in the new European Bauhaus. For those of you who were not with us yesterday, my name is Jackie Davis. I'll be your Master of Ceremonies today. And yesterday, we had a very rich, a very intense day of discussions following an opening session which underlined the importance of new European Bauhaus, underpinned by its core values of sustainability, of beauty, aesthetics, and togetherness, involving all actors and communities working together in a multidisciplinary way for the transition envisaged by the European Green Deal. In the panel sessions that followed, we shared experiences and best practices as we discussed how to change mindsets and drive behavioral change, with a strong focus on how to engage with and mobilize citizens in the transformation, and on education, on building a new culture, a new ethos to drive progress. Today, we're going to focus on transforming urban areas, including energy efficiency, the use of sustainable materials in buildings, and promoting sustainable transport. I'll give you more information about the program later on. One housekeeping note before I introduce our opening speaker. If you want to tweet out, get the new European Bauhaus message out to the world from what you are hearing at this conference, please do so, and use the hashtag New European Bauhaus. You can also use the hashtag LifeProgram. But now it is my privilege and honor to welcome our keynote speaker this morning. Joining us online, delighted to welcome Maria Gabriel, the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. To kick us off, Commissioner, thank you so much for joining us today, and over to you.
Good morning, Jackie. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is a pleasure to welcome you to this second day of Life in the New European Bauhaus. This time to showcase inspiring projects of urban transformation and innovative solutions. Well, the New European Bauhaus is a creative and interdisciplinary movement in the making, which invites to change perspective and to look at our green challenges as opportunities to transform our lives for the better. The New European Bauhaus is the soul of the European Green Deal. And we want to bring it to life in an attractive, innovative, and human-centered way. That is why we are aiming for three kinds of transformations. First of all, for transformation of places on the ground, from homes and neighborhoods to working and meeting spaces, from furniture to fashion. Second, transformation needs to happen in the enabling environment for innovation, for instance, by intelligently combining new and traditional techniques and local crafts and knowledge. And finally, we also aim for a transformation in our way of thinking, reconsidering what gives meaning to our lives and lifestyles. Yesterday's sessions that was just said focused on this last transformation and transformation in our way of thinking on how to engage citizens in the process of co-creation to promote a behavioral change towards sustainable lifestyles. Today, we'll focus on a different aspect of the transition, on how to achieve transformation in specific places on the ground, in buildings, cities, or rural areas, and what we can do differently to make the necessary innovation happen. The aim is to provide all citizens with access to goods that are circular, less carbon intensive, that support the regeneration of nature and protect biodiversity. We know that this can only happen if people from different backgrounds and areas think and work together in a participatory way. Our ambition is to bring together those who are looking for a solution and those who might have it, those who need networks and those who can provide access to them, those who have made breakthrough to those who are taking their first steps. Solutions need to be implemented on a large scale, and at the same time, they have to match the local specific context. And in this context, the new European Bauhaus can be an accelerator, which, on the basis of the collective knowledge, will contribute to the development of concrete projects. This is why events as the one today are so important. Exchanging knowledge, learnings, and good practices across disciplines and European policies is key to the success of the new European Bauhaus. The projects that are being showcased here are already champions in transdisciplinarity and exemplary new European Bauhaus projects. Several of the initiatives in our recently adopted communication are directly impacting cities and urban areas and seek to support a holistic approach to sustainable urban development. It is impossible to be exhaustive, so I would just like to mention a few. First, on the Horizon Europe program, you have the opportunity to apply for pilot projects until 25th of January. These pilots will become lighthouse demonstrators combining the key principles of the new European Bauhaus, sustainability, inclusion, and aesthetics, with a mission-oriented approach, impactful, measurable, targeted. And the supported projects will engage with communities and employ architecture, design, and culture to achieve transformational impact. Through a 10 million euro call, Horizon Europe will support social housing district demonstrators taking an integrated neighborhood approach. And recently, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology launched its EIT Community Booster, scaling new European Bauhaus ventures. It will look for the most innovative ventures, driving sustainable change for cities, industries, and overall quality of life to support their business growth. Second, a call under the LIFE program is still open for everyone. That means the end of November. And this call will fund specific incubator projects targeting environmental challenges situated at the crossroads between science, environment, art, and culture. Third, we are also joining forces with cohesion policy in the context of the urban innovative actions within the European Urban Initiative. A dedicated call will test out ideas in practice and materialize pilot interventions, including through the transformation of urban living spaces and infrastructures. Fourth, my team in Joint Research Center, in collaboration with the European Laboratory for Structural Assessment, Reaction Wall, and the Nanobiotechnology Laboratory, is seeking cross-border proposals. If you have a project that revolves around smart and sustainable materials, green renovation, and inclusive design, you might want to check out this opportunity. And I would also like to point out to the Levels Framework Initiative, which promotes carbon assessment for the environmental performance of buildings. It can act as a bridge between European policy, technical standards, and set out a common framework for building sustainability. Finally, to succeed, we have to focus also on community learning and social engagement. We need education and culture. That is why next year we are launching several calls under Erasmus Plus on the theme of our future, beautiful, sustainable together, schools and the new European Bauhaus. This year's first edition of the new European Bauhaus Prizes was somehow the first milestone in rewarding excellence and creativity in implementing the new European Bauhaus. Building on the good practices, we'll continue with the second edition next year. The winning projects presented inspiring examples of how abundant urban spaces can be turned into vibrant centers for community life, or how healthy and sustainable building materials can increase the quality of life in our living spaces. Some of the winners and finalists will share with you tomorrow their stories of how spirit of creativity can generate novel ideas and tangible benefits to your neighborhood, town, or region. As you can see, the new European Bauhaus has an ambitious agenda, but we know that this change is possible because we have projects like the ones presented during these 3 days. And we can see that the new European Bauhaus, it's not only an initiative of the future, but that it already exists everywhere around us. It is a project of hope, and the innovative spirit of the change makers at this event gives us every reason to be hopeful. The new European Bauhaus Festival next year will be another opportunity to join the movement. Citizens, architects, artists, policymakers, researchers will be invited physically or virtually to present their project ideas. So we are all in this together, and we need strong cooperation from you to deliver on the ground the new European Bauhaus projects. Now, I would like to wish you fruitful discussions during this second day of the event, and thank you very much for having me with you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your passion and your commitment to New European Bauhaus and enthusiasm, which I know is shared by everybody who is watching us. You talked about we know change is possible. It is already around us. Again, today we're going to hear some more examples of how it is already around us, but also discuss how do we build on that, how do we replicate, and you've underlined that key third word in the title of our event, togetherness, working together. Again, we're talking about those collaborative processes. We will report back to you, Commissioner, but thank you so much for finding the time to be with us today. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking the Commissioner very much indeed. Thank you. So, as I was mentioning, we are going to come back to a lot of those issues today and tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be focusing on nature-based solutions. Today, as was said, we're going to be talking and focusing on transforming urban areas. But many of those themes coming through, I think, in all of our discussions throughout the 3 days of this event. To talk a little bit more about the topics we're going to be discussing today, I am delighted to welcome Mechthild Woesdorfer, who is Deputy Director General in the European Commission's Directorate General for Energy, responsible for the coordination of the just and green energy transition. So Mechthild, a very warm welcome. Thank you to you for joining us today as well. Great to have you with us. Mechthild, as we've been hearing, today's discussions are going to focus on this transformation of the urban areas. The Commissioner there talking about ideas, tangible benefits for our towns and our regions. How do you see New European Bauhaus, this initiative's potential contribution, particularly in the context of the EU's increased energy and climate ambitions?
So thank you very much. Good morning, Jackie. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to join this important 3 days conference on the new Bauhaus. And I'm delighted to explain a little bit more the energy and the climate link to this initiative. So as we also heard from Commissioner Gabriel, it's really a cross-sectoral, interactive debate we want to achieve. And we all know that clean energy transition and climate change are at the heart of the European Commission's agenda, as well as the member states' agenda. We also know that urban cities and areas are responsible for 75% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And that in Europe, at least, but also in other parts of the world, the single largest energy consumer are the buildings, a combination of old and new buildings, and they represent 1/3, even a little bit more, 36% of our greenhouse gas emissions. So I think it's very clear from these figures that we need to look on how to transform our buildings in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And the idea is, as you know, the target is to reduce it by 2030 by 55%. So the buildings responsible for more than 1/3 is a key actor there.
Thank you. And in the context of the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package, the EU Climate Pact, that huge range of initiatives, what do you see new European Bauhaus really contributing here?
I think, first of all, the European Bauhaus can contribute to a number of areas. So the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55, as you just mentioned, have in the energy sector 2 clear priorities: promote and deploy renewables, all forms of renewables, solar PV and wind in particular, but also energy efficiency. The energy we don't consume is the best for our bills, for our consumers, for our climate, and for the environment. So the European Green Deal is also linked to a lot of activities, what we are seeing now, which is the recovery. So in order to come out of the crisis, the European Commission has set up recovery plans, has set up the money, and it was already talked about the LIFE program, but it's also a regulatory framework. So what we want to achieve with the Fit for 55 is to promote the renewables in, for example, in the building sector, in the industry, in the transport sector, and we want to promote energy efficiency together. And I think the new Bauhaus initiative, which has also as one key area renovation of buildings, making it more design, is the link with the sustainability and the deployment of renewables and energy efficiency.
Thank you. And of course, when we talk about European Bauhaus, we are talking about sustainability. We're also talking about beauty, about aesthetics, about the positive message of this, because I think when people talk about energy efficiency of buildings, they tend to see it in some ways, certainly there's a cost, there's an upfront cost to renovations. See the negative sides. Do you see this as an opportunity also to reframe that debate on making progress in this area, with specific reference to buildings first?
Yeah, so thank you, Jackie, to remind us. I think there is a very good opportunity. As you said, the new Bauhaus is about bringing design, aesthetics in the debate, which probably we haven't done enough. There is a golden opportunity to combine what I said before, climate change, energy efficiency, with a new architecture, with a new design, with a new way of living. I mean, it shouldn't be a deep renovation of a public or a private house can have a gain in the joy of life, in the design of a house or an apartment, and combining that with more renovation, insulation of a house, of a building, can make it more better looking, can make it that people are feeling better about it. And that's why I think in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, which is something which we in the European Commission, in the Energy Department, we are preparing right now, it's really focusing on long-term renovation strategies. It's focusing on modernizing both public buildings. We see the public sector here as exemplary in terms of schools, hospitals, administration, to improve the building, the design. But there's also a role to play in the buildings of private owners. And we know in some of our member states, 80–90% of the houses are owned by private people. So it will cost money, but I think there is money available from the Commission, but also from national and regional funds. But that brings also another change in the living, a golden opportunity, as I said, to combine the renovations with making it more energy efficient, our buildings, but also improving the design and making it more livable.
Thank you. And when you talk there about private owners, of course, that links very much to the conversations we were having yesterday about changing mindsets, about behavioural change and what drives it. We had a fascinating debate about what works, what doesn't, to drive that change. We haven't talked yet about the second topic that we're going to discuss today, the circular economy. And how do you see, we have a circular economy action plan, of course. We are well on the road in that area. How do you think New European Bauhaus might contribute there?
Yeah, I think the renovation wave, I hadn't mentioned it, but the renovation wave is something we have been launching together with the legal framework and what I described from the Fit for 55 package. So the renovation wave highlights the life cycle thinking and the circularity as a key principle, both in this decade towards 2030, but also longer term, because a lot of these buildings and actions are also beyond, have an impact beyond 2050. So several actions in this renovation wave aim at making the construction ecosystem fit to deliver sustainable renovation based on circular solutions, which means also use and reuse of sustainable materials and the integration of nature-based solutions. And one example out of that is that we are having a roadmap leading up to 2050. As I said, it's also a long-term exercise for reducing whole life cycle carbon emissions in buildings, which is currently under development. So this new European Bauhaus is also important in gathering practitioners from across the disciplines, not only energy expert architects, but also material producers, to reimagine how sustainable living, including circularity principle, could, but also should look like in the future. And I think this is a particular focus which we would like to combine and discuss today in the second session on the circular economy, how this sustainable and reuse of materials, which is a big part of the renovation agenda and the renovation wave and the new Bauhaus, can be explored better.
And you mentioned, Mechtild, at the beginning, why today's issue is so important, why urban areas are so important, 75% of greenhouse gas emissions. In our third session today, we are going to focus very much on cities and districts around cities. And of course, one of the key issues there, sustainable transport. How there do you see the challenge ahead?
I think it's very hard for one owner or one person who is renting an apartment to do all that. So let me take an example for sustainable cities and districts, which I'm sure will come up in the debate today. It's about energy communities. That is a way, it's more an organizational structure that organizes citizen ownership with a specific purpose of providing environment, economic or social community benefits. So energy communities, so the people putting together will generate, consume, store and sell energy, and then can offer tools to the most vulnerable citizens to lift them out of energy poverty. I think one aspect which I would highlight here in the debate, which we will make a particular focus in our work, but also in the renovation way and the new Bauhaus, and I'm sure it's come up, is the vulnerable consumer. Those who are more on social needs, and they don't have the money to afford all those renovation and changes which we would like to trigger. So energy communities, putting people together to advise and generate and work together with vulnerable consumer and citizens, can bring benefits for sustainable cities and districts. And I'm sure they will be highlighted as an important aspect of this new European Bauhaus in the debate this afternoon.
Absolutely, and very much bringing to life that commitment for a just transition, a transition that leaves no one behind. As we look to the future and across this whole range of areas, Mechthild, what do you think the biggest challenges are going to be?
I think one of the biggest challenges is certainly financing. I think there is a lot of willingness. We do the regulatory framework to give incentives. We have the renovation wave and so on. But one aspect which we had a debate a few days ago with member states is finance. Though the European Commission and the European Green Deal has a lot, is the top priority also in our multi-annual financial framework, in our recovery plans, which member states have committed. Between 35 and 40% of each national recovery plan is dedicated to energy efficiency and renewables deployment, and sometimes even combined. So building renovation is a big priority for our members in the recovery plans, and we are helping them with best practice and advice. But there's also the LIFE program, and the LIFE Clean Energy Transition sub-program, which is a new one under the LIFE program. It was with Horizon Europe. Is really the main objective here is to favor market uptake of technologies and enable regulatory conditions for the clean energy transition. So this is exactly about removing market barriers, raising awareness, having more talk like we do today, conferences, and the one we are organizing 2022, which Commissioner Gabriel just mentioned, empowering consumers in the transition to decarbonize building stocks. So this LIFE Clean Energy Transition sub-program is there to tackle the obstacles when it comes to financing, which we see as one of the major challenges for both public sector but also private sector to make that renovation and the building sector modernization happening. And I think the new European Bauhaus will also provide, and is very important, to provide solutions for this socially promising green and digital solution, technologies and products which we need in order to have innovative solutions in terms of architecture, but also building materials to make that happen, these changes.
And you mentioned, Mechthild, you mentioned the LIFE programme, you mentioned Horizon Europe. We're going to hear more later on about some of the opportunities available under Horizon Europe. The Commissioner also mentioned other EU financing instruments, the link with regional policy. You talked about the member states' recovery plans and so on. If you, as a final question, if you had to give people looking to incorporate new European Bauhaus principles into project proposals to really bring this to life, to take advantage of the financing that is out there. As you said, an enormous challenge remains to find more, but to take advantage of what is available under the EU umbrella. Would you have any advice for them?
I think the conference today is a very good first step because we have a holistic problem here. Very often we discuss issues in silos, like the energy people with the energy, the architects with the architect, the innovators, the small and business. Our idea here, and I think this should be happening in these 3 days and obviously beyond, that we work across areas, disciplines, and levels. So all projects which we are aiming at should deal with the built environment as a whole, but can focus on challenges like I mentioned, the climate challenges, but there is also social cohesion, digital construction, and bioresources. So my advice when you prepare for project proposal is to break these silos, explore new collaboration, and apply a holistic approach towards the challenges. As soon as we work all together then we can make projects which bring a real change. But it's really necessary to talk to each other so that we can have the benefits and make this new energy and European Bauhaus a real success story.
Thank you so much, Mechthild, for spending time with us today, sharing your thoughts. Fascinating discussion, lots to build on in our conversations today. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, those in the room, perhaps you could join me in thanking Mechthild very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jackie.
So, as Mechthild was saying there, she's focused, she's talked to us about the three key issues we're going to focus on today, on energy performance in buildings, the circular economy, and sustainable cities and districts. And at the end of the day, we'll also be learning more about implementing new European Bauhaus principles, specifically in Horizon Europe, but also more widely. Let me just remind you of a couple of things before we go any further. Bauhaus Radio. Some of you tuned in this morning. It's playing every day before we start and in the coffee and lunch breaks. Do tune in. Lots of fascinating interviews Stephen Jones is conducting with change makers, with policy makers, so do tune in if you can. Also, don't forget, lots of opportunities for one-on-one networking, matchmaking, call it what you will. You can fix this up if you registered with the conference website. You can fix this up online to either meet here in person or online. And just to also mention, all the presentations you see will be sent to participants afterwards. And if you want any clips from this conference, any of the videos that you see, any clips from the discussions, we can provide those. Please do just email the email address at the bottom of your registration email if you want any of that. And please do so. Let's get that new European Bauhaus message out to everyone. I'm now going to welcome on stage my partner in crime, as it were, Philippe von der Nabila. Philippe, come and join me for a moment. Philippe is moderating very intense panel discussions where we hear those best practice examples and discuss what we learn from them and where we go. Philippe, just a thought from you before you start.
Hello, Sebastian.
Before you start today's marathon.
Hello.
Sorry, we have a little technical hitch. I think we're fine now. Before we start today's marathon, what are you hoping will come out of our conversations in these three key areas today?
I'm looking forward to those conversations because the challenges ahead of us are not small. So to be brutally honest with you, Jackie, yesterday's program, it appealed to the European citizen in me. And it filled me with a sense of pride that I can contribute within this European endeavor to reach stretching goals. We can all contribute. Today's program, again, to be relentlessly honest with you, it appeals to the engineer in me. So we're going to talk circular economy, we're going to talk sustainable materials in buildings, we're going to talk the renovation wave, we're going to address sustainable cities and sustainable districts, and that fills me with a sense of enthusiasm. So I'll have a very hard time today hiding that enthusiasm. What I hope to see and to get from the discussions today are at least some pathways, some roadmaps moving forward on how we can renovate this building stock that we have, and I think it is still a means that allows us to take a step forward. So there's still some room of improvement in decarbonizing the building sector, and I hope to see some tangible actions that go towards those goals.
Thank you very much, and I think that sums up beautifully what New European Bauhaus is all about, bringing the citizen and the engineer, in your case, together. It's that working together, bringing it together in a holistic way. Don't hide the passion, don't hide the enthusiasm. Have a great day, Philippe. I'll see you a little bit later on, but I'm going to leave it to you now to launch that discussion on energy performance in buildings. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jackie, and it will be my pleasure to be your evil twin for today. For our first session today, indeed, we will be looking at energy performance in buildings. I think it's a poorly kept secret that buildings still account for a significant part of the energy demand and represent some 36% of CO2 emissions in Europe. So I assume I am preaching to the converted when I say that decarbonizing the building stock is essential to reduce emissions and to meet those stretching 2030 and 2050 climate targets. In the new European Bauhaus, as we've just come to establish, energy, climate and circular economy are aligned drivers for deep renovation of our buildings. This session, the first session of this morning, will focus on how to scale up renovation rates while protecting cultural heritage, fighting energy poverty, and harnessing the power of our communities. I invite all of you to fasten your seatbelts and brace for impact. Impact from the sheer deluge of insights, knowledge, and perspectives we will be throwing at you in the next 90 minutes. Indeed, in fact, it's a little bit less than 90 minutes, but I have almost an entire football team lined up for you, so let's get started. In an attempt to make it a little bit easier for you to digest all of that content, we split up the session in two parts. So I will first be unleashing 4 speakers. One of them is with me here on site in Brussels. 3 of the others will be calling in from sites across Europe. Then we'll try to entertain in a small roundtable discussion amongst those 4 speakers on the common themes, the challenges and the issues that have arisen during their presentation. I will then throw in 3 more speakers to reflect on strategies to foster innovation and to talk about funding, certificates, governance, and high-level approaches. We'll again, if time allows for that, have a small meeting of the minds amongst those 3 speakers. And I also have the privilege and the pleasure of having Annette Persson with me here today in Brussels. So I'll be coming to her as well to hear the perspectives of DG Energy and the European Commission on what we have been discussing this morning. If time allows for that, we will also try to entertain at the very end of the session an interactive Q&A. And for that purpose, again, we have Slido with us. So please don't hesitate to convey any questions or remarks through slido.com, #NewEuropeanBauhaus. Given our agenda for this morning, I cannot promise that we will cover all of your questions, but please, by all means, feel free to use Slido. And again, if time allows for that, I'll be happy to pick up your questions. Now, the grand total of 7 speakers, 2 roundtable discussions, some reflections and some thoughts from DG Energy, and the Q&A session at the very end, all of that in less than 3/4 of an hour. So either our speakers will have to speak at the speed of light, by which time will contract and will be able to comply with our rather congested schedule, or our speakers will choose to speak at the speed of sound, but in that scenario, I will have to be relentless in making sure that they stick to their allocated time slot. I think I've made it fairly clear that we'll need some superhuman powers to cover the content and give all our speakers the forum and the time and the exposure that they deserve. In that respect, it is very helpful that my first speaker happens to be a superhero. Giuliana Bonvicini is head researcher at the Centro Ceramico and will bring us up to speed with the Live Superhero project, where innovative roof tiles are developed for a more efficient cooling of buildings and to combat the urban heat island effect. Giuliana had a flight cancelled, but she has shown her superhero powers by tuning in, and I see that she's ready to take the stage. So for the next 6 minutes, the stage is yours, Giuliana.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for taking me the floor and for this very huge introduction. And I think you've already you had a very good introduction on the problem that we are targeted with this project. Superhero wants to give a solution to stop or at least reduce a climate vicious circle that you have already described. Because, of course, we know about the climate change. That means summer heat waves, because we are talking with this project in particular for hot summer season. And that means a high demand for air conditioning. Of course, that means a high demand in energy, high emission of pollutant, and of course, an exacerbated of urban heat island surrounding the areas of city and building. We have already, you can go, sorry, to the next slide, please. I forgot to give you the next slide, and again, the next slide. Okay. What we have already in European policy and, for example, public procurement, and also in a building rating system is a solution that address with, for example, the use of cool roof and green roof, the problem of urban heat island. Also, the European policy use or address the problem of building energy saving, mainly focus on winter heating saving through the envelope. But as has been demonstrated in scientific literature, highly insulated building envelope in hot climates is not an effective strategy for building cooling needs or to improve the indoor comfort. And this, of course, has a distortion on the market because push the market towards specific direction, regardless of geographical location, and risk to penalize traditional building components such as clay tiles. Next slide, please. Our solution proposes the use of ventilated and permeable roof as a promising strategy to reduce building overheating, because the roof can be obtained through an airspace between installed roof covering and the roof sheeting, reducing and allows heating to dissipate from the sheeting and roofing material. And this could have a good impact on effect of urban heat islands surrounding the areas, and also as a passive cooling technology to reduce the temperature of the building. Next slide, please. Which are the benefits of our technologies? We can reduce the external roof covering temperature, and of course that means less impact on urban heat island. And we can reduce the internal temperature and incoming heat fluxes of the building, and that translates in a low energy demand for artificial cooling. And also the use of traditional material like clay tiles with no additive technologies, with no additive materials, unless clay, we can obtain a low cost, low maintenance and sustainable technology to have adaptation and mitigation effect on the climate emergency. Thank you very much.
Thanks for this very interesting presentation, Giuliana. Thanks for the presentation. That certainly appeals to the engineer in me. And indeed, I acknowledge that passive cooling is a smart and sustainable solution, and the use of ventilated and permeable roofs provides promising potential to reduce building overheating. So thanks a lot. Thanks again for that very interesting presentation. My next speaker will be calling in remotely as well, but from Portugal this time. Filipe Neve da Silva holds a Master in Energy and Environmental Engineering and is currently working as an R&D engineer at Energias de Portugal. In his current role, he is managing co-financed projects related to energy efficiency in buildings. Filipe takes pride in working every day towards a more sustainable future. I hand the virtual stage to him to convey that positive spirit, as he will be presenting the Positive project that develops solutions at building and district level that enable the increase of energy self-consumption, energy savings, and an increased share of locally produced renewable energy. Filipe, over to you.
Thank you very much, Philip, for the introduction. I think it covered almost everything, so it was great. But I'll just like to talk to you a little bit today about this project, Positive. So if you could please change to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. Positive is a big project, 46 partners, 5-year duration, with 2 fellow cities, which is Évora and Alkmaar in Portugal and the Netherlands, and then another 6 fellow cities that will try to replicate what we are doing in the project. And again, next slide, please. Okay, thank you. And what we intend with this project, our 3 main objectives is, as the name mentioned, is to deliver a set of positive energy blocks. So we want to have areas inside the cities that produce more energy than they consume. And then we have 2 very important objectives as well in this project, which is related with the cultural heritage, protecting cultural heritage of the cities, So all of our cities in the project, all the 6 fellow cities and 2 lighthouse cities are historical cities. And finally, and finally, the third objective is to improve citizens' well-being. So we want to develop the solutions with the citizen as the centerpiece of our solutions and all developed around him. So we will test this by demonstrating different solutions. They are around 70 different innovative solutions, and they cover 4 domains. I will not talk about the individual solutions today, but the 4 domains are efficient buildings and energy production, flexibility, transports and mobility, and citizen-focused solutions. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is one of the demo sites of the project, the Évora City Center. So you can see on your right, on top right, you can see one of the PEBs, which is the city center. Below, we have the industrial area of the city. And then to the left, we have a small village outside the city called Valverde. This was just to give you an overview of the Portuguese pilot site, and what we are doing is mentioned here as well. But I'll go to some of the insights in the next slides, please. Yeah, so I was asked to bring some of the insights of the project, and this project is still halfway through, so we still have many more things to develop and experience. But right now, the insights that I would like to share with you, one is the relation with the energy regulator in Portugal. So the energy regulator in Portugal is called ERS, and they allow us to set up these regulatory sandboxes, which I think is a very good insight and very good practice for all projects, because not only we can support upcoming regulation, but also we are allowed to test some innovative solutions that otherwise would not be possible for us to test, namely peer-to-peer energy trading, or sharing coefficients for energy communities that are more dynamic and promote self-consumption. Next slide, please. Okay, so the second insight that I would like to share with you is related with, again, a relation with a public entity, this time the cultural directorate. And this is a picture of Évora, the city. So you can see there's this Roman temple, and we have all these typical Portuguese facades, white facades with roof tiles. So it's very important to keep this heritage. And what we are doing, like it shows in the new pictures, is implementing building integrated photovoltaics and other solutions that minimize the visual impact. So they allow us to implement solutions, innovative solutions, without impacting the cultural heritage. And this, I think, is a highlight from here, is just that we should always, in every city, take into consideration the visual impact that the solutions that we are implementing will have. And my final insight, final slide, please, thank you, is related with the village of Valverde. So this village is where EDP started to promote and implement smart meters many years ago. And there is a very good relationship that was established with the citizens that live here. So what I would just like to highlight is that even though the average age in this village is quite high, if we can explain very well to the citizens the value of these solutions, they are very willing to uptake such solutions. And I think this is very in the spirit of the new European Bauhaus initiative to bring citizens to design the city of tomorrow. So just as a final note, I'll say that sharing knowledge is probably the most important thing that we can achieve with these projects. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Felipe, for conveying this positive message and radiating a lot of energy in the process. Also great to see that your project is already delivering tangible results, which I think will also tie into our session 3 of this afternoon on sustainable districts. Now, I'd like to turn to the physical stage here in Brussels and introduce to you Zita Kakalechikova. Zita is manager for the residential energy programs at Habitat for Humanity International, with responsibilities for the EMEA perimeter, meaning that she covers Europe, Middle East and Africa. I invite you to take the stage, Zita, to talk about the COMACT Horizon 2020 project, a project that targets energy efficiency improvements in multi-family apartment buildings in Central Eastern Europe as affordable solutions for energy poverty.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will talk about the COMACT project, as you said. This is a Horizon 2020 project already running for 1 year, and we have still 2 more years left. Next slide, please. We are a housing organization, so we deal with the housing solutions for the poor all over the world. And with this project, we really focus on a special region of Central and Eastern Europe. I want to talk about a little bit of the context, why we focus there and why it's important to be there. Basically, these are all ex-communist countries, and all of these countries have, what you can see on the picture, these multi-apartment buildings. And in many countries, there is like a really big amount of these buildings. These buildings have been built during the communist times, not thinking about the energy consumption. They were built very quickly. And important thing is that they have been maintained by the state. What happened in the 90s, when the privatization happened, all of these tenants living in these buildings became homeowners, literally from one night. And what actually happened is that they became responsible for taking care of their buildings. So they are the ones that should renovate the building if they want to renovate the building. And this is where the bottleneck is, and this is where COMACT focuses. If you go to the next slide, please. We really focus on the homeowners themselves. So we work with the homeowners, the communities of homeowners, the homeowner associations, and we are trying to help them figure out how to renovate their building and how to renovate their building affordably, so they can afford it, because this is a huge investment for the homeowners. And when I talk about homeowners, usually you imagine people that are better off, but this is not the case for Central and Eastern Europe. Really, these buildings have inhabitants of all the social mix, so you have low income, middle income, even higher income. So the COMACT is focusing really on the homeowners themselves. If you go to the next slide. Specifically, we focus as well on the energy poor, because energy poverty is a huge issue in this region. And one of the aims of the project is really to define energy poverty on the building level, because as I said, this is really a difficult issue, as you have a social mix in the building, so it's really difficult to define who is really energy poor and how do we define if the whole building is energy poor. So one of the tasks of the project is really to find out what energy poverty means on the building level, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. And then the approach that we are taking is that we are working with the homeowners themselves, with the homeowner associations. We are intervening in 3 dimensions. The most important dimension is to talk to the homeowners, organize them, train them, because it's really important that they get together, they form a homeowner association, and they make decisions. There are rules, there are laws on this. In many countries, it's different in each country. But the most important point is that the homeowners do not know what to do. So they really need a facilitator, someone that will help them. The second dimension is that we are trying to come up and show them the financial solutions that exist in the countries. In many of the countries of Central Europe especially, there are already programs focusing on refurbishing the multi-apartment buildings, but many times a lot of homeowners do not know about it. They think they cannot afford it. So we are really trying to show them what is doable in the market and also come up with the new solutions that could help them. And the third dimension is that we are trying to find really tailor-made technical solutions that could really reduce energy consumption for them and really take them out from energy poverty. We are trying this in the 5 pilot countries. each country, thank you, each country is representing a micro-region in a way. So we have Baltic region, we have Eastern neighborhood region, we have Central Europe, and we have Balkans. And so really, each country is different. Each country needs a little bit different tailor-made approach. But in all of these countries, the most important thing is to focus on the homeowners themselves and to work with them, because if the homeowners themselves do not decide and do not organize together to renovate a building, no renovation will happen. So this is what we focus on. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sita, for this quick updates on community-tailored actions to mitigate energy poverty. Now, I promised you a roller coaster this morning's session, so let's swipe back again to the screen and introduce the next speaker, who is Sébastien Delpont. Sébastien calls himself an energy transition facilitator. He is head of the Net Zero Retrofit Market Development Team at Energiesprong and also Chief Development Officer at the Sustainability Consulting Branch at Greenflex. I give the word to Sébastien to talk to us about the Transition Zero project, where Energiesprong brokered a deal between housing associations and builders to refurbish houses to net zero energy buildings, financed by future energy cost savings. Sébastien, over to you.
Thanks. I'm happy to be with you to share that. Why this project, Transition Zero? The idea, next slide, is that Greta is right. We're not moving fast enough, and we're in a world where radical should be the new norm. But to find a way, and that was quite impressive in a bad way in Glasgow, that energy efficiency is not in the center of the mind of most of people of the ecosystem. Where you were in Glasgow at the COP26 in the green zone, there was 0% of solution showed to the world that were about energy efficiency in building, whether that's 40% of EU emission. We have to find a way to make more popular, more at the center of the stage, this issue of deep energy retrofit, and that's what the project aimed at doing through transnational cooperation. It builds how to have a simple target and make a market out of nowhere, getting inspired by sectors where things worked, the organic food sectors. Everybody knew in Europe what is organic food. That's zero pesticides. And we thought that really drives some innovation all through the ecosystems. And what we aim at doing with Energiesprong is driving a market with a simple ambition, an ambition my grandma can understand, which is net zero energy retrofit. Next slide. Because we really think that we need to really change and have a locomotive market that's going to drive huge innovation in the sectors. The challenge we have basically is more ready-aware solution for buildings, because basically we have a lot of people fuel poor living in building that doesn't look so gorgeous, and we have to find the right way to do it. That's really what we aim at doing when doing that, is making net zero energy retrofit market desirable. How to have with the proper business model that you mentioned in the introduction, how finding the right contract, the right technical solution, the right financing scheme that would allow this net zero energy retrofit market to drive up. And that was initiated in the Netherlands, and that's why it's named Energiesprong, which is energy jump in Dutch. And then we are making these efforts and duplicating that now in France, in the UK, in Germany, and now in Italy, to have this market segment, net zero energy retrofit, becoming more mainstream, more understood, and more massive, because we need to get more industrial in the way we retrofit existing housing. Next slide, please. So what we want is really stringent and simple specification. We need to get out of these systems where for 100 buildings, we have 100 different specifications. At some points, we have to be massive. When buying a car, there's not 100 specifications you come and ask. There's a few choices that are given to you and slight adjustment. So in order to drive this desire for new retrofit, we want to drive a market with very qualitative solution. And this very qualitative solution with the ambition to use industrial tools to retrofit faster and cheaper is very fitted for 30 to 50% of homes in the Europe. For sure, we won't deal heritage building with prefab wood facade, but that's a solution for a quite big number of buildings for which we have many fuel poor embedded there. And the idea is to combine energy performance contracting appealing solution because we want a desire. That's the hunter of this Bauhaus movement that we really like and keen to contribute. We need to build this desire for deep energy retrofit solution. And obviously, as there's overcost, we invest a lot because we want something very great. It comes with energy bundles and very short construction time because we want the experience of living and construction work to be the shortest and the best as possible. That's really the challenge we try to face. The next slide, please. And then we hope that many people will embed. You can see the spirit of it is aggregating a demand with the same specification. And we really believe it's key to have a better democratization and better access and making more affordable these tools. On this slide, you can see two pictures. One is a picture of an American fridge, which is an energetic horror, given its unusefulness and energy use. And the other side, it's a door of a passive house. The difference between those two doors, which are the same specification in matter of insulation, is the cost. One costs hundreds, the other costs thousands. And the difference is the number we produce. We produce fridge in factories without changing specification and selling billion of them, whether for passive house doors, it's only 1,000 of them. So it's really key to, at some point, deliver solution in volumes without reinventing the wheel in order to make more affordable, very qualitative solution. And facing with the issue of cost, the issue shouldn't be putting the ambition down to make things affordable, but rather making the volume up. And that's how we should have tomorrow a more transnational and EU market for construction product as we have for phones or for apples. And it's really things for a lot of innovation is needed because we need to massify this need for deep energy retrofit. That's what we try to implement with this voluntary initiative in 5 different EU countries for now. Next slide, please. So really, it's about daring to go lean, BIM offsite more than ever. I mean, it's not in 2 days and with just one solution that costs have been diminished by 50% in the Netherlands. That's really an inspiring way and efforts. It's how to make solution more integrated. Shouldn't be coming on the works on the operation in front of the house, the operator and the craftsman to find out, oh, what equipment should I use? That's the one I found in the shop in the morning. More and more, we should have prefab solution to diminish waste and implement cost. Obviously, going more digital in how to predict things and having more lean practice to avoid all waste and costs that could be avoided. That's really one of the key to address with not one single solution, but a mix of solutions that will fit to this net zero specification, aggregating efforts developed in many other initiatives, national or EU-funded initiatives. That's what we aim at doing, giving a better market for the solution to find a way and also end user to understand and ask for it. Next slide, please. So we think that there's really this step-by-step progress with scale in mind is a decisive part. As we see, we are going now and trying to support, that's what we do with Transition Zero, to help from the first prototype. I mean, prefab facade for retrofit is not a common standard in most EU countries. That's quite innovative. We would do it more in traditional. We have to find a way to do it for individual house. We have to find a way to design the product for a collective building, which have different specification. And the challenge also was from the first learning in Netherlands, how to duplicate them, to adapt them to France, how to adapt them to the United Kingdom at the time they were part of the EU, and now adapting to Germany, to Italy, and also we have had interest from the state of New York. This EU-wide transnational initiative is making interest and is getting the attraction of beyond the Atlantic for it. And really, the idea is keep going and have the price going down as the trajectory of progress is there, because for sure, the more affordable this very efficient solution will be, the more massive people will afford and buy them. For sure, if cars would cost 100,000 euro, not so many people would have cars in Europe. It's a key challenge to have very qualitative solution cheaper because we deliver them in an industrial way, changing the way to proceed of the value chain. So Rome was not built in a day. It won't be done in a few days, but it's a matter of years. but there's a key and structural alignment of progress and project to make of that ambition a reality. And we're happy that the first step are very promising. And maybe a next slide to end things, and I'll be done. There's really a challenge to jump from a few thousands building delivered and retrofit this way in 4 countries, and they're really glad for that. And that was for EU support to build and subsidize these first developments, to jump to now the 100,000s. I mean, the challenge we have is massive in Europe. That's million of building to retrofit, and net zero should be the way everywhere it's possible in order to deliver our climate target. So we see the first day of progress for industry, and that's precious when you see first 3D scanning of building, first prefab walls being designed in factories, a few cranes delivering the solution on site. But now we have to think through what's the next generation. We're talking industry 4.0, but definitely there's next stage industrialization to think through. We should think retrofit as an industry, a strategic industry. Strategic industry shouldn't be only about hydrogen, shouldn't be only about electric battery. That should be also about industrials retrofit, where tomorrow we'll have drones scanning whole neighborhood. We'll have incredible machine delivering in factory everywhere in Europe, massive volumes of new facade to install on existing buildings, a new solution of machine delivering that outside. So the challenges are wide, but I think it's a promising industry we should build together, aligning the interest and the tools of many stakeholders. And we'll be keen with this open source and industry movements to embed all the solution provider that want to be part of that needed net zero energy revolution for retrofit.
Thanks a lot for that inspiring vision, Sébastien. I must admit I am intrigued by the boldness of your vision, and indeed there's still a tremendous potential for improvement if you manage to scale up this proposed disruptive solution. Now, the beauty of having disciplined speakers is that we can indeed carve out a couple of minutes for discussion within our panel. And I'd like to start with you, Zita, because we are discussing the new European Bauhaus. It's about being beautiful, it's being sustainable, but also together. So yesterday we also heard a lot about inclusion. The new European Bauhaus, it doesn't want to leave anyone behind, so we need to have everyone on board. So how to make energy efficiency measures affordable to fight energy poverty more effectively in this process of building renovation?
Yes, this is the question. We have been dealing with this for a long time, and this is the main point why we as Habitat for Humanity deal with this, with energy, to make it affordable for everyone, especially for the low income. I can talk about the residential energy efficiency, especially I can talk about residential multi-apartment buildings. As I said, this is a huge investment for the homeowners that live there, so it's really not affordable. That's why there needs to be subsidies. There are already a lot of state programs existing in Central Europe that provide partial subsidies for the buildings. The problem is that these are general subsidies, so they don't really target the low income. They basically target the whole building where you have all kinds of incomes. This is usually the solutions that states do because, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, the social welfare system is not that sophisticated, so it would be very much difficult to define who should get the 100% subsidy, for example, who is the really low income. It works in a better economies, better democracies. For example, it works in Lithuania. They have a system where they really give a high subsidy for the low income. So basically they connected with the social allowance system. So in a building, they can already say who is getting the social allowance, and those inhabitants will get 100% subsidy when they are basically renovating the building. So I think this is something important. This should work. There should be a targeted subsidy, especially for the low income. This should come from the government, from the states.
Yeah, I think in the last slide that Sébastien has just shown, it goes to show that subsidies can be a leverage. It does not have to be a structural means in order just to write a blank check to absorb any missing money, but it can be a lever in order to scale projects, in order to have a demonstrator and move forward. Now, we do happen to have Annette Persson with us from, she is Policy Officer Energy Efficiency, both for buildings and products at DG Energy. So I'd like you indeed to comment on the call for subsidies, but also maybe pick your brain on what you have heard or picked up during the first session here today.
Yes, thank you very much, Philip, and thanks to all the presenters for these really concise presentations, which really showed innovative and holistic projects. And as you know, 1 year ago, the Commission launched the Renovation Wave strategy, and the ambition is to renovate 35 million building units until 2030. And it is not only about energy efficiency and reducing emissions, but it is also about making the buildings greener, healthier, and not least more affordable. So this is really a holistic vision. And as part of one of the actions in the Renovation Wave, we are right now drafting the legislative proposal for the revised Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, which will then complement the package which was presented in July this year. And several of the challenges that you have touched upon, and also the solutions, are really sort of promising in this way, because you have raised innovative solutions like in the HeroTile project, and also the positive energy city projects, where you really look at the renovation also of cultural heritage buildings, which is really an important issue, and also to focus on the citizen well-being and to create the regulatory sandboxes. And the transition zero to make renovations more industrial, because of course with these huge numbers of renovations we have to carry out, of course we also need this industrial aspect. And then last but not least, the energy poverty and affordable aspects, which are really, really at the core of the package, and which is also why we have the recovery funds and the Renovate flagship within the recovery funds, but also the MFF and the regional funds. But I also think you mentioned that perhaps building owners, they don't know what to do, and this is why we are also looking at building renovation passports that really looks at the building to see to move this building into a really deeply renovated building, either in one go or in several steps. What would the necessary steps be, and how can this really be explained, and also how can the financing be linked to this? And I also think that the one-stop shops, which is also part of the Energy Efficiency Directive, and also in the Energy Efficiency Directive, the energy obligation scheme that has to take action to vulnerable consumers as a priority. I think there are several blocks together, and not least with the ambition that we have with the revised directive to introduce a trigger for renovation and really targeting worst performing buildings. This will also be really important in help to fight energy poverty. Thank you.
Thanks, Annette, and also thanks for painting us a picture of the sheer extent of the challenges ahead of us. I heard you saying 35 million buildings to be renovated in the decades to come, so indeed, let's get to work. I want to go back maybe to Sébastien for one last question. Sébastien, you went to great lengths in trying to hide your disappointment for COP26, but still some of that percolated through. So allow me to ask you, how do you see the use of positive energy buildings, energy communities, and the concept also of prosumers? How can that contribute to the decarbonization of energy needs of our building stock?
I think it's quite essential. We have to recognize that it really helps people making of energy a reality. I mean, they have to understand how their behavior key and how local is part of the solution. So I really think that what you mentioned is really central, and developing this local positive neighborhood is going to be central. That's also why when we're talking about net zero, I mean, net zero is also something that comes very clearly of the discussion at the COP26. I mean, nobody is now questioning the target. It's going to be net zero. The people are now questioning the time and the timeline when we are going to have to reach net zero, because net zero is simple and is key to embed many people. And for sure, to become net zero, it's going to come with 70 to 80% energy efficiency savings, and then 20% of remaining needs that are going to be produced as much as renewable and locally as possible in this kind of positive energy district, because the needs of the office of the house won't come at different times, and then you will have a building. So I really think that with this target for our continent of being the net zero continent, this will be a key driver. And that's how also we're going to embed around something symbolic and key. And I think net zero could be at the center of Bauhaus.
Okay, thanks for that, Sebastian. And indeed, I believe we should have been net zero yesterday, but good to see that Europe is taking the lead in decarbonizing our planet. We've already seen a number of tangible demonstrators and pilot projects showing what can be achieved in terms of energy efficiency and sustainability. With our next three speakers, I'd like to dive deeper into strategy and governance, so the instruments to unlock the potential of energy performance in buildings. And my next speaker is with me here in Brussels, already eager to jump to the stage. Eddy de Ruwe is working at VECA, the Flemish Agency for Energy and Climate. Eddy is coordinating the Life Be Real project, and Be Real should be read as Belgium Renovates for Energy Efficient Living. This project is looking at financing solutions for deep renovation with energy and renovation grants and loans. Be Real has already delivered several demonstration pilots for collective renovation, for low-energy apartment blocks, and local energy production. I let Eddy comment in no more than 6 minutes on the policy instruments required to make all of that happen.
Okay, it's a lot, but you said also a lot. Thank you. In fact, of course, I'm coordinator of the Be Real project. I'm working in the Flemish Energy and Climate Agency. However, it's a collaboration between Flanders and the Walloon region. So it's, for the Belgian context, it's important to say that. What are the challenges, of course, of Belgium and Europe in general? Of course, you can have an example. Is reaching the long-term renovation targets. I think the targets are known. This is 2050, climate neutral. However, with renovation, it's a lot more complex, right? We're talking about reaching level A, label A. It's about less than 100 kilowatt-hour square meter as a target. It's not climate neutral, but however, this is already very difficult. The problem is that today only 1% a year is renovated, and if we want to reach our target 2050, 3% a year should be renovated a year. In Belgium, that's 150,000 buildings a year that we should construct, and we don't we don't see today a dynamic in the market to say we're going to the 3%. We stay less than 1%. We have a lot of hurdles, a lot of problems. There is the ownership structure, there is a landscape of different buildings and ownership, and so on. I think the analysis is already known and the challenges are already known. But the real question is how to upscale the investment in renovation, home renovation. So yes, next slide. So in Flanders, the long-term renovation strategy, the formal one, is based on 3 axes. One is out-facing towards performing homes, so in that way is a demolition and a reconstruction policy. The second is a long-term strategy for out-facing the worst labels. Now, due to Glasgow, finally the Flemish government has decided to implement this policy, and before it was only in the strategy, but now it's decided that if from 23, label D is the minimum of the requirements, and so all homes should be at least consuming 400 kilowatt hours square meters. So if you see, we have still a lot of way to go to the less than 100. Now, a lot of experiences in Belgium and especially in Flanders are there for technical, financial solutions and management solutions. However, also due to a lot of EU projects, however, one of the problems is upscaling. If you want to renovate 4 to 5 million houses, how to upscale all these experimental projects. So in that way, the Be Real project is complementary to the strategy of the governments and want to, let us say, challenge the upscaling question. Right, next slide. So what are we doing? Yeah, these are the partners. I don't go in, next slide, please. Yeah, what are the activities, what we are doing, what are the tools we are creating? We have new policy instruments like the quick scan roadmap in Wallonia. We have the housing passport to get access to the residents. Every resident building owner in Flanders has a housing passport where we can communicate of the energy label and related elements. We have developed a lot of demonstration projects, individual houses, apartments, big apartments, neighborhoods working around renewable energy, smart communities, vulnerable people. So there is a lot of demonstration projects where we are renovating in our project about 8,000 houses, units, during the project time. Now we are also working around innovative business models, and this is really something that is important because we want to verify not only the actual business models existing that are already known, but also looking to test these business models and see what the results are, so we can go from good practices or promising practices to best practices and promote them in our capacity building projects. And in that way, the capacity building project is a really key for upscaling the strategy towards a bigger market for new residents, to new renovation in residential buildings. These best practices are really crucial in the way that we have to find some way how to get them on the ground, how to get them to the stakeholders, how to get them to local authorities, and of course, how to get the citizens on board. Next slide. So our strategy, yeah, this is an example of the housing passport, but I'm not going to talk about that. This is the example of the roadmap of Wallonia. I'm not going to talk about that. And this is, yeah, one of our projects. It's Buurtramstroom in Ghent, where we smart grid, including the population with vulnerable people, but I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk neither about Antwerp, where we have a project for 500 apartment buildings, and to get them also, besides renovating them, connecting to the heating grid. Not going to talk about. Next slide. And this is the capacity building. Sorry, this were, I'm not going to talk. Yeah, next slide. Okay.
Let's land on this one.
Yeah, because you said I had to
exactly
stick in my time. So I think important is what is our strategy? We have a lot of best practices, demonstration projects, and so on. So we're working in a vertical integration because we saw that you have the regional government with a lot of measures, financing, grants, also grants for vulnerable people specifically, financing 0% loans, and so on. We have a lot of obligations, EPD driven. However, the only local authorities that are working in this local strategy concept are the cities that are equipped with knowledge, expertise, and have a specific capacity to work to introduce European projects. And we saw that only about 20 to 30 local authorities are active in the field of renovation and developing a local long-term renovation concept. However, 90% of the local authorities, this is about 270, and in Wallonia you have the same percentage, are not occupied with a long-term strategy. They have no strategy at all to private renovation owners. And so the first thing for upscaling is to get all the local authorities informed, activated, and let us say inspired by good practice and getting things done, because they are key to reach the citizens. So in that way, we have a program of getting all the local governments activated in different steps through training, master classes, e-learning, and a lot of, let us say, meetings and even subsidies to rebuild new capacity. So in that way, we are paying now, as a regional government, energy centers for all the local governments to support them to get to the citizens, giving advice, inform them, coach the citizens to get renovated, but also to get a good strategy, because a good strategy is not only the individual houses, it's our apartments, it's very segmented apartments, there are neighborhoods, so the different strategies are really composed of a lot of segments that should be solved each.
I propose, Eddie, that we wrap it up here.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We will make the presentations available. I could listen to you all day, Eddie, not talking about subjects, but thanks for showcasing the Be Real project and for voicing a clear call to action when it comes to citizen ownership. In light of timing, we need to move swiftly to Italy, where our next speaker is patiently waiting her turn. Marta Cesana is a building architecture engineer and obtained a PhD in building engineering systems with a dissertation on net zero energy houses. She's currently assistant professor at University of Brescia. Marta is passionate about human-centered sustainability, innovation and energy efficiency in the built environment. I kindly invite her to share her passion on the Eldron Horizon 2020 project. This project wants to forge an alliance for deep renovation in buildings by overcoming market barriers and preparing the ground for investments. Marta, please take it away.
Thank you and good morning to all. I'm happy to contribute to this brilliant and interesting section presenting the Eldron experience, and beside the Be Real presentation and presenting another building renovation passport experience, as Annette says that it will be very important tools in the next years. The project is Alliance for Deep Renovation in Buildings, ends up last year in September 2020. But next slide, please. Let's start with some question. And I think that nowadays it's a well-known issue that buildings account for 40% of the EU energy consumption, but we really know that only 0.4 to 1.2% of the building stock in Europe is yearly renovated. And did you know that no residential building, such as hotel or offices, as Aldrin investigated, are responsible for a large part of these consumption? So how can we increase the renovation rate and the quality and accelerate the movements towards NZEB across the European Union? Next. To raise confidence in deep renovation perspective and to engage EU member states and related stakeholders in a renovation wave of public and private buildings, we need to deliver a clear messages to all the stakeholders involved in the building renovation process. Next, please. And Aldrin, born in reply to this context, and it has been set up, as the name says, as an alliance for deep renovation buildings to create a support, a network of key stakeholders, which they need, of course, a common language, understandable, we can say from a boiler room to a boardroom, to express not only their needs and target, but to benchmark, to design an holistic renovation solution in terms of energy efficiency, but also health and comfort, and to assess, of course, even the financial risk related to poor energy performance and renovation targets, to finally include deep renovation in investment tools and decision. Next, please. So what is Aldrin? Aldrin has been developed as a methodological and voluntary framework to support decision-making and investment in deep renovation of non-residential buildings, but it can refer to, sorry, can you go back one more back? Thank you, sorry. To become a comparable and reliable tool structure in a modular and holistic way. It implements also the principle of the European Common Voluntary Certification Scheme introduced in Article 11.9 of the APBD and has developed as a step-by-step operational protocol to assess the energy performance, indoor environmental quality, and financial value of buildings before and after renovation to support reaching the 2050 carbon neutrality target. Next, please. The Aldrin methodology is based on best practice of European and international standards. The EU recommendation and regulation in particular develop a building renovation passport composed by two main elements. Sorry, can you go back to the slides number 7? Yes, thank you. These are the two main elements, the building logbook and the renovation roadmap, because we strongly believe that these two elements will lead to an important tool to support the renovation, to boost the renovation. In our mind, we decide to cover multiple topics. For this reason, as I said before, we try to structure the passport in modular components in order to cover all the aspects. I will not go in detail, but just to tell you that we try to cover from the building picture, module 1, to the digitalized data, module 6, but then to investigate and offer a European energy performance rating, module 2. And of course, also to calculate an important point, the gap between the real and the design energy performance to increase reliability and confidence, and to overcome the performance gap that is crucial challenge for NZEB buildings. Of course, we want to leave out comfort, but also to find a way to realize something feasible. For this reason, we dedicated a module for financial indicator. Next, please. Those Aldrin models produce, next, please, a set of performance indicator and recommendation that are summarized into 3 main KPIs with the scope to inform and motivate building owner and investor to undertake renovation. Next. And so the novelty of the Aldrin BRP comes from the core structure of the data model, which doesn't want to be a static but a dynamic tool, useful through the lifetime of the building, provide a detailed data repository with a step-by-step renovation roadmap towards a near zero energy buildings. And the validation of the approach has been proved testing it across 20 pilots buildings located in France, Spain, Slovakia, UK, and Italy. And just to conclude, Aldrin is a response, next please, to the market request to have reliable tool which integrated the latest EU framework of SRI or CHEN and ISO standard to reach the needs of an holistic approach with, as we said many times, a common language for deep renovation for non-residential building. But within the project, we have many meetings even with sister projects that were focusing only on residential, and we agreed that we can slightly adapt the approach between non and residential building. Next, please. And to conclude, the main goal was to cover the challenge of carbon neutrality journey, avoiding the lock-in effect by making all those steps that I briefly and quickly presented you in a coherent way. And I conclude and thank you again for the invitation.
Thank you for this passionate plea, Marta, and looking forward to this European renovation wave to reach the net zero energy building target. Also, my apologies, because indeed the slides were at the speed of light, whereas your voice was at the speed of sound, so sorry about that small mismatch. Our last contribution from this session comes from Raquel Diaz-Abarca, who is an architect and technical team member at the Green Building Council in Spain. Raquel is also assistant professor of the assistant coordinator of the Horizon 2020 Build Upon project that develops an impact framework to enable cities to measure the diverse benefits of renovation projects across environmental, social, and economic factors. So to wrap up this morning's session, I invite Raquel to take the floor and quickly walk us through this multi-level energy renovation impact framework.
Thanks much, Philippe. Good morning, everybody. Thanks also to the organizers for inviting Build Upon project to participate in this event. I don't see the slides yet, so if you could please show them.
They're coming
in any
up.
case. Okay, thank you. So, as Philippe was saying, I'm coordinating on behalf of Green Building Council España, the Build Upon project, which is about the creation of an energy renovation impact framework capable of measuring and following up the multiple benefits of the renovation, of building renovation. Next, please. So the project is about this support created to the public sector's capacity and leadership for the decarbonization of Europe's building stock, and the tool we find very useful for local authorities especially is the development of this multi-level renovation impact framework. Next, please. Just to say that we are, this is a Horizon 2020 project that we are about to finish, in fact, during this month. So to begin with, I would like to show the objectives of this project, which are, next please, the monitoring, the ability of monitoring and tracking local building renovation action through this impact framework. At the same time, the original idea was to be able to harmonize data collection in cities for integration of this information at the national level. Next, please. Then we also aimed in the development of this framework to capture and use data on the co-benefits of energy renovation. This is quite important to be highlighted, not only focus on environmental aspects, but also focus on these additional benefits, especially social and economic benefits. that is part of the idea of providing also useful information to the policy decision makers, to be able to take these decisions based on the implementation of the strategies and the objectives achieved. Next, please. Then it is important from the very beginning to align the framework with the long-term renovation strategies to be able to assess the level of achievement. So that being focused on the local level, since it is the real action, where the real action takes place, no forget about the national level where this proposal of framework comes from. And finally, next, aligned with other frameworks, like, for example, CCAPs of the Covenant of Mayors. Next, please. I would like to also tell something about the process, because it's something that it's important in our project, in the creation of the build-up framework, because the consensus raised and achieved in the framework, it's really something key we consider to transmit, to convey, since it is something that it has been agreed among several countries and involving many stakeholders. Next, please. So in this sense, we've been participating 8 countries through their Green Building Councils, specifically being the Spanish Green Building Council coordinator of the project. Next, please. Then among these countries, we have UK, Ireland, Italy, Poland, Hungary, Croatia, Turkey, and ourselves, Spain. And next, additionally, we had involved the support of World Green Building Council, next, and additionally, BPIE and Climate Alliance. In each of the countries, next, we have involved 1 pilot city, which means that we had 8 pilot cities in total, but additionally, we had 3 follower cities per country, which means that finally another 24 followers cities have been involved, which makes that at the end we have involved 32 cities in the project. Next, please. So beyond these specific partners in the project, we have been engaging with key stakeholders in each country. So a total of 8 national steering groups, 1 per country, have contributed to the development of the framework through 5 meetings. And these groups of experts in each of the 8 project countries have worked with each GBC in the iterative process to agree on the scope of the framework and its different versions. These groups are made of between 10 and 15 experts from various areas of the building sector, such as central and local government, energy agencies and services, and construction companies, which makes that total more than 100 members have constituted these monitoring committees in the 8 countries participating in the project. Next, we can see now several pictures showing somehow the meetings and the involvement of these key stakeholders in the process. Next. Okay, perfect. Next. And then finally, I would like just to show how the cities have involved and engaged very deeply in the process, which means that they have helped directly in shaping the framework. And this has been through a process of workshops with them, and a very useful process, in fact, that makes us be sure what the cities needs. What are the city's needs, and if they are, what we propose is aligned with these needs. Next. Yeah, several next now clicks, because it's somehow to show the process, which meant to be in person, in fact, but we needed to adapt and do it online, and it worked really well in any case. And which makes that finally we have engaged a total of around 300 stakeholders in the process, and these stakeholders have at some moment been involved in the preparation of the framework. So to conclude, I would like to present very quickly the framework with the aim of capturing the many benefits of building renovation, which is the key element of this framework. Next, please. So to begin with, I would like to tell that this framework aims at covering the whole city level in the sense that we want to achieve this level of following up the renovation activity at city level, but as a direct feedback from the cities, we needed to have the capacity or the ability to begin with individual projects, maybe at neighborhood scale, but that allows the cities to begin with something more simple and then expand it to the rest of the cities. Next, please. Then the indicators categories are classified in environmental, social, specifically focused on health and well-being, and finally economic. Next. And then the building types followed up are based on the CCAPs also, and are gathered in these 4 categories: private, residential, social housing, public buildings, and tertiary buildings. Next, please. Just as clarification, the framework does not define energy innovation goals per se. It is a tool to support local authorities in pursuing their own objectives. So in this sense, we have these environmental indicators. I will go very quickly since you will have the presentation, but we deal with indicators that are related to energy renovation rate, CO2 emissions, energy consumption, and renewable energy production. Next, please. In the group of social indicators, we have energy poverty, indoor air quality, and winter thermal comfort, along with summer thermal comfort. And finally, for the economic indicators, we wanted, the agreement was to follow up the investment in energy renovation, the energy efficiency of the investment, jobs in energy renovation, and the upskilling in energy renovation, and finally, what are the financial savings from energy renovation. Next, please. So this is just the end. Thank you very much. And whatever additional information you need, please just contact us, and you can find information about the project in that link. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Raquel, for showing how this build-upon project supports the capacity of the public sector in decarbonizing Europe's building stock. I know we're a bit strapped for time, but I'd like to ask a couple of questions, and I'd like to start with you, Raquel, since you happen to be an architect. I'm wondering, how can the energy demand of historical buildings be reduced without compromising the cultural heritage of our European cities? That are seemingly conflicting interests, so if you have any thoughts on that, I'd be happy to pick your brain on that.
Yeah, that's a key question. In fact, due to the fact that many of the optimal interventions in renovation in buildings are outside the wall, so to say, and this is not a fact that, or a key intervention that in most of the historical buildings can be produced or can be achieved. So we need to change the way, the focus of how we achieve this environmental improvement of the buildings in these specific historical buildings, and try to focus in any case first, as we propose for the rest of the buildings, in the energy efficiency principle first, which is somehow showed through the framework we've been working on. Since, for example, we've been proposing as main indicator for the energy, the final energy consumption instead of the primary energy consumption, because it is what really reflects the real performance of the buildings. So, in fact, this is it. I have no the magic solution, but it is key to try to invest the processes in our head of what is usually done with a usual renovation project of a building from the 70s or the 60s.
Understood. Thanks a lot for that reflection, Raquel. And I'd like to go back to our studio here in Brussels to have some feedback also from DG Energy, voiced by Annette here with me. I don't know what you heard, Annette, but I heard some fairly impressive numbers. You were talking about 35 million homes. At the very same time, to be brutally honest, I heard some appallingly low renovation rates in Europe nowadays. So what are the regulatory and economic measures to be taken to accelerate that deep renovation rate in light of the fairly steep ambitions that we have in the European Green Deal?
Thank you very much, Philip. And indeed, I would like to come back to something which was raised by Eddie, which is the long-term renovation strategies. It was also raised by Rachel, because all member states, they have developed their long-term renovation strategies for a decarbonized building stock until 2050. And a very important part of this preparation has been also the stakeholder consultation, because I think that that's also something that has been a theme from today's presentations, how to actually get the homeowners on board and how to get the citizens involved. And if everything goes as planned, the Commission will publish at the same time as the revision of the EPBD an analysis of all the received long-term renovation strategies with best practices for all kind of measures to actually increase renovation rates. And we are also looking at, in the revised directive, how these strategies can be even stronger and really even more operational also to lead to this increased rate. And as I mentioned before, we are also considering introducing a regulatory measure to actually trigger renovations to happen. And in this context also, I think that the co-benefits are really important to raise, because also to get the homeowners on board, energy savings and climate is good, but comfort, improved indoor air quality and other aspects are really, really also important. And job creation was also mentioned here in the last project. And I would also like to come back to the non-residential and the Aldrin project, who really pointed out the importance of really being able to measure the building before and after renovation. And we think that this is also crucial to really also be able to link financing to renovation, and also to be sure that the impact, the effect has been achieved. So that's all.
Thanks for those reflections. And I want to see whether we have any questions that may have come in through our Slido, because we still have a couple of minutes to try to tackle those. Meanwhile, perhaps I can ask you, Eddie, your reflections on what we have been seeing in this morning session. Does it, I would say, align with what you have presented in the Be Real project?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. I think there are parts of the narrative of getting citizens renovated, and I think one of the things I really was impressed by the net zero strategy, because I think that one of the solutions is an industrialization of the renovation works, because we have to lower the costs. This is obvious, but the problem is that the workforce is lacking. So the construction sector isn't aware, isn't informed, and is equipped with the future-proofed 2050 target.
You were talking about 150,000. You were talking about 150,000 houses per year, so you're saying we don't have the hands to make it happen.
In Belgium, we need about between 50,000 to 100,000 new workforce on site. And we don't have that. Even today, there is 50,000, we lack 50,000 workmen in the construction sector. And so the young people are not interested to get into the construction sector. We don't have enough engineers, we don't have enough architects. We have really a lack of in the construction sector of helping this revolution done. And without the supply of works, of quality works, because, for instance, 70% of the construction workforce is one company. It's a company with one person in it. Yeah. Only 30% are real companies that are let us say, strong enough to get training and to get informed what to do in case of new techniques for renovation, for this, let us say, for zero energy targets. So in that way, I think besides the demand, we have really take care about the supply of works and the quality of the supply.
So we're creating a lot of jobs, but we may not have the hands to actually fulfill
Yes,
the work.
strangely enough, even if there is a lot of potential in jobs, we don't get the people to get in this construction sector today. And if we're going for the next decades, we need still a lot more than 100,000 more.
Yeah, only for Belgium in this case.
Only for Belgium.
Only for Belgium. I'd like to
10 million inhabitants.
Absolutely.
So
I'd like to go remote for a second because I have another question. I heard from Sébastien. Well, he showed the door, the front door to the building, but also the refrigerator. I am wondering to what extent behavioral changes, which were discussed in depth yesterday, whether behavior changes and an increased consciousness of the domestic consumption of household occupants can contribute to lowering the building energy demands. And maybe first ask Sébastien himself.
Yeah, for sure. When we're talking net zero energy, it should be something that is obvious to understand for the consumer. So you should understand it had the remaining role to play. And having a simple rule, each the energy matter should be at the same at the beginning of the year that at the end of the year. For sure, it will embed and force him to understand that. So I think it's quite central. And if you allow me, I will also to rebound on conversation that was just on stage. I think there's a key effort also to mobilize more people to act in the energy retrofit market. And I think also one of the bigger value of getting industrial is involvement of half of the humanity we don't involve currently in energy profit, which are women. Women, you don't see them installing insulation on the current buildings, where a lot of women can be employed in industry. Construction is 14% employee which are women, wherever industry it's 45%. So I think switching to getting industrial to make the retrofit will be a key and essential part to embed women in the crucial challenge of energy retrofit. And actually it's quite feministic and needed to go industrial for retrofit. And that's really, we need the skills of women to win this challenge in this battle. It should be highlighted.
Yeah, so to add to the problem just raised by Adi, we're not only lacking hands, we're also lacking brains and elegance. Point taken, Sébastien. Maybe Felipe, I can go to you to hear from you what you picked up from this session this morning.
I think a very, very interesting session. Great to hear the other presenters and other projects. From my side, I think that it was very interesting to hear these renovation methods and financing capacities, what we need to do to improve renovation in Europe. I think in Positive Project, we are tackling very specific problems. But maybe we need other projects that are tackling also the financing issues, which some of the presenters mentioned, and I agree. It's probably the main issue is the cost of renovating. So I think lots of the projects mentioned here tackle those aspects, and I think they are great to bring this renovation wave forward.
Thanks a lot, Felipe. I don't know whether we have questions from Slido. I cannot see them at the moment, so let me turn to Zita maybe to ask from you, from what we've been hearing this morning, what is your takeaway from this session? Can we have a mic on Zita, please? Okay.
There has been so many great projects, and I see that each project is probably tackling a different sphere, a different sector, which is great because then together they complement each other. I think what was key, what Eddie said actually, that scaling up is really important. because we have all these small projects, but we need to think about how to scale up and what are the strategies further to scale up, because really we are running behind the time, as what said also at the reflections of the COP26. So scaling up and having the strategies how to scale up and basically how to have these approaches and projects sustainable. So who should take over? Because right now these are smaller projects run by smaller agencies, but the real obligation and responsibility lies for me at the states, so at the state level. So, and the state level has the money and has the responsibility to do the scale up.
Thank you, Zita. I would like to wrap up with one final question, actually sitting in between you and Eddie, because Eddie was discussing the BeReal project. We've also touched upon vulnerable consumers, Zita, and there's one question in our Slido specifically on BeReal, and we have 2 minutes left. Eddie, asking how to engage those vulnerable citizens also in the renovation wave.
But I can reference to one project in Ghent. Buurzame Stroom. And this project works around smart cities with setting up a PV, let us say, a collective PV installation for the whole neighborhood. And so, in fact, it was the start of sharing the PV panels for the neighborhood. And so this project was technical because they had to equilibrium the grid. However, the real question was how to include vulnerable people. So in that way, they had a strategy of the normal, let us say, the middle-income people, but they had a strategy for the vulnerable people. And so in that way, they have coached them, informed them, coached them, and also provide some specific financing solution for these people. And they have included also in some kind of participative way into the project. With the special intention and a special supporting mechanism, you can include these vulnerable people into, let us say, a very technical and ambitious project that even if we talk about smart cities, can include these vulnerable people. In that way, I think this is a good example of how to include vulnerable people. Of course, we need a lot of more solutions. And I think solutions lay in the financing and also in the lowering the cost of renovation, lowering the financing cost. And of course, one of the issues now is how to get a financing solution on a very long term. Today is more 20 years, we should go to 30 to 40 years to get a lower investment cost and upfront cost for the people. And so, in fact, the objective in this project, but also in general for vulnerable people, is a net zero invoice for these measures.
I think really at the very same time, Eddie, it also voices the spirit of the new European Bauhaus to leave no one behind. It's beautiful, it's sustainable, and it's also together. My very last question comes as a request to the audience here in Brussels. May I have a warm round of applause for both my virtual and my physical panel. That does bring me to the end of my time slot here. I picked up two things. First and foremost, the power and the potential of the tools and instruments which are off the shelf available or currently being developed. But secondly, also at the very same time, the sheer size of the challenges that we are facing. So let's get to work, join forces and get to work. Having said that, it is my pleasure to hand the stick back to the lady who is both my left hand, my right hand, and the better part of my brain, Jackie Davis.
Thank you very much indeed, Philippe. And as you say, a fascinating session, lots of great examples of the things that you are doing, but those huge, huge challenges that remain and need to be addressed. We're going to build on all of that in our continuing discussions, and all of this while, as you say, incorporating new European Bauhaus principles, harnessing the power of community to deliver solutions here. Going to take a 30-minute break. Don't forget to listen to Bauhaus Radio. Don't forget to sign up for matchmaking, networking here or online. We will be back in 30 minutes, and we will then turn our attention to focus on the circular economy. So enjoy the break. See you in 30 minutes.
Much of that is being led, that move towards sustainability, is how much of it is being led by businesses themselves and how much needs to be imposed upon them? Is there a middle ground there?
Well, there should be a middle ground, and we are working towards that middle ground, finding a place where the niche, the sustainability niches can meet the big businesses that are already existing, so to speak. Any transition and transition theory gives us a great target in that sense. Any transition starts with a niche, and such energy communities as we have established in our ECRU project, these lighthouse communities, so to speak, Those are still niches. We are trying to experience how can it actually be feasible, how can it work that consumers along with prosumers and energy utilities work together trying to experience an energy efficiency, trying to establish the consumer role of being an active player in the energy transition. And somewhere during this niche development, somewhere the energy utilities will find its place, its competitive advantage also of joining such cooperatives or communities, and then we hopefully find this middle ground.
Okay, so businesses on the whole recognize that sustainability, heading towards sustainability is not an option. It's you know.
No, it's a must-have. It's a must-join, actually. And I just talked a half an hour ago. I talked to an energy utility in Germany, like in the Bavarian area of Haßfeld. This is not yet a best practice, but they're doing a wonderful job of trying to integrate consumers and prosumers with their energy transition and their movement, so to speak. So they're trying to implement an energy community, and they're doing a good job. What's the key motivator for the energy utility is that because they join or integrate prosumers, that they suddenly can take their energy, so they don't have to purchase energy from the outside, from other nuclear plants or whatever. They stay within their sort of almost regional family business.
Yeah.
They can use their own energy sources from the prosumers. They can store, some of them have the capacities already to store that energy. So they can also
they regulate the demand in a way, don't they?
Yes, exactly. They become, consumers and prosumers become demand-side managers, and with the assistance of the energy utility. So we can regulate also energy peaks. And that's actually, that's a wonderful synergy, and there are some best practices for that.
So when Austria are playing in a World Cup game and the energy peaks go up, you need to be able to make sure that wind is blowing. So
exactly, and here we go again. The citizens have to...
So you mentioned the word prosumer, just so that we can all understand that. That's a portmanteau of a producer.
Yes,
or productive consumer, right?
Right. It's a consumer, we can say, having their own photovoltaic a panel, like a solar panel, for example, and taking being actually self-sufficient. They have a self-consumption opportunity or facility, but if there is enough sun, or maybe if they have a wind power, for example, if there is enough wind, they have excess energy. And that excess energy is based on, with smart grids, is transferred to the energy utility. So prosumers have the chance to get some money for the energy, for the excess energy, and the energy utilities are able to equalize their overall energy consumption.
The demand, yeah.
And the demand.
And so therefore the prosumer becomes, in a sense, a mini power station, potentially.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So we can estimate, and that's how much we already know, that for every prosumer, we need we can supply to 1.5 consumers. So every prosumer supplies himself, the prosumer, and 1.5 consumer.
So there's a surplus in the market.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if we can foster that, if we can harvest that energy and also the surplus, energy utilities will have a much easier playground, so to speak, in distributing energy.
To the extent that they're actually becoming competitive with each other, the utilities, about where to draw that energy from?
Depending on the growth of energy communities, yes, you're absolutely right. Interesting thought.
Tell me a little bit about smart metering. It's something we hear more and more about. That's, I guess, for businesses and consumers as well. I mean, it's for anyone in a building. How does it work in practice?
It's indeed actually very easy, and this is a technical aspect of that research. Smart metering is very simple and very easy. It can be installed in literally every household that we have available on our planet. We only need to digitalize the data that is already there, in a sense. This can be done very easily, and is also very cost inexpensive.
So it's something that consumers can invest in at a relatively easy way for their own residences?
Actually, if they couple up with energy utilities, probably, or the chances are very big that energy utilities will pay for that, because it's really easy and cheap. I mean, I don't know.
It's affordable. It's affordable.
Absolutely
and this
affordable.
is something that I mean, what it seems to me to be the case is that this is very much in the interest of the energy utilities too, because it's a bit like a water company with houses in the desert saying, we'll pay for your garden to be re-landscaped away from lawns that consume a huge amount of water. I mean, in a sense, these utilities want people to consume less, right?
That is precisely the point. That's why they are interested in cooperating or in integrating the consumers and the prosumers. By implementing, that's the only way, by implementing smart meters. We already have smart grids, and with all the smart meters, we are able to access the energy and distribute the energy depending on the consumption, on the needs of the consumers.
Yeah.
However, while the smart meters can be implemented easily, we still find, particularly with elder generations, or the elderly people that have their homes maybe for 50 years or 60 years, that are used to having energy but are not yet interested in trusting the energy utility in implementing smart meters and giving them, the energy utilities, the excess energy, for example. There needs to be awareness also for those rather hesitant consumers that are not yet willing to implement smart meters because they don't understand the concept quite yet.
Could the solution to that be regulatory? Does it have to be regulatory? Is it simply a question of making people more aware of their our communal responsibility? Where does the responsibility lie?
Well, we do know out of research that any regulation will obviously have some impact and some improvements. So technically, yes, we could do that. However, the more we can do on a voluntary basis, and this is only possible through or with awareness creation. If we have awareness programs, videos, very simple awareness slogans or something, that smart metering, energy sharing, and gaining money by that,
yes.
saving money by that, those are some big cornerstones actually of this energy transition, and that every consumer can be a part of it. I think those awareness programs actually would be enough.
Tell me about your involvement in the LIFE program.
Well, we have two projects from the Horizon 2020. The Peak app project, which is basically the software that works with smart metering and the smart grids. On the one hand, and on the other hand, we have the eCrew project, which is like establishing international lighthouse communities, energy communities, where we are trying to identify the current possibilities for business models for energy utilities. We do that in Turkey, Spain, and Germany currently. And that's our involvement with LIFE, the European Bauhaus, basically as having a practical example of our research.
It's very interesting you mentioned the three, Turkey, Spain and Germany, because of course you have two countries that have a great photovoltaic potential.
Yes.
Germany, let's face it, less so perhaps. How does your work adapt to the very different, enormously different climatic and meteorological environments in Europe? Because this is the big challenge, isn't it, in terms of renewables, the reliability. Can you comment a little bit on that?
Reliability is a big challenge. That's true. When we practice or have a research program like this one on an international basis, we also have a cultural challenge in a sense. The main, not focus, but the main, the positive side of such international programs is actually finding ideal ways of doing things, best practice cases. So while in Germany it is different than in Turkey and in Spain, but something in between we probably can find that connects all of them. After all, we are still in the energy industry. The industry hasn't changed, despite the fact that we have local differences. But Spain does something wonderful, but is different than in Turkey. And we are trying to get the best of all the different sites and are trying to combine those to find ideal business models.
Yeah.
I think the cultural difference, also the regional differences, are actually helping. So yes, they're a challenge on the one hand, but on the other hand, they allow us to expand our horizon and our research in that sense.
In fact, this comes back to what you were just telling me before we came on air, that, you know, coming to an event like this, even for someone versed in EU programs, whether it's LIFE or Horizon, you get to learn so much and to meet new people and get new ideas. Is that how you felt participating in these 2 days so far?
This is very, very true. Actually, it's a pleasure being here live, so to speak, not only virtually.
All together, yes, in person.
Absolutely. And it's about networking, meeting people, but not only networking also, and in particular, actually, seeing what has been already done, all the different projects, all the initiatives, not only LIFE European Bauhaus does, but also Horizon 2020, for example, and what they're doing internationally. I mean, we are like a single research institute, right? And we mostly gather our research, and we understand what we are doing, and we don't always see the big picture, what other initiatives are actually doing and the projects they have.
Yeah.
And this is fantastic to be here, to see all that, to talk to people, networking, getting in touch, and also recognizing that we are a tiny part of a big something great.
Yeah, and indeed, I think that's the spirit behind the new European Bauhaus, isn't it? You know, as a concept, how do you see your work dovetailing, integrating into the new European Bauhaus?
That is actually a challenging question. It's about beautiful, sustainable together. So when I focus on together, this is exactly what we do. We are trying to create energy communities, trying to help energy utilities to integrate consumers and prosumers for energy efficiency, conquering the energy transition. So that is a together. And this is a sustainable together. We are trying to establish sustainability business models. But most of all, when we find this middle ground, as you have mentioned, then I think we start harvesting the fruits of our actions and of our projects, of our activities. And that's beautiful. So hopefully one day this beautiful, which is like the first word of this conference, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful, sustainable, and together. Hopefully it becomes sooner than later a beautiful story that we can be part of.
Johannes, thank you very much for coming on Bauhaus Radio. It's been great to have you on, and I hope you get as much out of this conference as everyone else, because it's such a great opportunity. But thank you for your time. I'm going to come over now to our next guest, Oliver Rapp from Buildings Performance Institute Europe, which will offer, I'm sure, a very interesting perspective on the challenges facing the construction and building sector. Which, I mean, there's so much we could talk about, Oliver. But let's get started on construction waste, which is something that a lot of people are talking about. It's a big waste stream, and I think it's the biggest in the EU, construction waste. This is something very much at the forefront of what you're doing, isn't it, in terms of looking at ways that buildings can be repurposed, recycled, and that circular economy. Can you explain a bit more about that?
Yes, well, thank you very much, Stephen, for having me, for the invitation to talk about that very important topic here today. What we're doing as BPIE is we're looking at the question, what kind of innovations do we need to see in the construction industry to simply reduce the climate impact of buildings and construction? And circularity is one of the solutions. We definitely need to make sure that we design buildings from the outset so that they have a longer lifetime, that they can be reused and repurposed more easily, because every demolition which we avoid, every lifetime extension which we achieve, makes sure that we reduce the overall climate impact of the building.
Yeah. We're talking this week about New European Bauhaus, which 100 years ago was the original Bauhaus was in its first conception. What do you as BPIE make of the concept of New European Bauhaus and how you can feed into it?
Yeah. Well, the first European Bauhaus, the Bauhaus of the 20th century, was born out of a crisis, the crisis of the First World War, which led to economic, social, political turmoil. So a real global crisis in the end. I think we're facing a very similar crisis today. Thank God not coming out of a war, but in the end, climate change is a global threat for everybody. And the global pandemic adding to that, I think shows us how urgent it is to address these global challenges. And so, for me, the Bauhaus of the 21st century has to make sure that the challenge of climate change, the global health crisis, but also the affordability of housing is addressed. And so what does that mean? Well, first of all, I think when we talk about implementing the new European Bauhaus, we have to make sure that people are at its center. It must not turn into, an elitist movement. We have to make sure that all the European citizens are taken along. And the very first challenge here is to make sure that our buildings, our homes, our universities, our schools, whatever we use, are fit for purpose. And what I mean with that is that they serve the needs of the people and that they're designed in a humane architecture. That needs to be at the center. If buildings don't speak to people, people will not react positively to these buildings. And second, of course, we have to make sure that the climate impact or the overall environmental impact, climate change is very important, but we also have a biodiversity crisis.
Exactly, it's not the only one, yeah.
For example, that the overall environmental impact of these buildings is really very, very low. And that at the same time, the buildings can be resilient and can adapt to the changing climate. Because reality is, even if we were to shut off all greenhouse gas emissions today, global climate change will continue, and we will have impacts on our built environment. So when we talk about the European renovation wave, when we think about how we can make sure that our buildings become more energy efficient, become powered by renewables to 100%, we also need to think what kind of investments in adaptation measures we should make at the same time. Because if we combine these measures, these investments, then it will become simply more affordable and more forward-looking and more future-proof.
And what are your members in BPIE, what are they saying to you about this? Do you feel that the industry is taking the lead in this respect rather than waiting to be told by regulators about how it should adapt?
Well, the many stakeholders we speak with as BPIE, I mean, we're a non-profit independent think tank, so we don't really have members, but we have a large network of stakeholders, of partners who we work with. And what we hear and what we see is that the innovation in the construction sector is not as high as it is in other sectors.
Okay.
If you look at a sectoral comparison, we unfortunately have to, we simply see in the statistics and the indicators that innovation is not that high in the construction sector. So what we need to do is really to incentivize more innovation to happen in the construction sector. That's not necessarily easy, because the construction sector as such is quite fragmented. It's dominated by a lot of SMEs, which do not necessarily have the time, the resources, the investments to increase new products, new ways of producing things, and so on. But this is also where policy can make a difference. By really developing a sectoral innovation strategy which supports the sector, both larger companies and smaller companies, to have more innovative solutions, to have a more attractive business offer in the end to the people who want to make an investment. But
yeah, No, please carry on.
Just wanted to say that today, if you want to make an investment in renovating a building, for example, it is not necessarily easy. The individual investor, the individual person almost has to become a construction coordinator, coordinating different trades, coordinating different offers. Now, who of us has that talent? Who of us has the time? Who has the level of expertise? Exactly. It is not necessarily made easy by the construction industry to spend their money with them, because that comprehensive service offer for a deep renovation, for example, is hardly there. Yes, we do have some pilot projects in Europe, which are often funded by Horizon 2020, earlier Horizon 2020, in the future Horizon Europe. But these are pilot projects. What we need to see is a scaling up of these initiatives to a much, much larger degree. And I think this is where innovation funding, innovation investment can really help and make a difference.
When you talk about performance of buildings, what do you mean today? And as a kind of side to that question, has it always meant that? I mean, has what performance means when you talk about buildings, has that changed over time? Or is it focused solely on the climate issue?
Well, when I use the word performance, it includes for me the climate issue, the energy efficiency performance, so to speak. But it also includes the performance to what I hinted at earlier. What does a building provide to people? How do I feel in a building? Can I be productive in a building? Can I be healthy in a building? Yeah? So the topics of indoor air quality, for example, that is a topic which definitely has increased over the past year. Natural light is equally important. The overall concept, how do I feel and how can I live or how can I work in a building, is extremely important. So the climate performance, the energy efficiency performance is one aspect, but the others are equally important, in particular if we want to motivate people to invest in buildings, because something like energy efficiency is often very abstract.
Yes.
But people have a much more direct feeling how livable a home is, whether it's drafty, for example, or whether it has enough daylight or not. Yeah. So these we often call these things the multiple benefits of renovation. That's of course a multiple benefit with the perspective where the energy performance of a building is in the center. So the other benefits are around it, but we know that often these multiple benefits are increasingly important drivers for people to make an investment decision in renovation. So I think the idea of performance, to come back to your question, has changed over time.
They need to, because we need to start on time. Thanks, Ivona.
Putting up beautiful buildings, beautiful, sustainable, and together, as is our motto this week. Is there a trade-off that you have to make between beauty and efficiency and sustainability? Because if you want to, I mean, the most classically energy efficient building would no doubt be one without any windows, I guess, because then you to take it to an extreme. But my point is, do you have to make a trade?
Okay, I just have this with me.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So in our opening session this morning, we heard why focusing on the transformation of our urban areas is so important to meet the EU's energy and climate goals, and how new European Bauhaus can contribute to making that a positive, human-centered experience. We focused in our first panel on the energy performance of buildings. We're now going to move to discuss the circular economy, a key part of that transformation, as was underlined by Mechthild Worsdorfer in our interview this morning. So, Philippe, I know you have an incredibly packed agenda for this one. Lots of fascinating speakers, so without any further ado, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jackie, and a very warm welcome back, all of you. Hope you enjoyed the coffee break indeed. I'll let you in on a little secret. In my office building, there's a coffee corner with a sign that reads, "Drink coffee, do stupid things faster with more energy." Anyhow, I hope you had your double espresso, as we have an even more densely packed agenda for this session ahead of us on the topic of circular economy. Designing for circular economy is an opportunity for new solutions, business models, and sustainable materials used in the built environment. To ensure climate-proof districts, urban developments must be regenerative and embrace the principles of cradle to cradle, trying to bend this linear pattern from production and consumption into a circle. How can innovative solutions and technologies be integrated in our systems and our society? We have a wealth of LIFE and Horizon 2020 projects that focus on resource loop and zero waste in the recycling of construction materials and renovating buildings. This sheer number of projects also reflects the importance of circular economy in the new European Bauhaus. At the very same time, it does indeed present us with a fairly interesting challenge, trying to listen and learn from 10 speakers in the next 90 minutes. To enable all of you to digest all of that information, I again propose to divide the session in two parts. So we'll start by reviewing 4 European-funded projects on circular economy. We'll then take some time to reflect and discuss how circular economy can impact on the transformation of the built environment. Then we'll have another 4 project reviews and another short roundtable discussion on how to generate new resource flows in cities and to adopt a common language. Then we'll take some time to reflect and discuss how circular economy can impact again this transformation. And at the very end, I would again appreciate an interactive Q&A if time allows for that. So please don't hesitate to submit your questions through Slido. That's slido.com #New European Bauhaus. Given this charged and challenging agenda, I propose we dive in the deep end directly, and what better way to start than by introducing the very first speaker. In fact, as a matter of fact, I'm reaching out to 2 speakers that will be introducing the Life Reusing Posidonia project. This is a European-funded climate change adaptation project that links heritage, architecture, and climate change with the aim to recover the local resources as a cultural approach in the contemporary research for sustainable solutions. Introducing the Reuse Posidonia project today are Carles Gabriel Oliver Bercille, who is head of the technical department of the Balearic Social Housing Institute, and Chris Baleste Peretes, who is manager and director of the very same Balearic Social Institute. I see that we have both colleagues on the screen, so Chris and Carles, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you all here. Since Life Reusing Posidonia is a project that was finished last year, today we're going to explain the afterlife. So what is happening next? So next slide, please. Since Philip has explained the project very well, I'm not going to extend it more. You know, it's a project which main goal was to build a prototype, to test it, and to obtain some data to provide to public bodies and administrations in order to redact like new green regulations. So the building is done, and next please. Next slide, please. And one of the main interests of the project that we work with water management, with waste management, with energy efficiency. We also test those materials which were previous to the Industrial Revolution. And one of the materials that we work with is the one that gives the name to the project, which is the Posidonia oceanica, which is the Neptune grass that you can see in that very clear waters that you have on screen. This material was used for thermal insulation, and now is not a prototype anymore. Next slide, please. But it's being used in 167 dwellings that we are building around in the different Balearic Islands. Next slide, please.
Yes, and how, as Carlos said, now this was the first prototype, and now we are on with more than 900 houses, 44 buildings, following exactly the path that opened this life reusing Posidonia with this cultural heritage and also against climate change, etc. And one of the most important things that we are trying to take into account from IBAVI always is the sustainability understood not only from this environmental side, but also from the economical side and from the social side. And at the end of the day, for example, one of the main points would be to be, as a public administration that we are, an example also for the private sector. And maybe this circular economy and this Bauhaus, the new Bauhaus, no, that we are following or looking for, needs to be, we understand from the public sector, we need to be leading that in order to try to create demand from this private sector, and then also offer from the supply, from the industry side, and from these alternative constructive systems. And that would be one of the sustainability from the economical point of view, to try to keep producing and keep finding new industries that will or want to play and for this kind of construction systems that we are in. Another point of view, and very important for us, is to keep the BAVI, the public organization itself, sustainable in the time. And that means that, for example, if we are constructing like we are doing in Life Reusing Posidonia and in all the other projects, we are trying to reduce the electricity or the need to use, for example, air conditioning and other resources that our citizens or the citizens that are living in these houses will need, or we have to pay less at the end of the month. And that means they will be able to afford the bill at the end of the month, because we are, as IBAVI, we are also in charge of renting these houses. So we have the promotive part, but we have also the real estate part, the social renting side. And here we are following also the social side, so people can afford the rent and they are consuming less. So it's the three the three variables. One is they are reducing the consumption, so good for the environment. They are able to pay, so they can afford the bill, and we can receive all this money to maintain or even construct more. And then the social side, because they are obviously more comfortable with it, and they have more this other income to afford other expenses that they are having. And then the most important, the last but not the least, is that we are following to make it real, make truth, this human right that is that all people need or has the right to live in a proper house, in a comfortable house, in with dignity, and that's what we are following. Life reusing is also showing this dignity, and what we are following, not only the Sustainable Development Goal of sustainable cities, but also the mental health, but also the responsible consuming, but also the climate change, gender equality, and that is mainly our strategy.
Chris, if I may be so bold to interrupt, indeed, we may need to move on in light of timing, but I heard what you're saying. We're not only talking about sustainability, about circular economy and sustainable cities and districts. There's also a factor of dignity that comes with that. So thanks a lot for bringing that to our attention. And sorry to cut you short here, but I'd like to move on with our program because our next speaker is already waiting for us at the University of Camerino. It's Eleonora Perez, who works as a professor in mineralogy. And if I read that affiliation correctly, I understand that she is studying the chemistry, the crystal structure, and the physical properties of minerals and mineralized artifacts. Now, that body of science comes in handy since I would like to invite Professor Perez to educate us on the EcoTiles project, where innovative methodologies are pursued for the valorization of waste into high-grade tiles.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for hosting me for this presentation. Yes, I'm going to present some of the results of the EcoTiles project. It's a project carried out by University of Camerino in collaboration with a company of the area, and which is a company leader in the production of terrazzo tiles. So the idea of this project is to valorize the production of tiles, both in terms of aesthetical appeal, but also in terms of environmental impact. Next slide, please. Yeah, what is a terrazzo tiles? Tiles that everyone knows because they are very traditional and they have an artistic content. They are widely used everywhere in Europe, in the Mediterranean area, all over the world. They are characterized by the fact to be very resistant and have extreme durability. In fact, as probably everyone knows, these tiles after 100 years can still be used and just polishing them, and so they have very long life. The problem of these tiles are that are cement-based, and we know that it's not easy to approach this problem, and contain raw materials. And this is the topic of the EcoTiles project. Next, please. So the traditional terrazzo tiles contain about 77% of quarry materials. And having quarry materials in tiles, it means that you have the impact that is due to the quarry operations, but also the production, the exploitation of raw materials, and the production of a lot of quantities of mining waste. Next. If we think about a different type of terrazzo tiles, we can think about instead a tile that is composed of almost 77% of waste materials. And these waste materials can be substituted, the quarry materials can be substituted by different type of waste materials, like glass, for example, but also ceramic waste, sanitary waste, but also construction and demolition waste. So this is the purpose of the project, to have new materials which have lower impact on the environment. Next. So what was produced during the project was a series of demo tiles which contain different type of waste. And here we see that the aesthetic part of the tile is composed by glass of different colors, different size, and each tile has a different name, also due to what is the composition. For example, the wind tile on the left is composed by car windshields. So, and the other one, the flask, is composed by bottle glass. And as you see also, there is an attempt to insert inside the tiles also quantity of construction and demolition waste. For doing this, if you see in the bottom right, we have tiles which are composed of two layers, and the lower layer is composed of construction and demolition waste. So the problem with this type of tiles is not only to produce something that is good for the environment, better for the environment than the normal terrazzo tiles, but also that can have still an appeal for the aesthetic point of view. Because if something is not appealing, obviously it's not going to have market, and this is the major problem for any type of material. Next, please. So when we look at the impact of these tiles, we discovered that when we substitute the raw materials, we can have 20% reduction on the impact on the CO2 equivalent, which is saved in just doing this operation. Of course, we have a product that is much better than traditional terrazzo tiles production, but cement is still a main problem. And if we try to substitute just 20% of the cement content, we can obtain, we can double these values. And this is why it's so important to approach this problem as well. Next. So the market acceptance is extremely important, and these stats were presented at Cersaie, which is the international fair for ceramic materials and all materials for the building, the construction sector, and received a lot of interest and a lot of success. And after this presentation, of course, we discovered that in many other countries, this type of tiles were started to be produced and commercialized. So this was certainly one of the important input of the LIFE programs to have replication of the materials that are produced in one project to other countries and other type of environments. Next. What it happened during the project is that we were located just in the middle of the earthquake which hit central Italy in 2016-17. So this allowed us, in spite of the destruction of our houses, of course, allowed us to continue work on the project because the company was not affected and the university was not affected. But the interesting part is that this area is going to be the largest construction site in Europe for the next 30 years, which calls for new management of rubble and CDV and new green materials, but also new architectural engineering solutions. Next. So one of the action that we took was to start focus on the earthquake rubble and produce materials which were made by construction and demolition waste, just because it was important for the area to have materials that were local materials and were giving new life to the rubble. Next. So one of the last productions was, of course, this tile that was composed of 77% of construction and demolition waste, and we gave these tiles a name which is Nuova Vita, New Life, and just to express the idea that you can find a solution to give a new life to waste and construction and demolition waste. Next. So thank you very much, and please contact me for any question or any suggestions. And I just want to say another thing is that during the project, we had the chance to organize a network of waste, and we involved several companies in talking together. And now there are many collaborations which are related to the reuse of waste in building materials. So I think this is a part of the success that was connected to the project, and that was obviously the success of the company as well, is a success for putting together people and approach the reconstruction after the earthquake in a different way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Paris, for this overview of the EcoTiles project and for demonstrating that what is perceived as being waste can be used as a raw material to produce, indeed, high-grade tiles. I think it's a very powerful example of circular economy. And that message of sustainable building materials will certainly resonate with my next speaker, who is with me here on site, Sami Akach. A very warm welcome to Brussels, Sami. Sami is an architect, an illustrator, a creative maker, and a jack of all trades. A globetrotter who was born in Australia, spent his youth in the Middle East before moving to Austria to develop his career in sustainable architecture with an expertise in rammed earth construction. I'm very glad that he's joining us here today in Brussels to paint us a picture on the prefabricated, unstabilized rammed earth structures that he calls pure walls. Sami, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, our project, Erdem Pure Walls, won the new European Bauhaus Prize in the Materials, Processes and Techniques category. Next slide, please. So Pure Walls is an acronym for prefabricated, unstabilized rammed earth. Rammed earth, if you haven't heard of it before, is a technique where you take raw earth from the ground and you compact it in layers. and you build up a wall layer by layer, and it becomes a very dense material. Next, please. So what is unstabilized? Unstabilized just means there's no cement added to the mixture. It is raw earth. It's a combination of aggregate, so rock or gravel, or you can use recycled rubble, as in the previous project, like crushed brick or concrete. And that's mixed with clay and silt and sand to create this mixture. Next slide, please. So why not add any cement to the mix? Well, beyond the obvious sustainable answers, earth is able to absorb and regulate humidity. So it can take on humidity within an indoor climate and regulate it to a passive 55%, which is very comfortable for living, but it's also ideal for respiratory health. But most pertinent to the advantages that we're talking about today is it keeps it 100% recyclable. You can crush the earth down into its basic constituents again, re-moisten it to reactivate the clay binding properties, and then you can build it up into a wall again, or it can go back into the earth. There's no chemicals in there. Next. So in Europe, not many people know about earth construction anymore, but it's estimated a third of the world still lives and builds with earthen techniques. We often associate it with hotter climates, but it's also featured in China, for instance, very wet climates. Next. And Europe, in fact, had a huge heritage of rammed earth construction. In different countries, it had different names. In French-speaking, it was pisé, tapial in Spanish, Stampflemm in German. It's the same technique, and it was used across the continent. Next. And it was up until recently that we stopped using it, really. When concrete and steel construction sort of took over, with modern developments, pisé fell out of favor. But our founder, Martin Rauch, when he sort of discovered this material and started working with it as a craftsman, really asked himself why we don't build with this anymore. Next. And so he decided he needed to explore this material, and he thought Europe needs a new kind of earthen architecture. It has to be built with modern techniques, modern ways. And so he experimented a lot, and his house there on the right is one very good example of this experimentation. Next. That is a hole in the ground that they dug for the house. This is in Austria, and that material there, which is the Eurasian plate and the African plate coming together 300 million years ago, creating sedimentary rock, and 100% of this material can be used. Next. And there's quite a poetic narrative about using the earth below the ground to build up the walls to create the house you'll be living in. It reduces transport distances, obviously, but there's something far more symbolic and rich about it. Next. And it can create very, very beautiful architecture. I've never seen anyone walk into this house and not want to touch the walls. It has a rich haptics. It smells good. It just feels great. Next. It's very comfortable climatically, and it's beautiful as well. Next. So we have to ask ourselves, how do we upscale this? How do we bring it to more of Europe? The technique itself is quite labor-intensive. And so we started developing a prefabrication technique. And this technique can help improve the quality because you do it in the same environment every time. You can speed up the process, and it can work with modern architecture and building management systems on site to speed up everything. Next. If you play the video with another click, you can see the process. So we take the earth. It gets mixed. The mixture is very important, obviously. It gets put into formwork. It's stamped layer by layer. There's a bit of finishing involved. There's some craftsmanship still in there. You cut them into blocks, and then you stack them up like giant Lego using clay mortar. So there's, again, not much cement in there. Cement is used just in the foundations, where essentially, this is the boss and his grandson riding the prefab machine. Next. And we've realized very large-scale projects with this, small-scale, large-scale. It's been tested in the real world. That building in the middle was designed with renowned architect Herzog Dimmeron. If you go next, and you play this video, I'll show you why it's pertinent to our discussion today, because this material is very easy to recycle. It doesn't need much processing. You crush the elements afterwards, and that material you see there can be re-moistened and go straight back into the formwork, or it can just go back into the earth. It's untreated. It really is the perfect circular cycle. Next. So that's the cycle we're talking about, and the material itself is inherent to a cyclic process. Next. But it's the man-made things around the building industry that we have to worry about. So we have to do a lot of research and testing. We have to keep the structural engineers happy, the building authorities happy, the clients happy. So we do a lot of these processes because rammed earth is not standardized yet. And this is the uphill battle we face. Next. We work with prototyping. Next slide, please. We prototype a lot, so we're always looking for new solutions, how we can embed it into new architecture. Next. We have to teach people how to use it because it is so unfamiliar. We create training programs because there's no such thing as like a masonry or carpentry program for rammed earth. We have to do it ourselves. Next. And our most current exploration is seeing how we can do this at the most basic family unit scale of a single family house. As you can see here, we use quite modern building information modeling softwares so that it can be built on site as quickly as possible. Next. And this house that you see here will be plastered over, and it will be indistinguishable from the layman person from the houses around. But it will be far more sustainable in terms of embodied energy, and it will be far more recyclable. Last slide, please. So the question I would like to put forward in the circular economy discussion is, can we literally change the basic building blocks of our urban environment to make it more circular? Thank you.
A very interesting and provocative question, and thanks a lot, Sami, for highlighting the merits of rammed earth construction here today. The Bible teaches us, memento quia pulvis est et in pulverem reverteris. I add to that your very pure definition of circular and sustainable building materials, earth to earth, dust to trust. Thanks a lot for that, Sami. Up next on our schedule is Christina Buckel, who is Project and Public Relations Manager at the Gruppe Angepasste Technologie, which is the Center for Appropriate Technology. I invite her to take the virtual floor and give us an overview of the Renew Building project, which addresses climate and environmentally friendly renovation and building with renewable materials.
Hello, thank you for being here. It's already a closed project, so I'll tell you what we did. And Renew Building was mainly a demonstration and educational project with the focus on renovating with renewable materials, especially with straw and reed, and also with clay and lime. And could I get the next slide, please? And the main aims of the project were, as I already said, to promote ecological building renovations. And what is very important is that, we also wanted to preserve regional craft tradition, to educate also forgotten techniques and materials. As Sami said before, like working with clay is almost forgotten in Europe. And what we did was to establish trainings, not only in theory, but mainly with on-hand training, practical training on some apprenticeship sites in Austria, especially in Lower Austria and Upper Austria. Could I get the next slide, please? We set up a knowledge database with over 60 case studies and best practice examples. We searched for best practice buildings in Austria and also in Europe and put them in a database, as well as case studies for different parts like exterior walls, interior walls, roofs, foundations, so that the knowledge is in this database for everyone accessible, and especially also for planners and architects. And what was even more important in the project is that craftsmen don't like to use ecological and natural materials because there is no knowledge about it, no professional knowledge. And so we had over 150 participants in a lot of training sessions at our apprenticeship sites, and could also establish a new lecture at the Technical University of Vienna. This lecture is still ongoing, and we still do some trainings with craftsmen here at the apprenticeship site in Lower Austria. And for the theoretical part, we put up an e-learning platform with some modules, and this is only, this is only an addition to the practical trainings. And I'm sorry.
Would we need to go to the next slide, Christina?
Yes, please.
Here we are. It's an example of a calculation. Yeah.
This is an example calculation. We did, there was a building in Vienna in the Karmeliter Way, and we did around 200 square meters of thermal renovation up to the PASIPA standard. And it's here to show that you can save CO2 with the use of natural materials. Here you have, for example, straw bales, and it's also much better to use natural materials, especially in very old buildings, because they have been already built with these materials. And if you use, like, for example, polystyrol, you often have problems afterwards with mold fungus or other damage in the buildings afterwards. And
I believe we have one more slide.
Yes, it's already. It's already the last slide. What I just want to say is, in case of the circular economy of circularity in construction, the best thing is to the conversion of buildings, the renovation of buildings, and to use them as long as possible, because every building that is new consumes a lot of material, and it's quite difficult to also with the, I'm sorry, I have really bad habit today.
No, but your last slide is actually my slide, Christina, because it says thank you. So thanks a lot for that concise summary, and indeed good to see that sometimes simple solutions can be the most sustainable. I take the liberty of maybe going back to Sami, because we just heard from Christina something that you also refer to when it comes to training and educating. Craftsmen don't like to use those new sustainable ecological materials. So how to, how to educate and train those craftsmen to embrace them?
Yeah, I mean, it's when you learn a craft, it takes a lot of time, and it's about working with it over and over iterations to learn that material, how to work with it. And if you are introducing a new material, it's suddenly like, oh, I don't have this knowledge anymore. We find a lot of people very interested in the material, and they will explore it on their own. But to introduce a whole new craftsmanship stream, so like I said, masonry or carpentry or earth building, it requires a little bit more organization, or maybe even top-down formal courses, vocational learning or something. We do a lot of training on site, but all our workers and have come from other fields. They're either masons or they're roof builders or something, and they had a personal passion to try something new, something ecological. So it needs a lot of different approaches, I think. I think something at a higher institution level would be very good, but it also, at some point, we have to train people to use like our prefabricated elements. It's not a big learning curve, but the contractor, for instance, has to know that he has someone on site that knows how to put it together and how to retouch and finish the elements.
So it's a bit of training to alleviate the burden for them to use that new material. Which again ties into something that Professor Skoulos told us yesterday in this new European Bauhaus and the direction we're taking. It's also, again, a lot of educate, educate, educate. Before we engage in a small roundtable discussion on the merits and limits of sustainable materials and circular economy, let's have a look at European policy as an instrument to promote circularity and sufficiency measures. Gonzalo Sanchez is Policy Officer for Circular Economy and Carbon Neutrality at the European Environmental Bureau. I invite him to put the spotlight on two potentially powerful decarbonization strategies, sufficiency and circularity.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me today. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the European Environmental Bureau. The EB advocates for progressive policies to create a better environment in the European Union and beyond. And well, the EB is also an official partner of the new European Bauhaus. And today I'm going to present our work on circularity and sufficiency in the building sector. So please, next slide. Yeah, first of all, we must be aware of the big challenge we had. I mean, and as we can see in this graphic, we must reduce the CO2 emissions produced by the construction sector if we want to achieve the European environmental target of decarbonizing Europe by 2015. From our policy approach, we think that the European policies focus just on energy efficiency, and they need to include both circularity and sufficiency urgently. Next slide. Yeah, and you can read more about this in our latest report on this topic, written by Yamina Saheb, the two overlooked decarbonization strategies in the Fit for 55 package. And well, we explain more position on this. And well, a circular and sufficiency approach aims to reduce the use of raw materials, reduce the construction waste, and extend the lifespan of buildings to avoid unnecessary new construction and the increase of square meters consumption. If circularity and sufficiency are included in the European policy framework, it's possible to address some issues that we cannot tackle through energy efficiency, mainly the embodied emissions and the increase of consumption of square meters. Next slide, please. Therefore, the first point to consider is the embodied emissions. Around 10–12% of the European building CO2 footprints came from embodied emissions. It could be reached around 50% in some countries, and this percentage will increase in the following years. Next slide, please. The other point is to reduce the consumption of square meters. This graphic shows us that energy efficiency measures have decreased the energy demand per square meters, but the increasing of consumption of square meters per capita has hampered a higher reduction in energy demand per capita, which is represented by the black line in this graphic. Next slide, please. In the red column in this graphic, you can see that the increase in CO2 emissions due to the lack of policies of circularity and sufficiency has neutralized the reduction of CO2 emissions achieved by energy efficiency from 1919 to 2018. Therefore, we clearly advocate to include circularity and sufficiency in the European policy framework urgently. Next slide, please. So, when it's come to circularity, there are two key points to consider. First, there are no directives or regulations on circularity, just some strategies and initiatives. Circularity is still not mandatory at the European level. Secondly, circularity is a cross-cutting issue that have an impact in each state of the building life cycle. And there is a lot of several points that should be included, such as ensuring reversibility and adaptable buildings in the same phase, ensuring a high recovery percentage of reused and recycled materials for dismantling processes, or promoting the disassembly of different materials and construction at the construction site. All these things are really important to be included in the coming revision of the EPBD and Construction Pro Regulation, and there is a lot of good experiences across Europe to build on it, such as for this project called BAM in which the reversibility of buildings regarding their structure, space, and materials is measured and analyzed. Next slide, please. And the last point I would like to present is the sufficiency approach, in which circularity plays a key role. Sufficiency policies are a set of measures and daily practices to avoid the demand for energy, materials, land, water, and other natural resources over the life cycle of buildings while delivering well-being for all within planetary boundaries. This concept often entails rethinking the design and use we made of our buildings. And I would like to start with some general question on this. Do we all need a washing machine, or could we share it with other neighborhoods? Is our needs for the amounts of square meters in our home always the same at every moment in our life? How many people change the house they had bought when their children become independent? How policies alternatives are there for people who want to reduce their consumption of square meters? There is no alternative. We can support all these people who want to live in another way, reducing their emissions and delivering well-being. We can see in this slide several potential levers, but I would like to highlight some of them. Renovating empty and rundown buildings so as to avoid building new ones. Promoting storage space, produce services such as laundry rooms, co-housing in order to reduce resource use and CO2 emissions. Promoting flexible housing policies. People will be secure that the right to live comfortable in a house which is big enough for their needs. The good news is that there are a lot of people who want to explore these options, and there are good experiences already done across Europe, but there are no policies to support them. We believe that the European policies really can offer something better to these front runners. Next slide. So, well, I'll stop here and looking forward to starting the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gonzalez, and indeed, let's go to that panel discussion. I do appreciate that I happen to be the brutal beast in the room, cutting our speakers short and depriving them from the opportunity to showcase their colorful content and their substance. But again, after this streaming session, we will make all the presentations fully available for you to digest at your own perusal. We are indeed, if we kindly ignore daylight savings times, we're almost on schedule, so let's reflect indeed for a couple of minutes on how circular economy can impact on the transformation of the built environment. I also like to take the opportunity of introducing Josephine Lindblom, who is Senior Policy Officer at the Directorate General for Environment, and in that capacity I think she can voice the vision of the European Commission. So if we can blend in Josefina, I'd like to start by asking her a question, because we just heard, or at least I just heard, Gonzalo stressing the importance of both sufficiency and circularity, and in his presentation he referred to those two factors as decarbonization strategies that may have been overlooked in the Fit for 55 program. Would you agree that circularity is a blind spot in the European Green Deal?
Hello, good afternoon it is, yeah. I think it has been specifically in building and in energy policy, it has been a blind spot for a long time. But I think we're getting there. I think we're learning our lesson also at the European Commission. And if I look at the Fit for 55 package, there are indeed first steps there to make use of and to base make use of circularity aspects in our policies and make use of the potential that it holds to reduce carbon emissions. Several of the speakers today mentioned how their different approaches reduce the embodied carbon, and Gonzalo referred to the great potential that has to reduce our overall carbon emissions, to focus on the embodied carbon. And we have understood that as well. We have learned. So we are gradually introducing this in different building policy as well.
Any other highlights or high-level messages, Josefina, that you picked up from our first four speakers?
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting to not just hear about new materials, which is interesting in itself, but also really to hear about how basically I think all projects, we're talking so much about how they are very hands-on, creating new knowledge on the ground, creating training sessions, e-learning, whatnot, but really bringing new knowledge to the ground. Really teaching building professionals something new, which I would expect that they would also be proud of and happy to continue to work with. So I thought that was really my main takeaway, that it's not just about creating new materials, but it's really bringing it to the building professionals as well. I thought that was quite impressive. And of course, I want to stress that the way that these projects are working, circularity, reducing embodied carbon, it's a great contribution to our climate change mitigation
Absolutely.
work that we're trying to do. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks for sharing those high-level views, Josefina. I'd like to pick in on one of the things you mentioned on embodied carbon, because we have two similar questions that have reached us through Slido, and I'd like to throw them to Sami on both the environmental impact, but also any color you can provide on the life cycle assessment of using that rammed earth construction.
Right. First of all, we're a SME. We're not a very big company, and we have to cover everything to do with earth. Yeah. We have to start with the material assessment. We have to create the material mix. We have to build it. We have to take it to site. The whole thing. If you compare that to a concrete construction, you can buy tons of the material ready to go, and all that process has already been done too.
You're saying you're knee-high up in the mud every single day at the office.
Yeah, well put, yeah. So life cycle analysis is very important, and we talk about our embodied energy, but we simply don't have the resources to do it for all our projects. One has been done for the Alnatura project we did in Darmstadt, Germany. Mm-hmm. It wasn't conducted by ourselves personally, but I believe that the company or the clients did one. And the results from that project showed, I mean, that the ramming process and creating these rammed earth elements has very negligible energy input. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The ramming we do at our factory is all with renewable energy. We have a hydro plant right next to us. But it's the transportation logistics that was creating the emissions and the energy impact. And if you're bringing in earth from further away, that's going to have a bigger impact, or if you're transporting them further away. So we really try to take material from that building site, if possible, the very place where you're going to erect the building. If it's not that one, we look locally. So we don't quarry material. We take it just from road buildings or road building or housing building excavations, and we tweak the material accordingly. But usually we can use 60% and up from any excavation material. And we also put a limit on ourselves. We can produce the elements here, but we do a quick assessment whether shipping our elements further than 100 kilometers makes sense from a balance and sustainability point of view. So we won't make elements here and ship them to Russia or something, you know.
But you're saying the carbon footprint is primarily in the transport.
That's exactly right. There's almost nothing going into the actual process of building those bricks.
Okay, thanks a lot, Sami. I'd like to turn back for just 1 minute to Chris and Carlos, because I appreciate I cut you short at the very beginning of our session. I have one more question for you, if I may. Most European-funded projects are focused on resource loop and zero waste in recycling of construction materials and renovating buildings. According to you, how can innovative solutions and technologies be integrated in the societal and systematic innovation promoted by this new European Bauhaus? Chris and/or Carlos, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, we are pretty sure that from public bodies, we can promote the example, and we are sure that we have already some solutions for decreasing the energy consumption of all those materials that are developing our buildings. So the last slide that we could show was about a urban minery. So we have at least two different ways to approach this. The first one is that one from the local materials that you have already in that places that you're still having like a kind of traditional way of building from your cultural heritage. And in those big cities that you don't have this kind of resources, you have all those buildings that has to be demolished for many reasons, because the obsolescences or other questions. And these are not waste, but resources. And here we are already, now we are on work on the first example of urban minority in buildings. So we are developing 25 dwellings for senior citizens, which are the result of the deconstruction of a previous obsolete building, which was in a kind of bad state. It was not possible to refurbish. So from that point of view, for sure we have a new approach to address the problem.
Absolutely, crystal clear, Carlos. Thanks a lot for adding that. And in spite of our interesting and animated discussions, we'll have to move on with our program, as we have another 4 speakers that will share their view on circular economy, looking through a different lens. So how can we generate new flows of resources and adapt also a common language to communicate sustainability for the built environment? We talked yesterday also about the importance of storytelling, so we'd like to dive a little bit more deeper in that subject now as well with our next speakers. My first speaker on this subject is Borja Izaola. Borja is architect and project coordinator for life levels at the Green Building Council in Spain. So I would invite him to take the floor and to discuss his project. Borja, if you're with us, please hijack the virtual floor.
Moment. Okay, now my microphone is on. So first of all, thank you for organizing this. Please keep on bringing us together. We need to share our knowledge. We need to share our networks. We need to speak about it together. Thank you very much. Yeah, I will speak shortly about our project, if this works. Just a minute, because it is not working. So please go to the next slide. Yeah, if you are not aware, which you already are, we have these impacts from the building construction sector. Just a second, I was not fully ready. And okay, yeah, just a moment, it's going a bit fast. So if you want to reduce these impacts, then the levels framework is helping us to reach, to reach some paths. Thank you, that's fine. And what they call a journey, maybe a journey through circularity, sustainable financing, resilience, global warming, and so on. We have Josefina Lindblom here with us. She's actually the mother of the levels framework. So I'm please just a mentoring of your son. Hope to do it fine. Please, next slide. Yeah, like for instance, if we decide to choose the path of circularity, we would choose module 2 of the indicators of the levels framework, which have to do with resource efficiency. And probably also it would be interesting to look after macro objective 6, which have to do with life cycle costing. Next slide. We might choose another different path to evaluate, assess, and report on the sustainability of our buildings and the building process, like for instance, the resilience of our building in the long term. And then we would probably focus on macro objective 5, which have to do with climate adaptation of the building. Next slide. Or if we decide to look, as we have seen today, on mitigation, on decarbonization, on carbon footprinting, and so on, other environmental impacts of our buildings, we would probably choose these indicators that we see in this page. Please, next. In our project, what we have chosen is to focus on 3 key indicators. Next. One has to do with life cycle assessment. Next. Secondly, with indoor air quality. Next. Third, with life cycle costing. We consider in the Life Levels project that both the sector, professionals, academy, developers already have heard a bit about LCA, LCC, and indoor air quality. After the COVID, everyone has heard definitely about indoor air conditions. So we think, and we intend through our project to accelerate the adoption of the levels framework and to see how life cycle thinking can really go to the center of design and building production. Next. Whoops. Okay, something has changed here. So the 8 members of our consortium actually run building certification schemes. One first step to provide this has been to check and compare the levels framework with these 8 certification schemes. Next. Secondly, we have been trying to look after positive and best practices in green public procurement, how public administrations understand and include these criteria, which is no easy task. Next. The third key objective, as we have seen along today, is to foster capacity building so that the whole value chain includes these criteria into the development. Next. This has to do very much with thinking in terms of the life cycle perspective. Next. And this is actually open to all stakeholders. We have chosen from all of the stakeholders of the building sector 3 key stakeholders: professionals, manufacturers, and public procurers. Next. So that a used approach, which is rather linear and ends actually on a politician taking a decision, next, goes circular and turns the responsibilities and the approach of every agent into their realm of positive impact. From the very beginning, planning, to the very end, landfilling, actually avoiding landfilling, and as we have seen today with ram earth and other materials, reusing the embodied impact, the embodied energy, and the value of the material into new forms of a building. Next. So at the end, the Life Labels tries to improve a design which is not only energy and carbon positive, but is actually regenerative and improves also biodiversity and helps us, humans and other species, to have healthy building materials and buildings. Next. Thanks, and if you want anything from me, next, I am available to your queries and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Borja, for expressing your view on regenerative design and also healthy building materials. And I can only endorse your warm plea to indeed keep bringing people together, exchanging perspectives and ideas, because by the end of the day, the ideas are the very raw material that we will need to shape our roadmaps and to commonly build a more sustainable future. And now I am delighted to welcome our next speaker on the floor. Cristiana Parisi is Associate Professor at the Copenhagen Business School. In that role, she is also Principal Investigator and overall Project Coordinator of the Horizon 2020 Reflow project. So, Christina, I invite you to take the floor and share with us your experiences on co-creating circular and regenerative resource flows in cities.
Thank you for the opportunity. It is great to be here and actually to present a different view on circular economy. The way my project started is actually to have an interdisciplinary perspective. You could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. And the reason why I'm showing you the partnership is to show that the different partners, Reflow has 28 partners, and its aim is actually to sustain the transition towards circular economy of 6 European cities. And as you can see, while we have municipalities on board, we also have research institutes, but also technological partners and partners with different expertise that we believe are needed in order to support the transition towards circular economy. We could go to the next slide, please. And this is where I'm trying to systematize a little bit the view of our partnership in that sense. You can see the 6 cities we are working with: Amsterdam, Berlin, Cluj-Napoca in Romania, Milan, Paris, and Vejle here in Denmark, a small town in Jutland. And those pilot cities are followed by different partners that have different expertise. On the one hand, we have research and methodological partners. As a CBS are focusing on performance measurement, business modeling, and impact assessment, but also Polytechnic of Milan is focusing on design. FAG is focusing on pilot coordination. Metabolic is an expert in environmental strategy, while Ecovala and P2P are focusing on capacity building and governance. And then we have some expert in software that support us in building a blockchain, distributed ledger blockchain technologies to actually connect all the actors that work within the city. If you could skip to the next slide, thank you. And in this slide, you see hopefully you can read, our main idea, the starting idea we had while transitioning to circular economy. Traditionally, when dealing with circular economy, the main focus is a focus, of course, on material, but there is a social element that tends to be overlooked and indeed is critical in order to have a successful implementation. And in order to demonstrate how cities can be reconfigured in order to enable for them to become circular and regenerative, we believe that there are a few elements and a few components that needs to be taken into account. And the green parts are the building blocks that we have seen at the core of our projects are the cities that self-chose a topic to focus on, but based on that, we put a few expertise at European level that supported them and needed to be integrated for the cities to actually transition towards circular economy. The first one is called Business and Society, and it's actually the one that is led by the Copenhagen Business School and my research team that focuses, as I said, on the performance measurement, especially when it comes to the social and economic side, but also the business modeling and the impact assessment, which is critical also for sustaining the solutions that have been created by the cities themselves, the modeling. The second one is the technology, the blockchain technologies that connected all the actors, all the interesting beneficiary at pilot level, and actually ensure the secure transition of data in order to enable the transition towards circular economy. The third one is the material engineering, where we have expert in the environmental side. And we started by tracking the material flow analysis of the various material that the different cities chose in order to see how they were developed. And then we measure the performance measure, but also the impact assessment from a pure environmental side. So we could actually work. But we also realized that in order for cities to transition towards circular economy, it's important to have to be knowledgeable of the different governance structure that characterize different different contexts where the cities and where the different actors operate. And for this reason, we have a specific building block called governance and urban planning, where we take into account the different regulatory environment in which our different pilots find themselves at this stage. Then the last two building blocks in our project are the capacity building in that sense, because it's important to actually allow the cities to acquire the knowledge in order to transition towards circular economy. In that sense, we create knowledge at different level from university to more practical knowledge at this build. And finally, the communication. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. And when working with Reflow, now Reflow it's in its second year of 3, and actually we realized that in order to, we had a bidimensional model in mind initially, we'd say, but in order to escalate, to allow our view and the implementation of circular economy to actually be replicable by other cities, we thought that we should rely also on system thinking, meaning how the pilots that we are developing can escalate and actually make a systemic change. And for this reason, we went to the research of the multi-level design model, which combines an iterative process, which is typical of the circular economy. If you think, for example, of the circular design guide of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and actually thinks in terms of how solutions can be escalated. And we made it ours. If you could go to the next slide, please. And I know it's very hard to read because the last circle is white, but what we did is actually to rethink the model, and actually what we would like to do is actually to think, and what we are actually working on is to systematize all our action at different levels. And this means we start from material innovation, so from the basic of the circular economy, to the product and tech innovation, where our technological solution works, the circular business model and innovation, where we actually make economic sense of the social, environmental, and financial, of course, element. The third one, the social and technical innovation. And finally, the last circle that is hard to see is actually towards a circular society, is where our combined work will eventually, in that sense, lead to circular city. Of course, this is a level, this is our utopia, so to say, this is where we would like to go with our collaboration. And finally, if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. Just to give you a brief overview of what our pilots were doing. In each of the pilots, self-selected a topic and a material to focus on. And that was a bottom-up approach by choice. So we decided that the city should self-decide which their priorities were. And then we wanted to bring our expertise and to build our collaborative effort to support them in the transition with the tools that at the end of the project will be also shared with other cities and made available. So Amsterdam focused on textile, Berlin on water, heat, waste within building, and Cluj-Napoca focused on the energy, new energy sources, Milan on food markets, Paris on the recycling of materials within fair, especially wood, and finally Baile on circular plastic. And I know it's hard to summarize all the work we are doing in a few minutes, but it was just an overview. So if you could go to the last slide. It's just for me to say thank you for this opportunity. It was great to be here, and I'm looking forward to engaging in a discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Christiana, and I think you did a commendable job on indeed condensing all of that work from the Reflow project in just a couple of minutes. And thanks also for reiterating the importance of system thinking, which was clearly reflected in your enhanced multi-level design model. I have two more speakers up my sleeve, and next in line is Jan Debenjak. Jan is project manager at ZEOS in Slovenia, which is a non-profit collective scheme for waste electronic and electric equipment. For the next 6 minutes, I invite him to teach us how we can turn to e-circular.
Yeah, hello. I hope you can hear me well.
Loud and clear, Jan.
Yeah, if we could just go to the first slide, please. I think the introduction was quite perfect, so I won't waste any of your time. I will try to paint a picture of operating difficulties and opportunities of our project. Our project is called Turn to e-Circular, and it's an information and communication project. So yeah, the first slide, thank you. We have 3 project partners. ZEOS collective scheme we have already mentioned. The second one is Chamber of Communal Services and a waste collector and processor. The project period is 5 years, and the budget is roughly 2.2 million euros.
Professor, that's the level.
The main goal of our project is changing consumer habits in managing still functional e-equipment, so still functioning appliances. We are trying to inform general public and local target groups on the concept of circular economy with awareness-raising events, and we are trying to put in place an infrastructure of collection points to redirect waste electrical equipment into reuse. Also, we are launching a circular economy web platform as a contact point for stakeholders. All of these for the purpose of extending lifetime of appliances. Next slide, please. So during the COVID times, like we are now joining remotely for this EU Bauhaus event, despite the limitations, we have managed to execute certain local events. So we were collecting end-of-life equipment and also functional equipment and organize appliance exchange markets. Next slide, please. Okay, as I have already mentioned, we erected infrastructure at local collection centers. This infrastructure is intended to redirect the flow of still functional equipment back into reuse. You can see here some pictures. We also managed, so we supported this infrastructure with opening events, with local marketing, and with instruction for the employees of local collection centers. I can mention here that the level of cooperation varies greatly depending on the local employment, local employee employment. Next slide, please. So yeah, here we have already some results. This is a new process. You can imagine if we are talking about reuse, the appliance reuse is not quite the same as, for example, let's say textile reuse yeah, textile will be enough. Like textile reuse because we are dealing with electrical equipment. So if something goes wrong, there's a question of responsibility. We are trying to solve this with establishing a preparation for reuse process, which is also planned in the new EU framework. And this is done by our project partner. You can see here some pictures and already some results. So maybe I will just mention that a little less than half of the equipment that is collected at the before mentioned collection centers is actually waste equipment, and the other part is actually suitable for reuse. Next, please. Here I will mention, so you can see that even though we have collected and checked quite a few of the equipment, we have a problem with putting it back on the market. This is because the environmental permits in Slovenia, which are planned in this project, are still not being put forward by the ministry. However, we are still going forward with the pilot process. And on the right side, you can actually see some of the graphics that we are using to persuade how to put the equipment back into reuse. Next slide, please. Yeah, here I can see also some Slovenian boards. I hope you don't mind. So the first graph actually shows the biggest column is collected equipment. The second column is checked equipment. The third is the equipment that is being put on the market but not yet sold, and the last one is sold. So here you can see.
You're still with us, Jan? I believe we may have lost Jan, or at least the connection.
Oh, can you, excuse me?
We lost you for a second, Jan, but you're back on track.
Oh, thank you. Okay, then I will speed up my presentation. So next slide, please. I will just talk about insights. We opened that was the first part was on reuse. The second part is on sharing models. So we opened a sharing corner at our company headquarters, where we are sharing some of the equipment, basically cleaning equipment and tools. But more interesting than this, we are actually cooperating with local development centers to actualize sharing business models and sharing and reuse business models. The first business model is called Relight. It actually repurposes the discarded LCDs into functional lighting equipment. And the second one, Bank, actually uses old laptop batteries for e-banks, for personal e-banks. The problem again is with certification for this second life equipment to be put on the market. Next slide, please. We are trying to solve the mentioned difficulties with the work group we have established. It includes representatives from the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning and Ministry of Economic Development, also Consumer Association and Chamber of Electrical Producers. All the pictures here represent the next information and awareness raising events. We're trying where we are trying to inform local public groups on our project and a circular economy concept regarding electrical and electronic equipment of Slovenia. I hope you are able to hear me. This is the last of my slides.
Thanks a lot, Jan, for this overview. What I have gathered from your keynote address are two important points, I think. In this day and age, it is ever more important to use and reuse electronic equipment which is still functional, and it is equally important to provide a convenient platform to collect electronic equipment and hence lowering the threshold for reuse. So thanks a lot for that, Jan. That brings us, or at least me, very close to depletion, but I have one more speaker up my sleeve who is with us here in Brussels. Last but not least is Cristina Maruli, who had actually the audacity of traveling to Brussels and sitting 1.5 meters from me now. Cristina is Associate Professor at the American College of Greece, where she's also Director at the Center of Excellence for Sustainability. To wrap up our session, I leave it to you, Cristina, to introduce the holistic A2U food concept and make this distinction between avoidable and unavoidable food waste.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having the opportunity to represent the A2U food. As you said, it's a food waste project, but I want to indicate that what I'm going to present also draws from my experience as a NEMO life monitor, also from other food waste projects. A2U food is interesting in that it's a very integrative project. Maybe we can have the next slide. Very integrative project which is trying to address both environmental and social issues at the same time. So using the good quality food in a second opportunity restaurant and the unavoidable food in a bioplastics unit, and also reducing by awareness raising technology, etc., and also composting at the neighborhood level and at the household level. It's undertaken by the municipality of Heraklion with other partners, as you saw before. Maybe you can change the slide. Several things have happened, but what I really want to discuss is a bit how the difficulties that the project has faced, the challenges, if you want, which are also opportunities, which also answer an issue that came up yesterday with intent versus behavior change and how there's a gap between the two. So I think, can we go to the next slide, please? Here is how I've summarized some of the challenges that are addressed, are usually found in projects like this. Food waste is a very interesting concept, culturally contradictory. Food is positive, waste is negative. And so what is food waste? So it's actually one of the cultural issues that we have to address if we really want to promote circularity. The next thing is also, and it goes hand in hand with another cultural issue, that food is addressed as commodity. That's how we end up with inefficiencies and waste and things like that. But food is a necessity. So it's another thing that we need to address culturally. That also penetrates everything else. So policy reflects this cultural issue, and we do have legislation for food, which is actually emphasizing health and safety, but we also have legislation for waste, which talks about management, inefficiencies, waste, and stuff like environmental issues, but they don't go hand in hand, and there are areas where they really create real obstacles for efforts that try to promote circularity in food waste. I'm going to not discuss administration, and I'm going to go to the economy, and I'm going to be a bit provocative here, I think, trying to say that when we say circularity, which is a concept that everybody really accepts pretty much nowadays, but we do couch this in the discourse of growth. But growth is like this, it's not circular. So how do we compromise the two? I think we really need to dare to open the discussion as to what the basis of the conceptual basis of our economy should be, and how the circularity should become a very important basis, rather than an add-on to this linear logic. And the last one is another thing that we don't really think about often, is the physical space, the urban space, and how it is organized. Cities are dense, and they become even denser with time, and space and developed space is a negative concept. We don't consider that positive, but it also means that we don't have opportunities to locate alternative things like bioplastics unit, or even composter in a neighborhood. That may be difficult. So we really need to redesign our cities, the physical space in the cities, with more nature-based solutions, not only for the case of climate change and other things like that, but also because we need this flexibility that nature provides, and we want nature-based solutions that also address the issue of food as well. So having said this very quickly, I want to just come up with my last couple of points, which are, if you want, the lessons that I think are useful. One is that if an individual wants to change, they may have a desire, but it may be very difficult due to all these parameters which are beyond an individual's control. So we definitely need to change culture. We need to find out of this bundle, what are the crucial points where we can interfere and make this dismantle this bundle. And I think culture is one, which means education, not necessarily formal, but education which needs to promote a new ethos, as we heard yesterday, but also it needs a new pedagogy, which also teaches collective learning rather than individual learning, and also learning for action. So when we work together, you learn together, you also learn how to act much more easily. The second point is about policy and policy making. Policy making, which you also heard the first day, should not aim to changing individual behaviors, but rather it should aim to create a conducive environment, which means society, market, governance, education, that kind of environment, I mean, for people to wish, be inspired, but also to be capable of changing their habits and their practices, because practices are social, really. They're not only individual. Thank you. I hope I contributed something to our discussion.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Professor Marulli, for sharing these interesting insights. I'd like to pick up on what you said about policy, because we have a couple of minutes left in our session, and I'd like to spend them with Josefina Lindblom again. Josefina, we've heard a lot of testimonials, promising project results, perspectives from our panel as well, which I think goes to show the importance of circular economy in the new European Bauhaus. We have a couple of minutes left, so may I pick your brain and ask you what your key takeaways are from this session?
Well, I think this was a very broad session, touching on many different things, which was very interesting, and they all came down to material flows, right, in one way or the other, whether they were food or electronics or more generally material flows in the city. I think that clearly, policies need to adapt, policies at the EU level, but also at the national and at the local level. They need to adapt so that they enable circularity to start with, because sometimes they can actually function as a barrier. But they also need to, of course, more than enable, but to encourage. And perhaps at some point also oblige, force. I mean, so there are different steps we need to take. Although we are certainly on our way, I think, we still have a long way to go. Now, the Commission is, of course, you know, the Circular Economy Action Plan, which tackles actually several of the sectors that we have been talking about today. Food, electronics, buildings, they're all there. They're all very important sectors when it comes to resource flow. And hence, targeting circularity should target these sectors. So we have our eyes on those sectors for sure. And there are different kinds of policy initiatives which we are working on, which are tackling these different ones. Again, whether it's textiles or food or buildings. So I think we are on our way. But I think, and that's a personal comment from me, not necessarily as a Commission official, but I think we need to be constantly pressed for this, because I think it's extremely important that we don't lose our focus. There are many difficulties with circularity. It requires a very big scope of thinking. It's not just one or two things you need to do. It's so complex, right? So it's in a sense, it's sometimes, even though it seems logic, it can be quite easy to think it's not gonna function on our local level, for example. So I think we need constantly to be reminded by these kinds of good examples how important it is and how important policy is for this, because we are working on it, but there are complications, and we need to be, pushed as well.
That's clear. Thanks a lot for voicing that, Josefina. I hear that indeed we have embarked on a journey, we have a path in front of us, and we need to keep this sense of urgency. For the very last minute, maybe, if Gonzalo is still with us, if he could, in 60 seconds, maybe provide his food for thought.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, in general, from my point of view, as I mentioned before in the presentation, circularity is a cross-cutting issue when it comes, for example, in the construction sector, and there are different initiatives that are already ongoing, such as the construction product regulation and the energy performance building directive, which are now under revision by the Commission. And we really want to see that circularity are included in these new proposals. For example, including minimum requirements of circularity for new construction products, or establishing minimum requirements of information, or for example, with the EPBD in buildings, we could address both operational energy use and about the impacts, or promote reversibility and adaptability of new buildings and large renovations, and of course, prioritize on renovations rather than new buildings. And all these kind of things we include now in this revision of the EPBD and construction product regulations. We have the chance to change the following years the situation across Europe and decarbonize the built environment. If we lose this opportunity, we will have a lot of problems in the future to decarbonize our built environment. And this is a key and pilot moment to take this into account in a really, really strong way.
I believe you're preaching to the converted, Gonzalo, so I propose that we all rise to the opportunity here. Thanks a lot for voicing that. That does bring me to the end of this fairly charged session. I confess that I'm secretly celebrating all of the solutions I've heard here today. So high-grade tiles, rammed earth structures, sustainable building materials, recycling food waste. At the very same time, I admit that I'm almost at the end of my rope, and I have been told when you're at the end of your rope, tie a knot and hang on. And this is where I believe where you come in, Kathy.
Thank you very much, Philippe. But if I can mix metaphors, perhaps it's time for a bit of refueling with the lunch break to recharge your energy and give you a new rope for this afternoon's discussions. Thank you so much to Philippe. Thank you to our wonderful panel for a fascinating session. Many, many insights into how to address those complexities, those difficulties of transitioning to a circular economy. We are, as I just indicated, going to break for lunch now. We have a 60-minute break. Don't forget to listen to Bauhaus Radio. Don't forget to take advantage of the networking opportunities. And then we will be back at 2:30 sharp for a session on sustainable cities and districts. And in particular, coming back to that topic we talked about a lot yesterday, engagement, mobilization of citizens. Going to talk about effective stakeholder engagement in planning processes. And again, coming back to something we've been talking about throughout this conference so far, how to incorporate those key new European Bauhaus principles of affordability, of accessibility into urban planning, a crucial aspect, of course, of that just transition, the principle of leaving no one behind, which lies at the heart of the European Green Deal, as Mechthild Worsdorfer was saying to us this morning. So, lots more to discuss later on, but for now, have a good lunch, and we'll see you back here in 1 hour. Thanks very much.
Welcome back to Bauhaus Radio. It's just gone 1:30 here on Tuesday afternoon, 16th of November. Well, normally at this time, a radio station might play a song by Adele or tell you what the weather report's going to be. Of course, we don't have Adele, and we don't have a weather report really because the weather's always the same in Brussels. But what we do have is Judith Borsboom from the Netherlands, from beautiful Utrecht. Welcome, Judith. You're going to talk to us about your area of expertise. You're going to be on the stage this afternoon, so I want to leave a bit of suspense, a bit of tension for people so they stay behind to listen to the interesting things you've got to say. Yeah. You work with Smart Cities Marketplace. Can you sum up what that is for us?
Yes, the Smart Cities Marketplace has been established, I think, 8 or 9 years ago. And it's a collaboration between DG Energy, DG Move and DG Connect that facilitates the in-depth collaboration between research, businesses, city administration and NGOs. And because the collaboration of all these parties is very important, because to address the energy efficiency issues, address the smart mobility and sustainable mobility issues, and also to make much better use of digital tools, digital possibilities. For example, also think about mobility as a service, think about smart grids, think about smart buildings, but also about how you can much better engage your citizens by showing them how an area would look like, to have their consent, but also to co-design solutions with them and to co-realize those solutions. For example, in Netherlands, city of Eindhoven, in their Smart City project, they had a very interesting tool from WoonConnect, where people could say their own house as it was visualized, and then they could play with all different types of solutions to make it more sustainable. They could see what would be the approximate costs, and they could also hit a button where they would have a couple of quotations from solution providers. And I think this is a very nice example of how to engage citizens in a good way, so they see what's happening to their property, to their flat, to their rental house, and also to play with different possibilities. So this digital aspect is very much ingrained in the Smart Cities Marketplace, but it's not only about digital things, of course. It's about how to make better use of urban data, of digital tools, to make cities more sustainable.
Yeah. So it's quite democratic in a way because, you know, it's participative, right? It's not coming from the top down. You're allowing people to build solutions from the bottom up. I'm curious as to, you know, when we think about smart cities, we often think of, you know, high tech and brand new. But so many of our cities in Europe are ancient. I mean, you think of your own home city, you know, so many old buildings and magnificent, and the last thing you want to do is change their character. How much can we work with what we've already got to build smart cities, and how much do we have to build from scratch?
Well, that's quite a difficult question, of course, because it depends very much upon the city. I think everybody is very much aware that we have a big challenge ahead of us. It was said several times this morning, the renovation rate is far too low. It sticks around 1%. It's a bit more in one country than in the other. And you see that there are a lot of good examples, but of course it's always easier to work with new urban areas where you have the Energy Building Performance Directive in place, and things are built along with new directives and are much more energy efficient, and you have much more room, for example, to provide light rail or public transport or electric car sharing schemes or whatever. So it's much easier to do it there. The difficulty is, of course, in the built-up area, and especially the cultural heritage sites. But at the other hand, there are also a lot of good examples how to do that. I think it's something that remains a challenge. And from my own perspective, my personal opinion is also that it would be very beneficial if city administrations have a kind of instrument to look more ahead, because there are also a lot of windows of opportunity. The gentleman from Flanders, from Fleva, already mentioned this morning, you have change of ownership, a building might be sold. That are all moments in time when there are possibilities to do things better. And I think that's something that would need more attention to really increase the pace of renovation, because investors have invested in buildings. They will not tear them down after 10 years simply because they are not energy efficient enough. Yeah. And we also attach, and I think that's very much in the heart of the new European Bauhaus, we also attach a lot of other values to our environment. And we want we cherish our heritage. We even ugly buildings people become fond of. There was this very ugly tower in Japan that they wanted to demolish, and people protested because they over the years they have grown fond of this ugly building, which was a kind of brutalist architecture with a lot of concrete. So I think it's very important that to realize that there are also social values. You have a social fabric. You also have cultural fabric in the city, and you need to pay respect to that and take that into account. So I think it's kind of we should have a kind of energy plan where people just can see, okay, these will be the chances that are popping up, and if these windows of opportunity open, then the city as orchestrator, because they are an orchestrator and they will stay it, they can come up with specific solutions like, okay, we give you this knowledge, or you give access to that, or we help you to finance this and that and that. So that's also maybe a bridge to the Smart Cities Marketplace, because one of the things we do there is that we invite cities to come up with good plans for making their neighborhoods smart and climate neutral. So we invite them, and then we make a link to the to financial investors, to private investors. We have a network of about 18 now that really want to invest in sustainable things in cities. And then we make the match, because they all have, of course, different conditions. A bank is something else than a pension fund, so we make the match, and cities can get private finance for the project. Because one of the big problems, I think, why this renovation wave is not reaching the pace it should have, is that the access to finance is it is there. But a lot of cities, and they are the main orchestrators, they think still in terms of having projects that are contracted by themselves, and also a bit of cold feet for things like the getting into in situation where you work together with private finance,
Yes.
because they're afraid to lose property of vital infrastructures or those kind of things. So that's very understandable, but that's also one of the things we do in the Smart Cities Marketplace. So offering this matchmaking, so access to private financiers to under good conditions that of course have been vetted, to work with us, and then invite cities. For example, we work closely with Covenant of Mayor Cities on getting these plans a step further. That's one thing, and of course we also have the community part, so people can come to our meetings, they can look around. We have, for example, an action cluster on citizen focus that's really focusing on how can you make this transition in a good way, not only by engaging citizens, but also to give their consent, but by keeping them engaged by other means, for example, through participatory budgeting or that kind of things. And because I think that's also a bit the red thread I heard this morning, it's not only about citizen engagement, but it's also about keeping citizens engaged and also bringing back something in return for them. People, not everybody has sustainability on top of its priorities, or can have it on top of the list. So I think that's something that we try to work on. For example, the action cluster with a couple of Smart City Lighthouse projects, they produced a solution booklet around citizen engagement, how to do it and how to work with your citizens. And for the integrated part, for example, we developed a method with nearly 100 entities in Europe, cities, businesses, researchers, that's called the Smart City Guidance Package. That is a kind of step-by-step, very easy access method where you can fill it in for your own situation and then do this in a good way, integrating multiple stakeholders, integrating multiple disciplines, paying attention to long-term effects of what you are doing now, what you're deciding now, and also taking the financial aspects into account from an early stage. Because that's also, I think, a problem. Sometimes the content of the plans are there, and then the financial aspects are dealt with. And it's much easier to get finance if you take it into account from the beginning, because maybe you design your plans in a different way.
Yeah. Just a final question for you. You mentioned the Smart Cities Lighthouse project. I'm intrigued by that, and the way in which different cities have different solutions, but a common vision. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
The Lighthouse projects, they all have committed themselves to applying this integrated approach, to really work closely with citizens. But of course, there are differences between projects because there is a huge variety. Some projects work with, for example, in Rotterdam, they have a local shopping mall that was renovated and made much more sustainable. In other cities, they work with a specific district. In other cities, they work with several solutions distributed over the city. So they are very, rich in content. So we have now nearly 50 of those big demonstrators, which are really quite big projects because the funding from the European Commission is only a smaller part. There's a lot of other money flowing into it. It's, co-financed as well by the private companies, for example, or the city itself. So I think it's very nice. It is a huge body of knowledge, and there I also see a big, field of collaboration with the new European Bauhaus, also together with the colleagues of the Scale Consortium that are doing the secretariat for all these lighthouse projects. But we also have quite a big community because, except of these nearly 50 cities, there's also a community of about 80 cities that want to replicate those solutions in their own area and already developed visions and plans to do that. So they want to implement in the next stage with that. So I think that this is a really very interesting recipe that links very well to what is the goal of the new European Bauhaus.
Well, that's a nice way to round it off. You. Thanks very much for joining us here on Bauhaus Radio. We're looking forward to your contribution this afternoon. And, you know, one of the things that amazes me about these meetings is you get to discover so many different projects and initiatives that are going on, and you get the sense that, you know, it's a great sense of positivity, I would say, about what everyone is doing in their different fields and the way that they can come together. So thank you again for joining us. I now want to pass the baton to our next guest, who is Agnieszka Romanovic, who joins us from DG Klima. And DG Klima is, of course, one of the partners of the LIFE programme in terms of its the LIFE programme's increasing focus on climate-related issues. So, Agnieszka, first of all, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So, tell me about DG Klima's interaction, first of all, with the LIFE programme.
Maybe I will make a small comment. I'm seconded from DG Klima, so I actually work at CINEA.
Ah, yes. Well, thank you very much for clarifying that.
So I don't want to...
No, you're right. And in fact, just to get this right, CINEA is the new IASME. Is that correct?
No, CINEA, it's the INEA, so the transformation of the agency INEA, plus additional tasks that the agency received. And the additional tasks are actually covering the LIFE program, which was moved from the IASME agency, and Horizon 2020, the climate and energy package and transport. So as agency, we cover the LIFE program as a whole, so all the sub programs, and I'm in the unit which is dealing with the climate and the energy efficiency. And we also have, as I said, the Horizon Europe climate and transport and energy efficiency portfolio.
Thank you for that useful clarification. Sometimes I think with the LIFE programme and European Union programmes in general, you need to sort of swallow a dictionary of acronyms to understand them, but you've been very helpful. Thank you. On this point about CINEA and your interaction with the LIFE programme, it appears to me, having followed the LIFE programme over the years, that climate is totally mainstreamed now in what LIFE is doing, both on the biodiversity side and obviously on the more environmental side.
Yeah, I think over the years and the development of the LIFE program, but also our knowledge and our understanding of what is happening around us, the climate change became something that is part of every single project, one way or another, because we see the change.
Yeah.
We have to somehow either mitigate, either adapt, or even understand it. So those are additional elements. I think Angelo Salsi, who's very well known for in the LIFE community, was saying yesterday that when LIFE started, the climate change was not really discussed. And it's true, when I started my studies, which was a little bit later than the LIFE program have started, we were taught about the climate change. It was something new. It was because of the discussion in Rio. This is all started at the same time as the LIFE program. So we see now that we are at the age that, okay, climate change is there, we have to react, and it's everywhere. So we have to basically see at our daily life, at our future, what we need to do in order to preserve ecosystem, what we need in order to have all the ecosystem services still there, what we need as the natural-based solutions in cities or around the cities, and what it means in terms of climate change. Are we mitigating? Are we adapting?
How much do you think needs to come from the top down, and how much is already coming from the bottom up?
It's a very difficult question because we have communities in different parts of the European Union and also in overseas territories, because we have them, and also the small islands that are usually impacted the most. We have communities which understand it, which know that they have to do something, and if there are right people, they're also involved in our projects, meaning the right people, they have interest, they want to pursue it, they are invited by researchers or the people which are drafting topics. So they're the community leaders, so to say. When they're invited, they're there. But then we have also communities where the climate change is something in front of them.
Yes.
They have not seen it, they have not touched it, or it has not touched them. Or it has touched them, but in such a little amount that they still feel, well, maybe it's not
our problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So,
in terms of your responsibilities, I mean, what is your sort of average week look like in terms of contributing to the policy debate?
Again,
maybe there's no average week in Cinea.
I would say for the moment, from my perspective, there is no average week. And the discussion is happening, the exchange is there. We have different mechanisms that we are using, either formal in terms of exchange of information with the colleagues in the DGs, which are the pen holders of the policy, or we have the informal meetings. We have meetings like this one, so I hope that some of the colleagues are actually listen to the presentations, they are seeing what is happening. So I would say it's formal, informal, and it's a constant developing process.
Yeah. In terms of learning as well, how beneficial have you found participation this morning? Because as we were saying before we came on air with Judith just a moment ago, that you learn so much, you understand things that are going on that you never conceived, let alone knew about, and that's one of the great strengths, I think, of letting these programs that have a very sort of bottom-up grassroots approach. You must have learned things even. Can't really be a limit to what you can learn even in your position.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting with every single conference meeting that you have projects which are like live projects being developed with people from the ground, with the ideas they have, and the local view is that we are so different in Europe. We have different needs. We have different climate to which we are responding in the sense of north, south, Mediterranean, and the regular climate, not the climate change. And we see that one size doesn't fit all. Therefore, we need to have those programs like LIFE, which allow people to put forward something that they see as a need. And it's not only LIFE. I mean, we have the participatory budget in every single municipality that people can be part of it. We see a lot of change. And I think during the COVID years, so we have seen so much changing around us. I mean, people clean the houses because they first had the time and they were forced to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, what you can do at home when you're 24 hours. They started looking at the garden. They started looking at the little plots around them that were not used. And they asked municipality, can we do kind of allotments
growing vegetables,
growing vegetables, being close to nature, doing something. So I think this has also changed a lot, what people are doing, how they are responding, and how they want to be involved.
But in a sense, that makes the job of policymakers and those working in that sector a little bit easier because, citizens' engagement, we discussed this yesterday, is always a big challenge. But it appears that, we're at the point where nobody needs to be convinced about this, but that there are solutions that can be adapted, as you say, across Europe in different ways.
I think it's amazing moment for people to step back and see what the communities are doing, what people want, how they want to live. I mean, the 8 hours working life in the office is probably not what the younger generation wants. I mean, this is something which we got as a right 100 years ago. But maybe now it's something else. Maybe we need less working hours, more hours that we give back to the community. And maybe that's the moment to actually rethink how we live. Talk to not only younger people, because I mean now I'm mid-age, I think I'm mid-age, and I see my friends after the pandemic that they decided to do something different. They're doing different type of work. They reduce working hours. They give back more to the local communities. They engage much more in voluntary work. So things are changing, and we need to see how our society is changing. We cannot continue maybe as we used to.
In that spirit, then, do you see the new European Bauhaus as much a social endeavour as an architectural or a design-based one?
For me, it's more social. It is about bringing Europe again together. It's about the common values. It's the common idea. I think people forget why we have European Union. And one of the reasons was not to have a war. That's the primary reason why we have the European Union. And I think now it's the thing to, okay, we need to be back again together. We need to do something as society.
Yeah.
Whether it's for us, for nature, for future generation.
Agnieszka, thanks very much for coming on Bauhaus Radio. We'll let you go and get some lunch downstairs. Grateful for your contribution and grateful also for Cinea's support for this event and for the live programme, and we look forward to hearing more at the next conference from you and your colleagues. Thank you very much. You're listening to Bauhaus Radio. It's 5 minutes to 2 on this Tuesday afternoon. We've had a busy morning so far, and my next guest is Rosemary van der Velde. And Rosemary is from the beautiful Dutch city of Leiden, which is not all that far away from Brussels. But Leiden is a special city. Well, no doubt, Rosemary, you'd say it's special for all sorts of different reasons.
Yes, yes, I agree, of course.
It's great to have you on. Thank you for joining us. Tell me, first of all, describe to me Leiden. I mean, it's obviously, like a lot of Dutch cities, a historical place. You know, what is its background in economic terms, in historical terms?
Okay, well, Leiden is a very old city and a very young city at the same time. Its university has been founded almost 450 years ago, a very long time ago, but it's a very young city as well. Half of its citizens are under 35 years old. So that's, of course, a vibrant student community that lives there. And the same goes for all of the disciplines that are there. For example, we have had the oldest botanical garden of at least the Netherlands and maybe bigger. But on the other hand, we have where medicine has grown for a very long time. But on the other hand, we have a very young and vibrant Leiden Bioscience Park, which is, well, state-of-the-art and super modern. So it's a small city with big European aspirations, I believe.
And in economic terms, I mean, does it have a background in commerce and trade like a lot of Dutch cities, a lot of Northern European?
Well, yes, it has had a background, for example, in the textile industry, something that, of course, we with New European Bauhaus will also focus on later. So that's one of the traditions, and then there's the arts and crafts, but also the higher arts, so painting. Rembrandt was also, of course, from Leiden, so it's a very diverse history.
Yeah. Rather than me explain why you've come on to talk about Leiden, I'd rather let you do it. Why is Leiden going to be so special in 2022?
Well, of course, that's the question I've been hoping for. Well,
I got it in early.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. So next year, Leiden will be the European City of Science. We got that title a couple of years ago now, and next year we will be that. And being a European City of Science means you're basically the capital of science. We do that starting within the heart of the year at the Euroscience Open Forum, which is in July 13th to 16th July, which is the largest multidisciplinary scientific conference of Europe. That title has been around for a couple of years now, and great cities such as Manchester have been that as well. When we flipped the things around, and we also broadened the title that comes along with it, which is European City of Science. We made that into a 365 days program of science, from the most European and hardcore science to the most local and into the neighborhoods programming.
I'm glad you said 365-day festival or initiative, because I thought you were going to say 365-day conference, which would be too much for anyone.
Yes.
But the conference is an important part.
Yes.
But it's not. It may even be the centre, but it's by no means the most important element of this, as I understand it. where did the initiative come to seek the title of European City of Science? How did that process begin? Because you mentioned a bioscience park, you mentioned that the very ancient university, so you have that background in both modern science and ancient learning.
Yeah.
So did it stem from that?
Well, it's been a title that I think has always fit us. We are truly that city of science. Even if we hadn't had that title, I think go to Leiden and go to the area around it, and everybody will tell you it's a city full of knowledge and curious people, which is an important thing in our year. How it came about is the Leiden University, the Leiden University Medical Center, Leiden Municipality, and the University of Applied Sciences all coming together in this common goal, not a common enemy, but a common goal which united us all. And now, even since we have the title, it's been far more than that. So those institutions are vital to us, but it's also our next door neighbors helping us and being a part of it.
How do you go about designing something so comprehensive? Because in effect you start with a blank page, right? And you can fill it up in any way you want. But it sounds like Leiden's a sort of place where you like to ask other people what they think. It's participative, it's democratic.
Yes. So, well, how we came about doing this, the first important choice that we made is we need the whole year for this. Science is so broad, and especially we're taking a broad approach to it. So arts is an important part, knowledge, but also know-how. So the crafts and knowing how to do things. That was an important part of it. And then we have our intendant, so the architect of the year, if you may, Lucien Geelhoed. He was the brilliant mastermind behind it all, connecting all of the people and the dots. And then to the 365 days, I'm wanting to hand you over this tear-off calendar as well.
Thank you. So I'm going to know exactly what's going on any specific day next year in Leiden. And so I can pop up the E19 to the Netherlands to take part in any of these events.
Yes. So what you're holding here is our tear-off calendar, of course, produced in the most sustainable way. That shows every single day has another topic. So that's a very important picture, but also of a means to engage people. These 365 topics also came about with us asking people around, what do you know about, or what are you curious about? So I don't know which day you're holding right now.
I'm looking at the 7th of February, oddly enough. I just turned to the 7th of February, and what I can see is that every day has a specific web page assigned to it.
Exactly, yes. So every day has a specific web page which contains that topic. And every day we will also host a radio show, so maybe you can be a man in Brussels for that.
I would love to be, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to work out what Weetlust means in...
Weetlust. So it means hunger for knowledge, basically.
So lust,
the lust for the lust for knowledge. So the drive to know. To know
more, yeah. So that's the name of your kind of in-house...
that's a radio show.
The radio show that you'll have every morning from 8 o'clock till 9 o'clock. I mean, that's, as we know from this initiative with Bauhaus Radio, we know it's a very effective way of reaching people.
Yes, exactly.
You also have QR codes on each page of this calendar, so people can actually use modern ways rather than phoning you up and saying what's going on. They just know straight away.
Both of them, yes. Talking about old school ways, we also have our postal service. And if you go to P.O. Box 701, then you can ask a question to science, the most old school way. You can send a letter. You can also do it through email, but you can send a letter, ask something to science. For example, why do helium balloons float up? And why do they stop floating at some point?
Okay.
You can ask that to science, and then science will respond.
Wow. So you've thought of every conceivable way of communicating with people and for people to communicate with you. It sounds like a very participative initiative. And let me ask you about some of the how you've conceived the communications aspect beyond the radio station? Because I guess it's very important for you to remain in touch and receptive to feedback.
Yes, and of course. So one of the things that we have done is we partner up with a lot of organizations. We ourselves host a couple of events ourselves, but a lot of them are partner organizations. For example, we have the Dutch Vacuums Association, which has, well, I don't know if you know what a vacuum is. I have some idea. They know everything about it. They are the ones that, the researchers focusing on that, and they will hold their General Assembly next year in Leiden, and then they will also have some outreach with the public and explaining a little bit more about what they do. So what we do is go to every single field that there is, or at least we aim to, and ask around there, and then staying in close contact creates those feedback loops.
Yeah. You mentioned something interesting at the start of that last answer, which makes me want to come on to New European Bauhaus, because you've partnered with a lot of organizations, as you said. And Leiden 2022 is an official partner of the New European Bauhaus. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yes, of course. So since this summer, we've been proud partner of the New European Bauhaus movement. When we saw von der Leyen announcing the New European Bauhaus, it felt like this job vacancy which was written for us. We immediately thought, this is us, we have to go here. The question of how do we design our future is at the very root of what we do, thinking about the problems of tomorrow and the solutions to it. For us, it was very important to be a partner of this movement for several reasons. First of all, it's very a practical means of communicating to other people, what we are doing, and why do we care about this inclusive, sustainable, and beautiful future. Another way that it's has been very practical is that we've been able to connect with other partners. So, for example, we've connected through this with the Dutch Design Foundation, which is a Dutch example, but a partner that we've connected with. And just today, I saw that there is a women's New European Bauhaus, which I'm keen to connect on. So if you're listening in, please hit me up.
This is the whole idea of the conference.
Exactly.
And, we'll come back onto that point in a minute.
Yeah.
Please carry on. Yeah.
Well, so those are the two main reasons, and I think apart from that as well, it's being a co-designed movement. It's been very challenging to keep up with everything that's going on, and I think being a partner, if you have the human power to keep up, then being a partner is also a very nice means to do that, to stay close to the information.
Yeah, I believe there is a process whereby interested stakeholders can make a formal application.
Yes, you can apply, and I believe not everybody gets admitted, but they provide you with constructive feedback if you don't. So there's a lot of willingness from them as well.
Well, you were talking about the way that these conferences can generate new leads, new possibilities and contacts. One of the things we've done in the conference is to help those who are attending virtually, help those who are attending physically to connect about areas of interest. You've done this, haven't you? Has it worked?
It's worked very well, actually. For example, I've met yesterday one-on-one with Damian from Turin, and which is funny because Turin is the partner city of Leiden. And we've had, through other ways, contact with that city for organizing an exchange on the 27th of May around Copernicus. And he knew that Leiden and Turin had a connection, and then he approached me online, and we had a very constructive meeting, and now I have this whole wish list of things that we want to do together.
Creating work for yourself.
Yes, which is exactly what we aim to do, is of course networking also internationally. So it worked very well, actually. Yeah. I'm pleased with that.
Tell me about, you mentioned the Euroscience Open Forum.
Yes.
Because I'm kind of interested in the way that you've designed Leiden 2022 to be really hardcore, cutting edge science, state of the art. Mm-hmm. And on the other hand, you mentioned to me a little bit earlier, turtles, for example. There's a day here. Yeah. I can't find it because I can't quite remember the date. There's a day here when you're going to be, having a discussion in Leiden about the science behind protecting and conserving turtles.
It's a nice example. So the turtle, I think I folded it open at a random page back then, so it's probably difficult to find it back, but we're talking about the Terra of calendar.
But it's good because then next year I'll go through every single day until I find it.
You should. Anyway, so turtle is a very nice example. So if you were a girl of 6, you might have a turtle at your home. So you might want to know, how do I take care of it? Or maybe you've studied your turtle, how it behaves in daylight and in nighttime, and you want to tell people about what you found. Yeah. But on the other hand, Leiden is a very canal-rich city. And there's people fighting to keep it clean, fighting the plastic there. It's called plastic spotter, I believe, or grachtwacht, which is a kind of funny note towards the nachtwacht, of course. So they're guarding the canals of Leiden. They are keeping those canals safe to, for example, protect those turtles that live in the Leiden canals. Oh, so wow. They obviously have a connection with the turtles. And then there's, broader to that, the Naturalis Biodiversity Center, which studies everything related to biodiversity. So I'm sure they have experts on turtles as well. So that's just one example of how many ways and how many layers of science can come together around one subject. And we aim to combine those and get those people asking each other questions, and also maybe that young girl of 6 challenging the professor about, okay, you say this, but maybe it's another way, but how does that work then in practice? So, yeah.
I'm curious about that young girl of 6, because that young girl of 6 might become a young woman of 26 who's doing a PhD in Leiden, whether on turtles or not. And it makes me think of the idea of legacy.
Yes.
Because presumably you don't want everything to stop on the 31st of December 2022 and say, right, that's it, let's go and have a holiday, which you'll probably deserve by then. How do you build a legacy? How do you go about making sure that the gains you make in all sorts of ways are permanent?
Well, our legacy, it's always difficult to say beforehand, so you kind of have to be a bit bold and maybe even
adaptable too.
Yes, exactly. So our legacy, New European Bauhaus, is a very important part of that. It's the part that sticks after 2022. We are moving next week actually to the Stadsbauhaus in Leiden. It's actually called that, the Stadsbauhaus, so it's so well named that we of course are going to do our Bauhaus programming there. And what we will do starting next year is hosting a series of events there with super diverse topics. Diverse is actually the first topic of them on the 13th of January. And so moving throughout the year through freedom, urban, or democracy, those are all different subjects that we're touching upon. And around those subjects, we aim to build new coalitions to make people meet with problems and solutions. Yeah. For example, as Commissioner Gabriel said very nice this morning, that's also what Bauhaus should be about, making people meet, making solutions and problems meet. So that's part of the lasting legacy that we want, building those connections that stay. And another part is that we've seen so many new scientific disciplines and scientific parties discovering Leiden as a place to be, and people maybe being a block away from each other, never even knowing how much they have in common. So that can be very locally, so literally your neighbor, but it can also be at, for example, the Bioscience Park, people finding each other, or the Space Campus, which is also near us, of course, in Esa Estek in Noordwijk. We have 2 hot zones dedicated to, one to life science and health, and the other one to space. So those are lasting connections, at least we hope that will be formed there.
Do you have, as an initiative, like a logo or a slogan? Have you thought about that?
Yes, of course. So the most central one is who knows. So we ask people who knows, and that's we think that there's no shaming not knowing. Actually, that's what sparks curiosity, that funny feeling like, I don't know how this works, but I want to know. We've all been trained, at least my generation has been trained to start Googling immediately, and I think that's the kind of urge that we want to foster, asking questions. In this time of deep fakes, of post-truth, science has been kicked off the pedestal, and everybody can claim that they know everything, but it's all very hardened. And what we hope to challenge, but also tickle people to keep asking those questions. So who knows is our slogan, and I think below that is on a more policy-based idea is the connecting of science and society, which we do through who knows and asking sparking curiosity.
Sure. No, it's obviously a highly integrated citywide effort. Have you had support from, obviously, the municipality as part of this? Have you got any private sector actors involved?
Yes, we do. So, for example, the Leiden Bioscience Park, which I've talked about, they're a main partner in our year. The ESA Aztec is one of them. Also, we work, for example, with the local what's called Entrepreneur Association. We have this innovation hub as well. It's called Plant in Leiden, which is a close partner of us. So they are the innovation hub, which also fosters startups. So that's maybe more us fostering them than the other way around.
Tell me about also the notion that you're developing of knowledge through the neighbourhoods. Because
yes.
you hinted at that, but I'm very keen to know more, in particular, about how you envision Leiden 2022, in a sense with a social aspect. It's about science, but putting people together, as we know from this conference, is always beneficial.
Yes. Okay, so this is, I think, one of our flagship projects. Well, not I think, I know that this is one of our flagship projects. It's hyper-local, but at the same time, super European. That last part I'm going to start off with, it's because of we work together with the European Commission for this, which they've stated about this project that it's really like a prime example of building connections between science and society. So what is that connection that we build? That is the program in which with our program of knowledge throughout the neighborhoods, we go inside of the neighborhoods, and we've asked people, what do you care about? What is bothering you maybe, or what is happening in your neighborhood? So we've seen people adopting a park and then trying to get the bees to come back, for example. And those people we've created around them this stage, this European stage as well, for them to tell about their best practices. So knowledge throughout the neighborhoods is really about connecting all of those people around these subjects. And it's also about that girl of 6 years old, telling more about what she knows and connecting people within the neighborhoods.
It sounds like you're going to personally be having a very busy year next year. What do you imagine your average week is going to be? I mean, can you really plan? Is it going to be a bit spontaneous, a bit adaptable? You can have these, which you have. You organise these events beautifully, but in a sense, I guess when you're organising something like that, the unknown is terrifying, but it's also a huge opportunity, right?
Yes. Well, you're asking a lot of questions at the same time, so I'm trying to.
I beg your pardon.
No,
I'll keep it simple.
I'll be not so brief then. So first of all, how would a regular week of us look like? Well, the easy answer is there will not be a regular week. But let's say it is the summer of the next year. That would mean, for example, if you're there in prime time, you would have the Euroscience Open Forum closing off. So that's the largest multidisciplinary conference of Europe. That would be closing off. At the same time, the European Science in the City Festival would be happening. Throughout Leiden, there will be European science celebrated connecting those parties as well, open to visitors as well. And then maybe the next day there will be, you tune into Radio Waitlist.
Indeed,
yes, and listen all about, let's say, the bat. The bat is also one example in which we've seen that there's all sorts of studies about where do they live and where do they not live. And then in the most bat-rich neighborhood, we will have a professor telling you all about it. And then the next day you might go to an exhibition on the Maori and their ancient knowledge and what we can learn from that.
Yeah.
Then the next day there might be, well, not open for you, but then our 25-year-old Lorentz Center, which has a closed-off conference with maybe 15 people about exploring the next interstellar.
Yeah, which
I
is
don't
kind of specialized. But,
it's kind of specialized. Pardon that I wouldn't know the exact details of it. So that's would just be a couple of examples of what a week could look like. Yeah. Then the other thing you asked, I believe, was how do you keep being adaptive and responsive? There's several ways that we do that. First of all is, as we are a network organization, there's a lot of things happening, but it's not us organizing it.
Right.
We're the ones putting people on the stage, putting them in their own power to do so. Otherwise, we would not be able to
manage everything.
To manage everything.
Limited resources. Really.
And otherwise, it would just be our party, and that sounds great
it's not
for
how you look at
yes, but it sounds great for a day, but not for a whole year. So the co-design and co-creating part really comes into basically letting other people do the hard work, but also letting them have all of the shine, as you say in modern English, having them take all the credits and making it their own. And we try to really be generous in that. We try to, those QR codes, we have a couple of thousands of them. So we really want to engage everybody and say, you're welcome as well, as long as you keep these couple of parameters of being scientific in the broad sense. And
curious, I guess, as well.
And curious, yes.
Yeah. Let's go back to New European Bauhaus for a moment, because as we mentioned, Leiden 2022 is a partner of New European Bauhaus. How will New European Bauhaus infuse Leiden 2022?
In two ways. First of all, it's been kind of interwoven throughout the year as principles that we aim to employ, that's the word, as we aim to employ. So the idea of sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful, that idea we've always held important. The inclusion is, as I've told you, really keeping the door open to everybody. The other part is those 16 Thursdays in which we will program
these different discussions.
Yeah. Well, discussions, for example, but also exhibitions, or maybe a repair cafe as well. Or we have this very good initiative of Fashion for Good in our next door city, Amsterdam. I haven't contacted them yet, but I know our partner, Foundation 2030, is very close with them with the Sustainable Development Goals. So we're looking on collaborating with them, but then combining that, for example, with a day for slow fashion.
Right.
Just one example.
No, it's interesting because fashion is, the New European Bauhaus concept is going beyond simply designing a pretty building. I mean, it's talking about fashion and furniture, for example, and the way we live our lives.
And also as an old school textile industry,
of course,
city,
it's a perfect match.
It fits us perfectly. Yes,
it's a perfect match. Just on the topics of these discussions as well. I mean, what occurred to me was, when I first heard about them, what does democracy have to do with? What does freedom have to do with science? But actually, they have everything to do with science.
Everything,
right?
yes, and maybe the examples that I've just given are have been coincidentally more of the physical type, but I think democracy, for example, in Leiden we have, it's called a burcht, so it's this very old part of a military base. It's in the heart of the city, and it's from that spot you can look out over the whole region. what we will do next year is invite lots of young people there and talk to them about what would this place look like in 400 years, or maybe 1,000 years, because it's been here for 1,000 years. How will the future look like then? We will do that at the same time as the European Contest for Young Scientists will be in Leiden, so USIS. We hope to get those young people also engaged in this programming as well. So then freedom and democracy, so how can we design that future together? It's super interrelated.
It occurs to me as well that Leiden 2022, when you look at it nationally from the Netherlands' point of view, which has always been a very open society, is very good soft power for the Netherlands to be saying internationally, first of all, to be showing off your city, but also to be showing off, this quest for knowledge, this embrace of understanding. Have you had much interaction with the national government in The Hague about this?
Yes, we've had their full support from the time that we did the bid for this. At our launch, which we had last week, which you can also still watch online at Leiden 2022.
Indeed.
So please, .nl, indeed. Then there, the Minister of Culture and Education, she was also there to support us. So that's just one example, and of course they've also helped us with funding. So it's not only the local and the European level, but very much also the national government that has had our backs throughout this this adventure that's starting.
Just tell me about the concept of European City of Science, because it's not an annual thing. Am I correct?
Yes, exactly. It's biannual, so it every other year it happens. So up until now, so the last 10 editions, it's been the Euroscience Open Forum, a very prestigious conference that is held always in the summer, in which all of these disciplines come together, and I think also very Bauhaus style. The multidisciplinarity is important there. What we've done is flipping that. I should say that Euroscience Open Forum that comes together with the title of European City of Science. Yeah. That used to be mainly shown in the European Science in the City Festival, which we will also be holding. We are stretching out that 1 month.
You really are, aren't you? You're ironing it very thin.
Well, not thin. I believe we have enough to spread.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
So the concept is new in that sense. I dare make the comparison with the capital of culture, which is of course a standing concept. We learn a lot from Leeuwarden, for example, which recently was capital of culture. We will not be the same because we don't know yet exactly how our year will end up being, but we learn a lot from them, and I think if you really want to grasp the concept, that's also always a good one to think.
So in 2 years, obviously, I don't want to steal your thunder because we still have this year to go through, so, that's great, but what you're saying is in 2024 there'll be another city. Has that been decided yet?
I don't know yet.
Okay, but one assumes that in the way the Olympic venues can kind of pass on knowledge and best practice, you can take what you gain from this year, and others will be very grateful for the lessons that you've learned that you can pass on.
Yes, we do, and we will. Part of that knowledge is also in all of the conventions that will be coming to Leiden. It's been already a record-breaking year in conventions that will come to us. I think that is also a lesson that we would definitely want to continue and to spread to other cities that aim to have this title, because being a European City of Science really attracts a lot of activity, which is very interesting, but also comes with challenges, so you really need to coordinate with the whole city. Just one example of what it means to be a European City of Science and the challenges that it brings.
Well, amid all those challenges, I hope that you'll have time to enjoy it. And in that sense, just very briefly, before we end, is there one event that you're just not going to miss, that you're definitely going to attend, that's already in your diary?
That would definitely be the European Union Contest for Young Scientists. I'm a young person myself, and what you see there is really the curiosity of young people being sparked. Those are absolutely brilliant minds that get to share and expose their knowledge throughout the world, but also meet with each other, and that's what this conference does, and that's what the European Union Contest for Young Scientists does as well, really spark curiosity. That's what Leiden European City of Science is about, right?
I'm looking forward to coming to Leiden next year. Rosemary, thank you so much for joining us and telling us all about Leiden 2022. It's 2:30, back to our main conference venue for the next session here on Bauhaus Radio. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Day 2 of our conference on sustainable, beautiful, together, life in the new European Bauhaus. We're now halfway through our journey through the Bauhaus, and it's great to have so many of you joining us for our discussions, whether it be here in the room or online. Just to let you know that yesterday we had some 3,000 people watching us, joining us on the various platforms that are streaming proceedings. We don't know the final figure for today yet, but we do know it's many, many more, and New European Bauhaus is trending on Twitter. So we are getting that message out, and I think it is testimony to just how important this topic is and how New European Bauhaus is capturing people's imaginations and opening up new possibilities. And this is precisely an example of the sort of broad engagement, mobilization of people that New European Bauhaus is all about. So this morning, we heard from the European Commissioner for Research, Innovation, Culture, Education and Youth, reminding us about the importance of New European Bauhaus for the transition, the green transition. She called it the soul of the European Green Deal, and she stressed the importance of working together in that spirit of co-creativity to generate novel ideas and tangible benefits which lie at the very heart of New European Bauhaus, to make that transformation what she called something that reflects what gives life meaning. Following on from that, we had a discussion on the energy performance of buildings and then on the circular economy. And we're now going to focus in this next session on sustainable cities and districts, and in particular, again, going back to that issue of stakeholder engagement, this time in the planning process, and how to integrate those key New European Bauhaus principles, accessibility, affordability in urban planning. So, lots more to discuss, Philippe.
Absolutely.
Over to you and your wonderful panel to take us through this session on sustainable cities and districts.
Thank you so much, Jackie, and indeed welcome back to all of you here in our venue in Brussels, but also again a very warm welcome to the 3,000, if not 30,000 participants joining us from all across Europe. I hope you had a good lunch, you enjoyed your lunch. I think after our morning sessions you truly deserved it. For our last session of today, we're going to discuss sustainable cities and districts. And I think it's safe to say that urban planning deals with a wide variety of issues such as energy, mobility, waste management and public spaces. What are the benefits and bottlenecks of holistic approaches to urban planning, and what lessons can be learned from current practices? This session will discuss stakeholder engagement in the planning process and how to integrate those key new European Bauhaus Bauhaus aspects of accessibility and affordability in urban planning. I have 6 keynote speakers lined up for this session, either on-site here with me in Brussels, but also dialing in remotely. I'll fire them away one after the other, and at the end of the session, we'll have an open discussion with our esteemed panel. Again, I'd also like to learn from you, so please do your questions. Keep your questions coming. If you have questions, remarks, please submit them through our channel, which is slido.com/New European Bauhaus. And then my very first speaker is José Antonio Mateos. He's an industrial engineer specialized in industrial organization. He holds a master from the School of Industrial Engineering of San Sebastián and an MBA from the San Telmo Business School. José will present to us the WaterCool Life project, which entails a water-efficient, systematic concept for climate change adaptation in urban areas. José, I invite you to take the floor.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope you listened very well. First of all, I would like to thank the opportunity of make the presentation of this Live WaterCool project. As you already know, we are talking from Seville, the south of Spain. It's a very old city with some structural problems, mainly due to the fact of the weather. The weather conditions in the city are a little bit extreme. In some months in the summer, we have a very warm weather. Because of that, we are implementing many policies trying to mitigate that kind of effect, trying to promote the life in the streets. First, if you can put the first slide. Okay. Well, Live WaterCool project is a project that involves the City Council of Seville, the University of Seville, and a couple of companies. The objective of the project is to develop a grid-based water management system, allowing to soften the effect of the water-related extreme effects, mainly to improve the climate in the city by implementing climate change measures and develop an innovative urban comfort state to improving the urban climate in the neighborhood and the quality of the life of the city of the citizen in the life, but also to develop new tools to collaboration between public and private environment, trying to integrate all the stakeholders that at the end of the day are living in the city. Next slide, please. The main objective of the project is to achieve a maximum climate comfort in the different states, the different rooms. We are affecting one street, as you can see in the map. And the main objective is to try to generate a good conditions for stay in the street. The street is located in one very old region of the city. It's called the Macarena district, and it's covering the avenue of Cruz Roja and the streets of Montemayor, Dr. Jiménez Díaz, and Manuel Villalobos. And we are creating more attractive spaces to the citizens and the neighborhood of Seville. We use a sustainable urban drainage system which will be implementing the control of the water and ensure the quality of the runoff water. In addition, 3 bioclimatic comfort rooms will be created, defined by the time of use of the cities. The short-term stay will be a bus stop. The medium-term stay will be the playground of a school, which is at the end of the street. And the long-term stay will be the square which is in the intersection of the both streets that are at the end of the avenue. So we are designing three different, let's say, kind of stays: a short term, a medium, and a long stay term. And in which, in each of them, we are developing different measures. Next slide, please. In this slide, we talk about the development of the water grid. Water grid is the equivalent of the heating cooling network that allows to exchange the energy between different climate control elements in an open space. You have to see that we are trying to control the temperature in the street, but in an open air space with no control of any element. And at the end of the day, we try to do this without a consumption of energy, not even the sun or the wind. And because of that, we are using the water like the element to interchange the temperature between the low temperature in the night and the warm in the day. During the night, cold water is produced, stored, and consumed during the day. The water is cooled naturally by radiant exchange with the sky. As you already know, the sky in the night is dark enough to take off all the heat which is inside the water. For this purpose, a system of falling field of photovoltaic panels is used, but just for moving the water. The system can be understood as a dual element that produces electricity during the day by taking advantage of the sun and cools the water by night by taking advantage of the sky. Next slide, please. The Cruz Roja Avenue will actually is a normal street with cars and motorcycles and things like that. But we are going to change, and this street will become pedestrian. The drainage system combines sustainable urban drainage system and green areas. This sustainable urban drainage system techniques include permanent paving, floodable flower beds, infiltration wells, and cycle path of photocatalytic pavements. Only a little percentage of the whole volume of the rainwater is finally covered to the sewage system. The project designed the implementation of a large number of new trees in order to achieve several goals: decrease the maximum temperature in the summer season, decrease the CO2 atmospheric level, and, well, to generate a new concept of public space by doing something like a green corridor. You have to think that at the end of the day, one of the main aspects that give good condition of living in the street is the vegetation. And that's why we try to improve the number of trees in the street. Obviously, these green areas need maintenance and water, but it's one of the much more effective measures that we can take in a passive way. Next slide, please. Now we are going to talk a little bit about the different stays that we have been talking before. The first of all is the one that you can see in the slide, is the short duration stay, and it's a bus stop. We're trying to do a bus stop comfortable, like the bus stop that is in the north of Europe that we are protecting from the rainfall and the extreme weather conditions. In the south, we are trying to design a bus stop which allow to the citizens to stay there in the summertime. You have to think that in the summertime, in the month of June, July, August, the warmth in the street is too high, the temperature is too high, and sometimes it's difficult to stay in a bus stop. So we are moving the water around the bus stop, trying to regulate the temperature. The thermostop system consists of 4 circuits of different sides on the roof and 4 on the back of the bus stop. The geometry and dimension of the existing bus stop will be respected, and the solution will be doing in other parts of the city. Because this is one of the main objectives of the project, is to doing this in more streets and trying to replicate the solution that we are implementing here. Next step, please.
And Jose, in light of our schedule, may I suggest that you wrap up the presentation and jump to the conclusions, maybe?
Okay. Sorry about. Well, at the end of the day, is the thing that I'm just telling you. We are trying to regulate the temperature and of the different spaces in the street, and try to develop a catalog of solution to implement in different streets, in different places, and that will be the main objective. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Jose. We'll make the presentation available as well after this event. So thanks, Jose, for giving us this tangible example, I think, of sustainable city planning, and also for demonstrating a new form of street design where water infrastructure is used as a vehicle for cost-effective adaptation and increasing efficiency. Next in line is Katja Raffaelli, who is environmental engineer at the administrative region of Emilia-Romagna. I invite her to hijack the screen and present to us the Live IP Prepare project.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm going to present the project Live Prepare, that is an integrated project aiming at improve air quality in the Po Valley. So next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Prepare is an integrated project, and it addresses a lot of issues in several aspects related to sustainable development of cities and urban planning. But in this case, today, I will focus my speech on urban and sustainable mobility. Next slide, please. So, Prepare is a big project. It started in 2017 and will finish in 2024. It involves 7 regions in Italy and also the area of Slovenia. And it addresses the quality of life of 28 million of people with a budget of 17 million euro. It's very important to remember that complementary measures of the project are more or less 1 billion of euro. Next slide, please. Okay, so probably you know the Po Valley, the Po Basin area, that is a complex area in Europe for air quality. And in fact, despite the improvements of air quality in the Po Valley, it is still an unattainment zone for PM10 and NO2. It's clear to everyone that to solve this problem, an integrated and basis-scaled approach is needed. Next slide, please. Probably you cannot see very well the slide, I'm sorry, but this represents the sectors that influence air quality in the Po Valley. And we have that the 20% of PM10 is produced by transport of freight. The 20% derives from agriculture because ammonia is transforming in ammonia contributes to the formation of secondary particulate. We have the contribution of heating of households, especially of biomass burning, then industries and car transport. Next slide, please. So according to these main sectors, prepare focuses some different pillars that are agriculture, biomass burning, transport, energy efficiency, air quality evaluation and emissions, and communication, of course. So focusing on the sector of transport and especially urban mobility, we are going to we are doing lots of actions. Capacity building is one of the key element of the project prepare, and a lot of courses, training sessions are have been done for policy makers and public advisors and so on in order to project bike mobility solutions. Next slide, please. Here you can see some examples of the actions of the project dedicated to awareness raising, and in fact we can see some pictures in Torino, Milano, Bologna and Trento, where different events have been organized in order to increase the awareness of people on the themes of bike mobility and electric mobility. Next slide, please. Of course, we are creating different tools, both in the field of freight transport, where we have developed and testing a model to address freight transport in urban areas. And of course, for people related to public transport, ICT, and to eco-driving solutions. Next slide. Also, we are realizing some infrastructures. You can see here the bike station realized in Torino and in Bologna. Of course, these actions are realized in synergy with the complementary measures because we have to maintain this continuous exchange of solutions. Next slide, please. Regarding the data, this is a very relevant part of the project. In this slide, you can see just an example of what we have done during the COVID, the first phase of the COVID lockdown period, in order to assess the effects of lockdown measures on air quality in the Po Valley. And you can see that as consequence of the reduction till 80% of the traffic of cars on the roads, we have seen a reduction of NO2 of 40% and of PM10 of 20%. And this confirms once again, the complexity of the Po Valley and the impact, the big impact of atmospheric conditions on air quality. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide represented the actions that we are doing in the education field in the schools, and it's a very important action in the project that is called Prepared. And you can see some examples of our technicians in the schools, and also the municipal policy has been engaged in these training events. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the last, so communication, last but not least. Communication is one of the main pillars of the project. We have recently started a big communication campaign in the Po Valley that is called Aria per Te. It's Air for You, and the objective is a big involvement of people, of citizens, of students, and so on, in order to create a big community. So I'm going to conclude. Sorry, because I was very concise. Anyway, in next slide, please. You should be there, the contacts of myself and of the project project itself. Thank you very much.
Please do not apologize for being concise, Katja. You lead by example here. So thanks a lot for highlighting these different measures to improve air quality in the Po region, and at the same time emphasizing the importance of raising awareness, of capacity building, education and communication. Over to our next speaker then, who is with me here on site. Rudy Roth is Energy Advisor at the Municipality of Amsterdam. So today he will share Amsterdam's relation with the new European Bauhaus and some lessons learned from their innovative ways of working.
Okay, thank you, Philip, for your introduction, and thanks for the invitation here. First slide, please. So my presentation will be mainly on the activities of Amsterdam that have a relation with the new European Bauhaus. As you may understand, the city is a complex organization with many interests from many parties. So I have picked a few projects that are currently running to show the activities of Amsterdam in this case. So one of those is what we call the Green Light District. As you may know that from a tourist point of view, the Red Light District is the most commonly known in Amsterdam, but we also have a Green Light District, which is located in the city center, as is the other district. But the goal of that project is a bottom-up approach with local inhabitants in increasing the sustainability of their premises. So it's canal dwellings and small shops, etc., that together with organizations that helps them with the sustainability issues to organize their sustainability bottom up, and it's really a citizen-centered approach there. Another one is Resilio. Resilio is urban innovation action aimed at more or less the same topic as with the previous speaker. It is about green and blue roofs, targeting water resilience in the city. As you from the...
If you could move a little bit, yeah.
Yeah? Is this better?
Better.
From the recent past, the problems with water flooding didn't come from the sea in the Netherlands, but from the rivers, with the heavy downpours that occurred a few months ago in the area between Belgium, Germany, and the Netherlands, where heavy downpours caused a lot of floodings. And in this roof project, there is a combination of let's say sedum roofs, the green roofs that clean the air and make sure that houses do not so quickly overheat. But they also store water, and by a smart system, the water is released with a delay to the sewage system, so that it doesn't get overloaded. There were 4 locations in 4 different neighborhoods originally planned, and later on particular or private initiatives were added to that for further roofs. Atelier is a recent project from the Smart Cities and Communities area, where we aim to develop a positive energy district in the northern part of Amsterdam. And that includes, in our case, it is about new build, very low carbon houses, additional renewable energy, smart transport, smart grids, energy storage, come together in that project to show that it's possible to be energy positive. And finally, the Amsterdam Economic Board has a platform for, let's say, transformation of the skill set of all the laborers in Amsterdam to adapt that to the needs of the future. Next slide, please. So these are separate projects. but they are embedded in longer-term plans from Amsterdam. As we have a 2050 roadmap for a low-carbon economy, a circular strategy, an agenda for a green and healthy city, and we're also working with the donut ideas to make a social economy. Next slide, please. Already about half a year ago, some activities related to the European Bauhaus were organized in Amsterdam. We do that most commonly in Pakhuis de Zwijger. This is a venue where frequently discussions take place between the citizens and politicians on societal topics. And it was a first exploratory session about what could Amsterdam possibly do in relation to this new European Bauhaus. Next slide, please. So, well, let's say what were the lessons learned so far? If I go to the Green Light District, you can see that there were about 15 private initiatives developed in that area, which well makes it, I think, a positive experience on bottom-up, let's say, sustainability increase. About the Atelier project on the positive energy districts. Apart from the technical things that we try to achieve, we also have a methodology for enhancing innovation based on the quadruple helix, which is a collaboration between citizens, industry, government, and scientific or knowledge institutes. And in the meantime, we have had some sessions with stakeholders from all these parts of society to tackle problems related to the Atelier project, and are further developing that. One of the challenges there is to keep the interests of all the people alive once they talk not directly to a problem that is related to their own concerns. So that is something that we need to work upon. And finally, the last slide. What might help for the future in well, accelerating the energy transition and the care for the environment is the new strategy on spatial planning and the environment, a new act in the Netherlands coming into force next year, which is, let's say, more citizen-centric on so ideas from the public on and innovations. So the municipality will adopt a yes if attitude rather than no unless you do this and this and this. Will be challenging because permitting procedures will be more holistic, so more complex, I think, but right from the start it is then possible to include environmental and energy transition issues. The participative way of working, I've shown that is, we started to work on that, and we think that it's important for the near future to include more values in the design processes of the public domain and housing as community feeling, creativity, identity, and not only the economic factors. I would like to leave it at that, and if there are questions, I will answer them.
Thanks a lot for your contribution, Rudy, and I, for one, am eager and keen to discover your green light district in Amsterdam, but please don't tell my wife. When you talk about city labs and innovation ateliers, I also heard a warm plea to embrace change, to think outside the box in order to invent smart solutions for the cities of tomorrow. So thanks for that, Rudy. Now, this is still a hybrid event, so I can indulge in the agility to move from the physical space to the virtual space back to our platform and invite Laura Martaloni as our next speaker. Laura is a strategic designer and process facilitator at Dark Matters Lab, which is a coalition of the willing that designs institutional infrastructure for a distributed and collaborative future. Today, she will present to us the key takeaways from the Horizon 2020 T-Factor project, outlining radical new approaches to urban regeneration. Laura, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. I think I have to apologize for my Zoom background, which is not particularly professional, but you know, this is the times that we are all living. So yeah, unfortunately, we have to adapt. So I will quickly give you a bit of introduction about T-Factor, which is a Horizon 2020 project. It's quite recent, as we started last year in June. So actually, the T in the title stands for time, because the time factor in urban regeneration is really the core topic that we want to address. And more in particular, with this time factor, we specifically deal with the time period that stands in between the decision to regenerate an area, a set of buildings, a neighborhood, and years or even decades later, the actual regeneration, the actual delivery of these regenerated spaces and buildings. And unfortunately, we know that this period of time is increasingly becoming longer and longer, and therefore super complex. Also because we definitely live in time that are so hard to be predicted somehow. So the key question at stake here is how can we design for the unpredictable? Next slide, please. So the way we address this challenge in the project is by means of temporary uses. And I guess you might be familiar with this term. Basically, with this term, we refer to a practice of reusing spaces and buildings in cities in an interim way. And usually this is something that happens within tenure and contractual arrangements that are looser, and therefore they somehow allow communities and people to access spaces and to propose different types of initiatives and projects in a easier and quicker way. But more than that, the key assumption behind T-Factor is whether temporary uses applied in this, let's say, meanwhile period of urban regeneration can essentially become ways to deal more effectively with complexity, with systems change, and with strategic risk. Next slide, please. Okay, there are at least 3 areas of discovery that we would like to uncover in this project, or at least to contribute to. First one, as you can somehow understand, is whether temporary uses can be a way to turn this meanwhile period in a sort of more agile and flexible period of time where we can really test future uses and functions before we make sort of no return decisions, because essentially temporary uses has this special character of prototyping placemaking that really allow to observe how people start to interact with spaces and functions, and therefore is a sort of window of opportunity to better understand the nexus between people and spaces over time. So that's sort of discovery area 1. Next slide, please. Second, and clearly it starts to be even more important, is the role that temporary uses can play in rewiring and rebooting local economies and communities. And indeed, this is an aspect that we have proved to be so crucial, especially during the COVID emergency, right? So we have seen how important solidarity economies and informal economies and communities are an essential, let's say, factor where an entire systems collapse, because they really help us to somehow mitigate crises to really persist and somehow overcome this type of of global crisis, basically. Next slide, please. Third discovery area, which is probably the one that is most in line also with the discussion that we are having today, is the role that temporary uses can play in the city, and therefore to create access to spaces for different types of publics with their different needs, with different opportunities. And I would say that this is really the key challenge that we face in the project, because urban regeneration, to many extent, is a fundamental question of designing governance infrastructures, right? And this goes well beyond pure, let's say, stakeholder consultation or stakeholder engagement that we might do at the outset to ask people opinion about the future of our cities. And therefore, the key point really is, how do we keep participation and engagement ongoing as a sort of continuous process that constantly inquire into the meanings and values of our spaces in cities. Next slide, please. So this is our innovation portfolio. So clearly, most of our work is dedicated to explore a number of different temporary uses across different early stage regeneration initiatives across Europe. And the interesting thing is that we are really exploring temporary uses in address to different challenges. So whether in terms of rewiring the relationship between humans and nature in cities, or to understand how we can leverage the topic of cultural commons to create novel creative and cultural hubs, or how we can leverage temporary uses to contrast loneliness and isolation, for example. But this is just a part, right? Because we know that in order to make these temporary uses successful and really have an influence over the master plan and the final uses, we also need to address other key components, whether related to policy and regulation, related to the way we fund and we provide capital to this type of initiatives, and the way we govern them, as I was saying earlier. So this is how we are trying to somehow covering different types of aspects so as to create a sort of full T-factor portfolio that can contribute to advance this practice across Europe. The next slide, please. So last but not least, here you can see the different places where we are intervening. So the blue dots actually represent the six early stage regeneration initiatives where we are really piloting and testing this kind of portfolio. And the red dots instead are experience or of advanced regeneration, where temporary uses have been applied for different scopes and objectives, and we have been researching them, especially in the first year, in order to harvest let's say practices, but also, let's say, hot topics, challenges, and lessons, basically. So I think my time is over, so I hope I was clear, although super quick. And yeah, thank you again.
You were both clear and concise, so thanks a lot for that, Laura, and no worries about the Zoom background. I think it blends in a little bit of couleur locale, which we warmly welcome in this event as well. And for our next project review, we fly to the beautiful city of Lugo, where Boris Hinojo is working as an engineer for the city council. Boris has accepted the mammoth task of condensing the key takeaways of both the LIFE Lugo and the Biodynamico project in no more than 6 minutes. That is 360 seconds. Go, Boris, go.
Hello, thank you very much for allowing us to present our project. Well, I will be concise. Well, our project, Life Lugo More Biodynamic project, planning a multi-ecological neighborhood as a model of urban resilience, is coordinated by the City Council of Lugo, and we have the collaboration of the University of Santiago de Compostela, the Technical University of Madrid, and the co-finance of the County Council of Lugo, of course, of the LIFE program. Next slide, please. Lugo is a city located in the northwest of Spain with around 100,000 people. We have mainly an Atlantic climate, but every year we are influenced by the Mediterranean region. We also have a very rich forest ecosystem. In Galicia, we are cutting more than 50% of the wood of Spain, and in the province of Lugo, more than 20% of the wood of Spain. Next slide, please. Here is the project. We are developing the north of Lugo, closing the green belt of the city of around 550 hectares. We have some urban actions and some other demonstrative actions linked to the forest ecosystem and, of course, the urban development. Next slide, please. Regarding the urban action, we have developed a catalog of sustainable urban solutions with more than 50 solutions organized in different topics like water cycle, green spaces, circular economy. I think that the most important thing of this catalog is that we have created a tool for measure the foreseen impact of the solutions in terms of carbon, water, or other parameters. I think that the indicators are very good and important for communicating and show the results of the project. I think in the live projects we are well aware of that. Next slide, please. Here we have the biodynamic strategic plan. This is the main urban action of the project. This is the urban planning of a new district in Lugo of around 30 hectares. We want to create this district to increase the self-sufficiency of the district in terms of energy, water, waste, and reducing the greenhouse emissions of the district. We started from an idea to create an urban village in the district to generate multiple uses for the people that are living in this future district. Of course, housing, mobility, installation, services, green areas, public spaces. Next slide, please. Of course, we want it beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive. As you can see, the booth is in there, in the buildings, in the public areas, in the green areas. Because the wood is a very important local resources, very important for our local bioeconomy. Of course, affordability, we are considering it through public housing too in this district. Next slide, please. Ultimately, we want to develop a district where people want to develop their lives. So I hope that we can create it. Next slide, please. Regarding the demonstrative actions, we have created this urban forest next to this new district, in between two industrial areas of around 20 hectares. We have created an area of native hardwood species for promoting them in this sector, an area with energy crops for municipal buildings, also an area with chestnut forests, because chestnut cultivation is very important in Lugo culturally and economically. We are creating an arboretum with representations of 8 types of forests of Galicia, and we are restoring or recovering a wetland in this area. So this is an important place not only for climate change mitigation, but for nature and biodiversity, and for enjoying it with all family, enjoying all seasons in the year. Next slide, please. And here we have the Greenwood building, the Impulso Verde building in Spanish. This is the first multi-story building made with Galician wood. We want to promote the wood in the buildings, and of course using our local resources, our local wood, of course with the origin with a sustainable way. So we are certifying the project and the origin of the wood with Sustainable Forest Management Land by FSC certification. We also are certificating the sustainability of the building and the sustainability of its surroundings by the clean label from the Global Building Council in Spain. Next slide, please. We want to promote the wood in building because in Spain and Galicia especially, there are a lot of reticence or reluctance to build with wood. So we hope that we can overcome this reluctance, showing the different phases of the opportunities and the possibilities of the wood in efficient buildings and in construction. Next slide, please. I think that showing the possibilities to citizens, architects, we can contribute to that, showing the beautiful and the comfort that the booth is providing us. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I think that we can show that with these enormous possibilities that the booth is offering us to create these sustainable buildings, efficient buildings. Next slide, please. As you can see, it's a beautiful place as comfortable to work or to live. They used the booth. Next slide, please. So we hope that we can show that to these main stakeholders and provide and the use of the booth increase the use of Galician booth in construction. Next slide, please. Here you have the building. Next slide, please. We are using renewable energy also in this building. Next slide. This solar panels. Next slide. We are covering it with slate. Slate is also another local resource for Lugo. So we are also calling this building kilometer area building. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Here you have, in the next slide, please, the mayor in the center of the photo. She's very proud of the project and the result of this initiative. I think that next is the last slide. I would like to thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope we can contribute towards a more sustainable, greener, and more comfortable, and ultimately more human urban development. So let's move towards a Europe more biodynamic. Thank you.
I'll second to that, Boris. So thanks a lot for showcasing this multi-ecological neighborhood that can indeed act as an inspiration, as a model of urban resilience for all of us. I propose to move to our last presentation, and that presenter is here with me in Brussels, Francesco Molinari, who is an independent researcher and policy advisor. Today, Francesco is representing ANCI Toscana and will bring us up to speed with the Designscapes project.
Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my slides are there. So the idea today with this presentation is to share the experience of a just finalized H2020, Horizon 2020 project named Designscapes, which had the aim of demonstrating the potential of co-design and design thinking for innovation and better and more sustainable innovation. And the idea we had, the winning idea for this project, was to embed design-enabled innovation in the environment of our cities. So what we did was to develop a concept I will tell you about shortly and test it through a cascade funding mechanism which enabled us to form a community of 99 innovators from all corners of Europe, which took benefit from embedding their design-enabled innovation in the context of cities and used this embedment to generate better and more sustainable results for their innovation. What I am now here to say to all of you is that we would like to continue with this experience and also put it at the service of the broader aims of the new European Bauhaus. Next slide, please. You may all remember the speech of Sir David Attenborough at the recent COP26 summit. What he said is that we are facing a huge challenge, not just of downsizing, but stopping the increase in global temperatures that we have now experienced in terms of 1.5 degrees Celsius more. And to do so, what he mentioned as the urgent need is a new industrial revolution based on millions of sustainable innovations coming from the grassroots. And grassroots in our concept doesn't only mean people and citizens and garage innovators, as someone says. And yesterday we had a lot of evidence in front of us of how powerful grassroots innovation can be when pushed ahead by the brilliant minds of people. What we would like to push here, and I'm going to the next slide, is a kind of innovation that is also and especially promoted by SMEs. SMEs, if you look at the bottom right part of this slide, which can successfully combine profit orientation with an eye to the big challenges of our times. That was exactly the concept that we developed, starting from the assumption, which I hope we demonstrated and we are capable of demonstrating, not today, but in another situation. The intuition was that the city was at the same time the place of opportunities and the place of challenges for this kind of successful innovations. Innovations that, if you go to the left-hand side and look at the top, we developed at niche level in several cities of Europe. 99 were the funded initiatives, 6 times more the candidatures to our Cascade funding call, with the idea that through niche innovation we can challenge the existing regimes, meaning the way things have been organized until now, and we now perceive the need to change. And to demonstrate that, what we tried also to do, and this is where we would like to continue, is to document the potential for scalability, which means, in our jargon, to transfer from city to city, not only to make it bigger inside the borders, so to speak, of a single urban environment. Why this focus on scalability? Because Europe, compared with our main competitors like the United States or China, has no real single market. And so there is a twin challenge for every innovator to gain momentum and also, by doing so, cut across all the legal, the administrative, the geographical barriers that are still there, and we cannot do as if they weren't there in predicting the business success, even of the most inspired innovations. Next slide, please. So what we did was to make a census of our winning projects. The census is available online. It is a searchable engine. You can look into it. But as I said, and I'm going to the final slide, we are open to creating further connections with all of you, both to increase the size and the variety of our successful innovators and to exchange the lessons learned from our experience, especially to program owners, because what we sincerely believe is something that I was happy to hear from our commissioner this morning when she said the new European Bauhaus should become the incubator of European innovations. So it's a lot about the energy of people, the brilliant minds of entrepreneurs, but it's also a lot about the capacity of policy making to create real systems of incentive that can cut across the borders and the impediments that we cannot do without, and they will stay there forever, but with some kind of smartness and intuition, we can probably find alternative pathways to reach our goals and meet our challenges. And with this, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Francesco, for sharing the successes of the Designscapes project and also for a warm plea for innovation and a little bit of madness indeed in carving out those pathways moving forward. I think we've already heard a lot of ideas, perspectives, project results, different angles and a lot of information. Of course, I happen to be a man, so I suffer from the distinct disadvantage that I cannot multitask. I mean, when I listen, I cannot hear. When I hear, I don't listen. So I would like to lend some insights from an expert panel that consists of two strong and smart ladies, one of which is with me here, the other one who will be calling in. So the first one is Judith Borsboom. Very warm welcome in Brussels here with me. You are founder and director of Locality, which has a mission to improve sustainability and climate neutrality through innovation management. I think we just heard a warm plea for more innovation, bright ideas. May I ask from you, Judith, what are your takeaways? What have you learned? What have you discovered? What are your reflections on what has just been presented to us?
Yeah, I think it were very interesting presentations, very rich also, and I also saw a lot of similarities to things that we work with in the Smart Cities Marketplace. One of the things I'm working on at the moment is the Smart Cities Marketplace, which is a collaboration between industry, cities, NGOs, research, to advance climate neutral and smart cities. And I see some struggles we have there. I see them repeated here. But I also see that there are a lot of, let's say, good things there that should be replicated more, that could be upscaled more in future. And I discovered that also in these presentations this afternoon, which despite being after lunch, I think were very interesting and really kept me also awake. So one of the things that came back just with a bit of a distance, I think the integrative holistic approach, being more than only integrating disciplines, integrating sectors. We all know that we have to work across silos. That's not easy. You have to talk the same language. But integration is also working in depth with your citizens. Also working at the longer term. You do your decisions, usually within the political cycles of the city administration, but you have to consider the long-term impact, because the investments you make today in buildings, infrastructures, green spaces will be there in 50, 60, 100 years to come. So this is very important. And I think the T-Factor project was a very nice example of really focusing on a kind of reconsideration of this long-term, short-term effects by allowing more for flexibility. Maybe such a thing could also be helped with using more real-time data to go from, let's say, a more permission-oriented system to an allowing system. As really, I think, was mentioning about the new environmental and planning law in the Netherlands. So I think this long-term, short-term perspective was very important. It also raises the questions that we have seen a lot of very good projects, but how can you disclose this enormous and growing body of knowledge to the civil servants, to the grassroots developments that want to work with it?
A matter of dissemination.
Yeah, but I think there's now so much material that we really have to think about a kind of umbrella organization or bringing it all together, because we know we cannot work separately. We have to work across sectors. We have to work multi-stakeholder. We have to work multi-government level. We have to work with this long-term, short-term perspective. So how to do this in the right way? There are so many projects and initiatives that are now a one-stop shop that we might even have a lot of one-stops. That could be, I can make a nice joke about the traveling salesman problem in transport geography, but won't do that. But the problem is you have a lot of one-stop shops,
and then we shelve the results and they're not accessible. Or
yeah, but I think the problem is that. There's fantastic research done, there's loads of great innovations, but remember that if you are a small or medium-sized city, you have people that might have to do these topics in half a day per week. So how do they get easy access to those projects? So this is also a plea for all the researchers. Make it available in a way that's also understandable for laymen and for civil servants, because otherwise it gets easily lost. So it's a kind of plea for think about how such an umbrella organization could look like. The other thing I heard was that a lot of the projects also made visible that projects can really contribute to spatial quality if you really take these co-benefits serious. And I think a lot of the successes that were there were also because what we often call co-benefits of the transition to more sustainability are in fact things that are really appreciated. Mm-hmm. And I think the projects also made it clear that you have these not only in the private domain, it can be for the individual citizens, they have a nicer neighborhood or more comfortable home or better water management and better temperature, but it's also public goods that are in this realm of co-benefits. So
with co-benefits, you mean cross-fertilization, win-win solutions?
I would say additional benefits outside the original scope of the project. And if you do an energy project, and for example, you do something where you have more clean water, then that's a co-benefit. But these are not, in reality, you cannot cut it into pieces. So it's all related. And I think we have to stop talking about co-benefits, but say we have the wider benefits. And these can extend beyond the project, and we have to take them seriously.
Take a holistic approach.
Yeah, but also make it visible and maybe appreciate them more, stress them more, and monetize them. Because if you have carbon sequestration through trees, it will do something for your city. If you have less temperature rise, etc. If you do energy transition, it also has a lot of these things. So I think this made it also visible that we have to take a kind of, let's say, holistic or comprehensive approach. I would say comprehensive towards these co-benefits. And lastly, I think the example from Italy was very interesting because it triggered me to think about, we have a lot of money going into clean tech development, and we need that, and we need better solutions in many aspects. But sometimes it seems like it's a separate world from all the things that are happening in the cities and with citizens, and how can we connect these things better? I think that's a very important point. It's very good to see that in Italy, in Tuscany, you are working with this along these lines, because I recently did a study for Netherlands Enterprise Agency, and we also noticed that a lot of great inventions, great solutions drop dead after 1 year because there's not a business partner that wants to invest in it, and the cities which are a big orchestrator think it's still too risky. So a lot of things fall between the cracks, and I think bringing these worlds more together, like was demonstrated in Italy, I think is also very interesting.
Those are very rich perspectives and reflections, so thanks a lot for sharing those. Judith, I would like to go to my other panel member in this sounding board, who is Cristina Del Pozzo. She is a principal landscape architect and a professor at King Juan Carlos University in Madrid. Cristina, if I could also hear your perspectives, your comments on the presentations that we've seen this afternoon, and perhaps also your reflections, ideas or suggestions on how Life and Horizon projects can contribute to those new European Bauhaus principles.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, yes, I have been invited to give the vision as landscape architect, so I am going to focus on public spaces and in sustainable landscape design. I'm going to try and give a view and thoughts of what I think that the new European Bauhaus projects, what brings us new, and what could LIFE projects and Horizon 2020 projects include as the principle, as new European Bauhaus principles. So one of these principles, which is the rethinking how we live, we have already seen some examples in projects where we can work with the stakeholders, with the people, and organize participatory planning and design processes. I think this is basic, so that they can I mean, we can plan and design together and transform the existing places into places where life is nicer, or into new places that we envision we would like to live in. Another principle, which is the reconnecting with nature. We can make also cities more climate friendly by using sustainable design approaches, like, for example, we've seen in the Masesa project and the Lugo project with the sustainable urban solutions that can significantly reduce the heating effects. And also the principle of regaining sense of belonging, which I think is very important and is one of the principles that interests me most from the new European Bauhaus, together with the concept of beautiful, which is something we have to talk about, because the word beautiful is very beautiful. So what does that mean in relation to Life and Horizon projects that normally are very scientific and do not take into account the aesthetical point of view. So I will talk about this later. So the sense of belonging with projects like the T-Factor project that includes placemaking, and placemaking also co-designed by the people, I think is very important. We have to keep the landscape character and the identity and sense of place. And it's more about reading carefully what is in the places rather than taking everything away and starting from scratch. I think this is the way we can respect what is there and keep the sense of belonging, and avoid this homogenization of the peripheries, of urban peripheries, etc. Another principle, which is the prioritizing places and people that need it most. I have a presentation that I don't know if it's running.
We're looking at a slide that says "Beauty, the performance of appearance," and we have 4 minutes left in our program.
Yeah, they're just images, so you can next slide. Yeah, next one. There are some images of spaces, quality of life in spaces. Yeah, and the next one. Next one. These are special open spaces designed for climate change adaptation. Next one. Next one. Yeah, this I'm going to talk about later, which is multifunctionality in open space design. Next one. Yeah, these are some sustainable urban solutions that the other speakers have talked about. Next one. Next. I was thinking about next one. Yeah, I was thinking this is more about the specific prioritizing spaces for people that need it most. Next one, like for example, children or old people, elder people. Next one. Yes. So we can design our spaces much more attractive and better structure in order to reduce and improve the quality of life. One of the positive conclusions, I think, from COVID is that we have realized how important the open spaces are for the people. And we also have realized that we know that they are not enough open spaces that do meet with the requirements of beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive landscapes. So now I would like to concentrate in the concept of beautiful, which I think is the most interesting innovation that the new European Bauhaus brings, which means that it is not enough to I mean, my opinion of what this means is that it's not enough to include sustainable solutions or innovation, but they also have to be like aesthetically beautiful. So projects, they should care about what the landscapes look like as well as how they work. which is to put together the functionality and the aesthetics. They should include the experience of appearance, which is the combination of the physical characteristics and the sensory qualities of the place. This improves one physical and mental state. We have seen also with the pandemic how important the open spaces are for people's health. But one of the importance is the sensorial and the feeling that nice places make in the people.
Okay.
So,
Christina, we have 1 minute left for you. So
yes,
indeed, if you could perhaps wrap up for us.
I was just saying that to resume, my opinion is that the future Life and Horizon projects, they should include a particular form of appearance, which is beauty, and participatory processes, and adaptive multifunctionality, and aesthetical assets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina, for that. What I take away from what you just said as well are two important concepts. It's the importance of beauty and the importance of belonging. So thanks for bringing that to the attention. I think that neatly wraps up our session. I, for one, have enjoyed our presentations. I can relate to those because we heard a lot about smart water infrastructure, about actions to improve air quality, about a green light district in Amsterdam, the use of meanwhile spaces, innovative approaches to urban planning, and the use, for instance, of Galician woods to build a better and a more sustainable future. I think all of that ties in neatly with sustainable cities and districts, but also relates to what we have been discussing this morning when it comes to energy performance in buildings and the importance of the circular economy. So wrapping up all of that, I think I can hand it back to our Master of Ceremony, to Jackie Davis.
Thank you very much, Philippe, and thank you to you and to your panel. Another very rich session, and thank you, Philippe. That's 3 master sessions today. Yeah, I'm sure you're exhausted, but time to rest now before you come back tomorrow for our final session, where we will try to pull the strands of everything together. So we are almost at the end of the second day of our conference. But before we close, we're going to hear more about how to implement new European Bauhaus principles. We heard to an extent about how to do this in the LIFE program yesterday. We're going to now bring in Horizon Europe alongside LIFE and discuss a little bit more how all that works. I'm delighted to have with me Agnieszka Romanovic, Deputy Head of the LIFE Energy and Climate Unit at the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, SINEA, to discuss this. And before we get into the nitty-gritty, Agnieszka, we've heard a lot over the last 2 days about the link between New European Bauhaus and the Green Deal. This morning, Commissioner Gabriel called it the soul of the Green Deal. Is that how you see it? As a practitioner on the ground, how do you see that connection?
Thank you for having me here. I see it exactly the same. I mean, for me, the being together, the new concept of bringing citizens back to the projects that scientists are developing is a key element that we should look now, especially post-pandemic, because there are a lot of people that had rethought the life. They spent quite a lot of time at home in the 4 walls, sometimes thinking what they can do after, what they can give back to the society. And I have a lot of friends that also changed the job and reduced the working hours just to give back to the society. And I think this is the new Bauhaus. This is together, the trying to be together as a community, trying to do something for the elderly, for the younger one. We have to think about the society as it used to be before. We were many generations living together, helping each other. We lost this.
So we've talked a lot about thinking in a new way. You're saying this is the ideal moment to do it because we're already re-evaluating our lives and so on. You feel this is a moment, and how do we seize that opportunity then?
I think we have to go down to the citizens, we have to go down to the communities, we have to see what they wish to do with the space that surrounds them. We have to see how they would like to develop what they have what they would like to have in the future, whether they would like to go towards more nature-based solutions that are surrounding them, that are helping them in cooling down the streets, cleaning the air that they breathe with, or they wish to have something else. They wish to have more participatory space for everyone to be there.
And you've been listening to the discussions throughout the day as we've talked about transforming urban areas, and we focused on energy performance of buildings, we then focused on the circular economy and then sustainable cities. And you're saying really that the key, as I understand you, to applying New European Bauhaus is precisely that engagement, that mobilization, that co-creativity is the key.
Yes, indeed. The co-creativity, the helping people to understand what's possible for them to change. Because the energy efficiency that we have seen today, in some countries, it's about the big blocks with many people, different parts of the society breakdown, different incomes, different possibilities. Or we have, like in Belgium, a lot of small houses with single households, which also have very different needs, different support that they need from the municipality, and sometimes it's the whole street that needs to be reinvented, not just one house.
So let's get down to some nuts and bolts, if I can put it like that, in terms of, we've heard that financing is, of course, a key part of this. We've also heard that there is some funding, some 85 million over the next couple of years, dedicated specifically to New European Bauhaus, but many more other projects which are expected to incorporate elements of it or make it one of the priorities. We heard a little bit yesterday about the LIFE programme. Can you tell us a little bit more about New European Bauhaus in Horizon Europe, and also what the differences are, perhaps, if there are any, between the approach and the possibilities in Horizon Europe and what is there in LIFE?
So first of all, the work program of the Horizon Europe was partially drafted when the new Bauhaus idea was put on the table. So there are first projects that we can see. There are some elements in different topics. We will share with all the participants of this meeting a list, so you don't have to really Google. We will do it for you. You'll get it as a part of the package from the conference. There are also missions, the very important missions that we have. They will also have elements of the new Bauhaus. But obviously, we have dedicated call, which was just open. It's about all the lighthouse, about the ideas that we would like to put forward completely under the umbrella of the new Bauhaus, New European Bauhaus. And there are new topics that will be drafted in the future work program that will have more elements. So this is just starting. We are having small bricks, and later on we will start having more and more bricks.
And on that question of the future, I'm just wondering, I've been listening to the discussions over the last 2 days, and it seems to me you have an almost impossible task when defining those topics, because this is such an enormous topic, New European Bauhaus. Do you think we have a clear idea, or in terms of its application then to funding, of what we mean, or is more work needed to come up with a common definition of what we're talking about? How is this likely to evolve as those new topics get added?
I think in terms of the concept, we have a concept which is a common, but then we have the local level which needs to be implemented, and then that's where things can change and the definition can change, because something else will be important in the Mediterranean region, something else it's more natural for the colleagues in the Nordic countries. So we have to look at different elements and the local level that's there. Obviously, the topics will evolve. We see already that the New European Bauhaus is not only in the Horizon Europe, it's not only in LIFE, but it's also in other policies. And the Commission is also asking member states to implement elements of the New European Bauhaus in the recovery funds, which are very important. We have to remember that the funding that we have, sometimes it's very small, as one of the speakers said, but it's only 1% of the GDP that is the EU budget. So we actually have very little money which we are trying to stretch. We are trying to connect people across European countries, across member states, also maybe sometimes going beyond, because we know that Horizon Europe is going beyond. It's not only the member states, we are having other partners in the projects. So we are having seeds, and sometimes we are trying to put the seeds, and maybe out of the seeds that we are putting with EU funding, something else will be created with the participatory budget that exists in many communes.
So as you say, there are lots of different pots of money that could be used, as well as the tiny amount of dedicated funding from that 1% of GDP. Two questions to you. For anybody who is watching, listening to our discussion and thinks, I've got a project, I've got an idea, I've got a concept. I think it's New European Bauhaus in its principles, in its approach. Two questions. The first is, how on earth do they work out which pot of money they should be looking at? I think there are some differences, for example, in the flexibility of the LIFE programme and what you can do versus some of the more, not rigid, but less flexible, let's put it that way, Horizon Europe. How do they decide where to go, which one to try and get, and can they combine them? And in terms of what should be in the proposal, we've talked a lot about innovation, about different ways of thinking. What, for you, personally, do you hope to see come through in some of these proposals? First, where do they go?
So first, I think you have to look on a piece of paper and start putting, is it applied research? Is it something of high TRL? So basically you want to do something now, something small with very local community. So the size, the number of partners, because all those things are making the difference between Horizon Europe projects or LIFE projects. Horizon Europe projects are much larger, they have more participants from across member states. LIFE projects are usually much smaller and are much more applied. So really doing something now, today. The Horizon Europe, it's maybe doing something later on, so it's a different TRL. The other difference is that for Horizon Europe, we have clear definition what is the objective, what is the scope, and what is the impact, and what the project should achieve at the end of today, tomorrow, and in the future, because there are different elements. In LIFE, it's a little bit more flexible. People can put forward ideas. So I think you have to look at this, and I would strongly advise everyone to look around you. Who is already having projects in LIFE? Who is already applying for the research funding? So either it was Horizon 2020 or the previous programs. What I've seen over the years is that sometimes the same people, they have projects under the framework programs of research, so they had in the past, they're having now, for example, and they have kind of seeding ideas in LIFE projects when they're trying, and sometimes they move. So they start with LIFE projects, after a couple of years they're finishing, and they see that this is mature enough, they would like to apply for, this time it's called Horizon Europe program.
Fascinating. And just in terms of the sort of projects, and I'm not asking you now in terms of somebody who looks at proposals, from a personal point of view, what do you hope to see in terms of new approaches? Because we've talked about European Bauhaus not just as supporting transformational projects, but as a transformative way of developing them and of delivering them. So what are you hoping will come out of all of this?
What I would like to see is, I would like to see European citizens being empowered as a part of the project, so they're not just participants, stakeholders, so they're sitting around the table and they don't really know what's going on. I would like to have them empowered as a part of the project. I would like to understand them that they're doing something at the European level, even if they're sitting at their own home, that they're participating to something bigger than just the neighborhood that they are there. And I would like to see that some of the good ideas are shared, they're passed across, and that it's not stopping there. That if it's a good idea, people like it, that they can continue, whether it is with the EU funds or with another funds, or just spontaneously because they like.
Thank you so much, Agnieszka, both for the practical advice, but also for the passion that you clearly have for European Bauhaus and for making these connections. Ladies and gentlemen, will you join me in thanking Agnieszka very much indeed? So, We are at the end of today's discussions. Tomorrow morning, we will start again sharp at 9:30. Don't forget, before we start for an hour, Bauhaus Radio will be on air with Stephen Jones. Do tune in to listen to more of his fascinating conversations. Our focus tomorrow will be on promoting nature-based solutions in the fight against climate change and how those initiatives relate to New European Bauhaus. We're also going to hear from some of the finalists and winners of the first New European Bauhaus prizes. Changemakers, and we'll be celebrating the achievements of some who've completed projects already fulfilling New European Bauhaus principles, and others, rising stars, young people still developing ideas and concepts. And then we're going to have a final panel where Philippe will have a series of some of the speakers we've heard from the last few days, trying to pull all the strands of our very rich discussions over 3 days together, before finally we hear from Dirk Beckers, the director of CIDEA, with some closing thoughts. So that is it for tonight. Thank you to the thousands of people who have joined us today. It's been great to have you all with us, here and online, whatever you've been watching on. Please come back for tomorrow. We can promise you many more fascinating discussions. Have a great evening, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30 sharp. Thanks a lot, and good evening. And I didn't like to tell the outside world that we're going to get drunk. No, did I say that?